Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing.
Good morning and welcome to the General Issues Committee meeting for June 11th, 2025. I'm Deputy Mayor for the month of June, Ward 2 City Councillor Cameron Kretsch, and joining me in the chambers today are Maureen Wilson, Councillor Brad Clark, Councillor Narinder Nan, Councillor Tammy Huang, Councillor Craig Kussar, Councillor Alex Wilson, and Councillor Esther Pauls. And joining me online are Councillors Jeff Beattie and Matt Francis. A reminder to everybody here that if you have an electronic device on you and it makes a sound, please silence it. Also want to say before we get started, happy Pride Month. Yay. Don't stop the clapping there. It's many more things, but yeah. I totally organized to be the Deputy Mayor during this month, and I mean that, so happy to be here during Pride Month. And also it's National Indigenous History Month, it's Seniors Month, it's Bike Month, it's so many things to so many people in our community. And so it's a warmer time of year in this country when we're often forced indoors. So please be outside, enjoy these moments with each other. A couple of things for today's agenda to keep you mindful of. We have a lot of delegations at the front part of our agenda, and we're going to do our best to try and get through those delegations today. I know my colleagues, you may have some questions of delegates. I'd ask you to do everything you can to keep them brief. I'd love it if we got out of here before 5:30 today. And I'd love it also, and we'll force it to happen, I think, at noon we're going to take a break, basically whether delegations are done or not, to ensure that we can get outside. I know that Councillor Nan has got some official duties to welcome folks for Walk a Mile that's happening outside today. I know some other councillors want to attend to offer their support, so we're going to do that today, breaking sharply at noon. So just keeping those things in mind for today's meeting. On that point, we have the approval of the agenda as the first item, and so I'll turn to Legislative Coordinator McCrae and ask if you can advise of anything that's changed in the agenda or included in the addendum for the agenda today.
Nothing has been amended, but there were 5 added delegations for 6.3, 9 for 6.4, 2 added pieces of correspondence for 8.3, and 3 for 8.5. 1 P&C item, private and confidential item, has been withdrawn, and all other items listed as to be distributed have been added.
Thank you very much. At this time, could I have a mover and seconder to approve today's agenda? Moved by Councillor Paul, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. Any discussion on today's agenda? All those in favor, please indicate by show of hands. That's everybody. That carries. Thank you very much. We're on to declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest for today's meeting? I'm not seeing any. If there are, and you realize something comes up, it's okay. You can file the paperwork after the fact. This is just a time where you can notify people if you wish to verbally. Seeing no declarations of interest, we're moving on to item 5, or the approval of the minutes of our previous meeting from May 21st, 2025. Can I please have a mover and seconder to adopt the previous minutes? Moved by Councillor Narinder Nan, seconded by Councillor Tammy Huang. Any discussion on the minutes? Not seeing any. Please, by show of hands, those in favor. That's everybody, and that's carried. And we're on to delegations now. And so before we begin our delegations for today, I just want to remind everybody, as we know, that if you have questions for delegates, those are cool. If you want to debate the delegate, do it in your own time. A note to our delegates, you have 5 minutes to complete your delegation. You're going to hear a couple of dings. At the 4-minute mark, you'll hear a ding reminding you you've got about a minute left. And at the 5-minute mark, you're going to hear another ding, and that's going to tell you your delegation is wrapping up. If you're still talking at the 5-minute ding, I'll kindly ask you to wrap up as we can get to our next delegate. Our first delegation today, and we'll receive all delegations in different sections at the end, so specific delegations on individual issues, we'll receive those. If there is any questions for staff or comments about delegations that aren't directly for delegates, those can be made when we're receiving the item for a delegation. 6.1 is Tanner Bergsman respecting the housing crisis in the region and the need for unity in the city to prioritize the people and citizens. This is in person. And once Delegate Bergsman is up here, we'll turn the microphone on, and then you can begin. And you go to the podium, which is right over there.
Perfect.
And the desk lifts up and down on the left-hand side there. Yep. If you pull it up, there you go. And you can start whenever you wish.
Perfect. Thank you. Good morning, Chair, Council members, committee members, and members of the public. My name is Tanner Bergsman. I'm a 22-year-old global ambassador and social justice activist. I am also diagnosed with autism. I'm not here today as a politician or as someone who benefits from the system. I'm here because I believe in something that too many have forgotten, that leadership is supposed to mean service to the people, not silence when those people are suffering. I'm here today because we are failing. We are failing as a city, as a province, and as a country when we allow men, women, youth, and elders to die cold, abandoned, and dehumanized on our streets. And now I'm told that the housing sustainability and investment roadmap will be pushed to Q3 of 2025. You want to delay a lifeline while the fire is already burning. You tell me, what's the price tag of a life? Because that is what this delay costs. While this committee debates timelines, people are going years without a home in this city and are being thrown out of encampments like their existence is a crime. When did we decide that housing was a privilege instead of a human right? I've listened to those who are silenced. I've stood with mothers, veterans, students, and survivors. I've seen how bylaws officers evict people with no place to go in the city, and we call this justice. If you're not disgusted, you're not paying attention. If you're not moved to act, you've forgotten your role as a public servant. I urge you, no, in fact, I beg you, stop treating the housing crisis as a numbers game. These are not data points. These are names, souls, people with beating hearts, with families, with visions and dreams that you're crushing these dreams when you delay action. We are witnessing a humanitarian emergency. Hamilton has seen an increase of homelessness by over 31% over the past 3 years. And instead of urgency, we get quarterly updates, endless roadmaps, and polite conversations that lead nowhere. We don't need more bureaucratic back and forth. We need action, and we need it now. Unity is not optional, it's survival. We cannot afford to be divided by class, race, income, or ability. Global unity begins with local accountability, because if we can't care for the people in our own backyard, what right do we have to talk about international leadership of human rights abroad? We must implement sanctioned encampments, harm reduction services, trauma-informed outreach teams, permanent housing, not just temporary shelter beds and temporary solutions. We need social navigators, not law enforcement, for those experiencing mental health crises, addiction, or displacement. And we need our government that is brave enough to say, we hear you, we see you, and we will not let you fail. I came here today with a fire in my heart because I've had enough, and I've seen too much silence in these chambers. And I want you to look at me in the eye and tell me, how many more people have to die before urgency means urgency? I'm 22 years old, but I refuse to sit quietly while the city abandons its people. We have people in this room tonight who are trying to advocate for their city while the city turns a blind eye, and we cannot have that as people. If this council cannot deliver what they have been upheld to do, then the people I know will. We are rising. The voices you've ignored are uniting, and we will not back down. I see a Hamilton where no child is born into a tent, no elder dies in an alley, and no youth has to trade dignity for survival. That future is possible. I see a Hamilton where we can unite together for a common solution instead of focusing on problems. And I know that we have that ability to do that together today, right now. Please, let's not wait until Q3. Let's act tonight, now. Let's make history together, or let history remember who chases delay over humanity. Thank you.
Thanks very much for your delegation. I'll turn to see if there are any councillors who have questions for you just a moment. I see Councillor Huang and Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Huang.
Thank you for your delegation. I agree a lot with what you've just said. One question though, what do you mean by the HSIR is delayed to Q3?
On the city agenda for today, there was a budget plan that was set to be delayed until Q3 instead of focusing on mandates and actionable action now, which is why I am saying we cannot be pushing things further. We need to take action today.
So that does say that, but it's for specific projects, but HSIR is currently in effect today. It is actually being implemented. So I will say thank you for that, but I think that I think I just needed to understand what you meant by that, and I think that ultimately HSIR is in full force. It is running today. There are certain projects that might just get moved or delayed in different ways, but we are still working on a lot of the things that HSIR has already mandated. But thank you for your delegation.
Councillor McMeekin.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Tanner, thanks for coming out and doing your sharing this morning. I agree with everything you said. And like you have, as one who has some responsibility to work together here and with other levels of government, the lack of a shared sense of purpose around dealing with the homelessness side in particular. And I respect what you said. I'm just wondering, because we ponder here about what the next best thing to do would be. So just wondering if there were three things that you'd like this council to do, what would they be, sir?
That is a very good question, Councillor. I think the number one thing is that I would request that council listen to the people. There are people in this room tonight who are trying to advocate for the committee, but time and time again, we are seeing people turn away. And I am requesting council to look at those delegations here tonight and tell them, what are you going to do to say that you hear them and to come up with actionable steps that will move forward towards a more united Hamilton. That would be the biggest step. We need to listen to the people. The second step that I would request council to look into and consider is actually getting the public feedback when it comes down to housing and inputs. I know that you did this last year, but we as a city cannot deal with a problem unless if we listen to its people. So I really think I can't reiterate that enough. I'm seeing a lot of people in the city struggling. I am seeing people in the city die. I am seeing families get torn apart. And rather than trying to push things off, trying to take actionable steps, what things are you going to do? And being able to listen to the committee, to the community feedback, and being able to go out there and getting the input from the people, and utilizing that and saying, you know what, I hear you, and this is what we're going to do differently based on what we're hearing.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. There are no further questions from the speakers, so you can take your seat, and thank you for your delegation. At this time, I need a mover and seconder to receive this delegation. Moved by Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Nan. Any questions, comments to be made? Okay, all those in favor of receiving the delegation? Thank you, and I see now Councillor Tom Jackson is joining us online. We're now on to 6.2, Andress Selman respecting the collapsing building at 1057 Barton Street East and the danger it poses to the public in person. As you've delegated before, I don't think I need to tell you what the rules for delegation are, so whenever you're ready, the microphone will turn on and you can begin your delegation at that time. Thank you.
Honestly, pretty much fine. Yeah, appreciate it though. Yeah, honestly, I'm fine with where that is. Okay. Thank you very much. My name's Andrew Selman. I'm a Ward 3 resident, lifelong Hamiltonian, and I love seeing all the civic engagement today. Tanner, that was absolutely wonderful. Nice to see 772 here today. I stand with you guys and ladies. Thank you very much. So, like most people that come down to this podium, or that sit around the horseshoe, I'm here to discuss issues that matter to me, issues that matter to my family, to my neighborhood. I think we define these as kitchen table issues. They're topics that I discuss on the playground after school with fellow parents. And that's because whether you live in Ward 3, 7, up on the mountain, anywhere in the city, we've all seen something in Hamilton and thought, why is it like this? Why doesn't someone say something? For me, it's often about safety. It's about standards. It's about neighborhoods that are being left behind. Now, the last time I stood here, I spoke about the burned out buildings behind Memorial School. Buildings that were a clear fire and safety hazard for years. 2 of them were burned out back onto the school. Just days after that delegation, the 3rd building burned down. We now have 3 buildings backing onto Memorial School that are burned out. That last one suspected arson, which I identified as a potential hazard in my last speech. Now today, we're looking at 1057 Barton Street East, and that's Barton Street East in better times. Let's move forward. If this will move forward for me, I know it's always slow. There we go. Okay, so here's 1057 Barton Street East. On the right-hand side, just before actually on the day I found it collapsing. So what you see there, and you can see on the top of that photo, that's the main beam, the main structural beam of the building, collapsing into the basement. That was collapsing mere inches from the sidewalk. I walked past, found that in mid-May, and we were able to get that demolished shortly after. Now, how did we get here? We got here through a decade of drift. You can see that photo in 2015, 2020, and then 2025. We've let things slide. We've pretended small problems will fix themselves. Or we're hoping that if we look away long enough, the citizens are going to ignore it. We're not. This building is merely an example. We can find hundreds of buildings like this across the lower city. We're watching the physical fabric of our city decay and degrade because in too many places, we've stopped insisting on the adherence to basic standards. So I say, we need to stop normalizing neglect. This doesn't fall on the shoulders of one administration or one council. As we see, this has been happening for decades. There's a building collapsing in 2024. I witnessed that King and William collapse in 2008 from my office downtown. I watched that happen. So this is not strictly on the shoulders of one council. But we do need change. We need tough, proactive bylaw enforcement before things fall apart. We shouldn't have to rely on residents to raise alarms. We need building inspections that happen on schedule and on time. We know that's not currently happening. We need to send a message loud and clear. Hamilton is not a place where you can sit on decaying buildings, collapsing for decades. So as we move forward, ask yourself, would this be good enough if this was your neighbor? This is Jamesville, this is Ward 2. What do we see here? Open windows, graffiti, and I appreciate the city launching a new graffiti campaign to get that taken care of. Start in Jamesville, folks. It's the perfect example. It's half demolished, half abandoned, windows wide open, graffiti everywhere, fences with holes that kids walk bikes through. I've seen it myself. Quite frankly, it's a disaster waiting to happen. Now, I've reached out to the Ward 2 councillor office as well as bylaw officials, and I've respectfully asked a simple question. Why isn't Jamesville being kept up to the same property standards that I would be expected to adhere to? I haven't received a simple answer to that question yet. So I'm asking you to clean up Jamesville immediately. Board up the windows, clean up the graffiti, cut the lawn, mend the holes in the fences. I don't think that's too much to ask. And as always, I ask you, would this be good enough if this was your neighbor? If you had to look across the street at this, how would you feel? I personally would feel pretty terrible about that. So let's move forward. Now, I'm glad to see that crumbling building I found on Barton Street East is now being demolished. I'm encouraged by the plans that we see for the site. I'm aware of the YWCA building a supportive housing there or a structure there. Because truly, I still believe in this city. I believe in what we can build together. This is a prime example. We didn't have to wait for it to start falling down to demolish it, but we see some hope in the future. I believe Hamilton can be a place where we don't just hope for better, we expect better. And not because of a speech or a policy, but because of enough of us keep showing up. Keep speaking up, keep pointing out what we need fixed. And we're not asking for too much. We're asking for clean streets, safe streets, buildings that aren't falling down, city services that actually work, and a local government that respects where people live, like Jamesville. That's the Hamilton I believe in. Let's roll up our sleeves and let's get to work, folks. Thank you very much.
Any questions for the delegate? I'm not seeing questions for the delegate. Thanks very much. You can take your seat
Thank you.
and you'll receive your delegation.
Appreciate you.
At this time, before you receive the delegation, put a mover and seconder to receive it on the floor. Moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Tattison. Any questions for staff or comments at this time? I see Councillor Nan.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Chair, or Deputy Mayor. Question to staff, just to clarify some of the information that was presented here as it relates specifically to the delegation request was in reference to 1057 Barton Street East, which the City of Hamilton, through our housing sustainability investment roadmap and our affordable housing stream, unanimously by this council, approved funding for the YWCA to pursue 90 supportive housing units at this location, along with the adjacent building that they've acquired. So if I could just get clarity from staff that YWCA properly put in their demolition permit and had an approved plan that enabled us to, as a municipality, move forward with the demolition.
Through the
General
chair.
Manager Mader. Yeah,
Sorry.
go ahead.
Through the chair, Grace Mader, General Manager, Healthy and Safe Communities. I can confirm that the YWCA is the owner of that property and has pursued a partnership through the Housing Secretariat in our funding stream. I know they're in the process of working with Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation to secure additional funds over to top the portion of funds that we've allocated. I can't comment on the demolition permit, though, so I'll defer possibly to somebody from Planning and Economic Development, Director Lally.
Director Lally.
Rob Lally, Director of Building Division, Chief Building Official. I can confirm that 1057 was issued a demolition permit.
Thank you. And through you, Deputy Mayor, if the chief building official could also verify the motions that this council deliberated previous round of committees and council that brings our demolition process and questions about avoiding these scenarios from going forward as a report back that's coming via a motion that was voted by council. If you could just remind the public, given the delegation, the work that staff are engaged in, and that when that report will be coming back. Thank you.
Through the chair, I can confirm that based on meetings that took place last week, direction was given by council to staff to report back in Q4 of 2020-25 to review the demolition control bylaw, along with looking at other interdepartmental processes in order to ensure that doesn't happen again.
So thank you for that. Deputy Mayor, I just wanted to make it very crystal clear to the public that staff and the city and council have heard about the need to ensure that public safety is addressed when buildings are being left neglected by private landowners. And again, congratulations to YWCA for being a responsible landowner and taking care of business as was appropriate. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I don't see anybody else who's got a comment. Oh, you have a comment or question for staff? Go ahead, Councillor Pauls.
Yes, I do. I have a question to staff about the demolition policy. Yesterday, we had lots of buildings that were ready to come down, and obviously some of them weren't ready because they didn't have a plan. I just wanted to know, 1057 Barton Street, how long has it been there looking like that, falling apart?
I have the photos.
How many years?
Sorry, one
the
second,
staff?
just a moment. Yeah, let staff answer the question. If there's anyone in the room that can answer the question. Councillor Pauls asked. We're not asking you, we're asking our staff, but thanks for your thoughts. No one? Dan? Yep. Please introduce yourself. Thank you.
Dan Smith, Acting Director of Licensing and Bylaw Services. We do know that the building was vacant for some time. I don't have it in front of me, the exact amount of time that I can confirm the building was vacant.
Well, I drove, you don't have the time. Is it 10 years, 15 years? Somebody should know how long it is. And I'm bringing this point up because
Sorry, Councillor Pauls, go ahead.
so I just want staff to tell me how many years, and they don't know. I would like to know. And the problem is this, they are building that are ready to come down. And our demolition policy doesn't allow because of circumstance. And yesterday was the number one when we voted in planning, that we left building. I drove by yesterday again on one building that needs to come down on a commercial area. So I'm just wondering why it takes so long, and maybe we should look at our demolition policy again. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I don't see anybody else on the list at this time. All those in favor of receiving the delegation? That's everyone, and it carries. We're going on to delegations 6.3. Is there 6 delegations here with respect to the Art Gallery of Hamilton? And that's item 8.3 on your agenda, PED 25148. So you'll know there's going to be 6 delegations. The first delegate in person today from the Hamilton Arts Council, David Hudson. And just for all delegates, on the left-hand side, there's a little switch that allows the podium to go up and down. So if you want to change the height, you can. And our clerks will be the one to turn the microphone on for you, so look for the little light.
Good morning. Happy Pride Month. Good morning, councillors and chairperson. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. My name is David Hudson. My pronouns are he and him. And among my many intersections as a person, I have the privilege of serving as the executive director for Hamilton Arts Council. The Arts Council in Hamilton is one of the longest serving arts service organizations in the province. When I arrived in Canada in 2014, I had previously enjoyed a rich career as a professional dancer and choreographer. By 2018, as a newly minted permanent resident of Canada, I was ready to return to my passion and share my work with new audiences. At the time, I was entirely unknown in Hamilton, but the Arts Council connected me with a remarkable opportunity to present my work at the Art Gallery of Hamilton. For me, the Art Gallery, perhaps an unlikely venue for a dance artist, was then and became a place of welcome and possibility. It has always been a space available to all artists across all genres of creative expression. The term cultural hub, which we hear so often, has never, in my opinion, been more appropriately applied. My love affair with the Art Gallery of Hamilton extends beyond my professional life. In fact, it extends to my husband and includes one of the most personal chapters of our lives. We were married at the AGH in 2020. We could not have imagined a more inspiring and inclusive team with whom to share our special day. Since working with the Arts Council in 2019, the Art Gallery has remained a trusted and generous collaborator. The gallery's talented and diverse staff are consistently working to dismantle barriers to the arts and engagement for all Hamiltonians and visitors. Their visionary leadership is evident in every initiative, always prioritizing community impact, accessibility, and inclusion at every turn. Many organizations and companies in Hamilton, including the Arts Council, we look to the Art Gallery and benefit from their important work. But the kind of excellence, this excellence, does not appear overnight. It is the result of deep internal work, relationship building, and strategic visioning, and none of that can happen without stable and consistent operational funding. I'm here today to speak in strong support of the report labeled PED 25148, prepared by Lisa Abbott, and the comprehensive, thoughtful path it outlines for a sustainable and shared future between the city and the Art Gallery of Hamilton. The Art Gallery is not just a local gallery, it is one of Canada's 5 most significant collections, holding more than 11,200 artworks, including 249 by Indigenous and Métis artists, 231 by Inuit artists, and over 7,200 Canadian works. Its award-winning initiatives include Artful Moments, Quartz, Dementia-Friendly Days, and Youth Arts Collective, programs that meet real human needs and expand the very definition of what a gallery could be. What's more, the AGH has been a leader in ensuring free and low-barrier access through their corporate partnerships, their library pass programs, and regular free admissions. The recommendations in the report, from additional funding in 2025 to a new license agreement and shared responsibilities beginning in 2026, will allow the art gallery to stabilize its operations, modernize its funding structure, and continue to serve Hamiltonians with the excellence we've come to expect. I urge you to approve the recommendations in full. Your leadership in this moment will echo far beyond these chambers. It will speak to your intentional support for the arts for years to come. Thank you for your time and your commitment to Hamilton's vibrant cultural scene.
Thanks very much. Are there any questions for this delegate? Seeing Councillor Huang.
Thank you, David, for your delegation. I wonder if you could just give us a high-level overview of what is the Hamilton Arts Council?
The Arts Council exists to support and sustain the professional careers of artists and arts organizations that function in the city of Hamilton. So we provide resources, programs, and initiatives that seek to target that, recognizing that the arts play a vital role in our identity as a city. Recognizing through the arts, we are better connected, we're better supported, and we experience a greater sense of well-being. And so the Arts Council exists right there at that intersection to continue making that available.
Excellent. So I would like to understand, how does the thriving arts community, as they bring an economic value to the city of Hamilton, how does it see the art gallery as a crucial part of how we build economic value within the arts community? Can you just give us a little bit of a sense of how this ecosystem kind of works together?
Sorry, I didn't fully understand the question.
I think that where I'm trying to go is that the arts is a thriving, the arts economy is very big here in Hamilton. Hamilton Arts Council facilitates that arts economy where we're supporting artists and those that produce art. But how interconnected is the arts community when we have assets like the art gallery there, and why is this important to Hamilton?
Well, through the art gallery, we experience obviously the civic pride of presenting Canadian artists, and both local to Hamilton and nationally known. We also, the art gallery being as spectacular as it is, and you will, I'm sure, hear many statistics and accolades about the work they do today, centers a huge impact on tourism in Hamilton. It brings people into the city, which of course has unknown, well, I'm sure, recorded impacts across all other sectors. Having the art gallery stable and secure presents so many opportunities for individual artists, not only to directly engage with the art gallery, their services and their programs, but also the way that the art gallery functions is to collaborate. It is to create and facilitate discovery, not just of themselves, but also the smaller groups, the smaller organizations and companies working in Hamilton.
Thank you for that. I really like to be able to share that the Hamilton Arts Council is really facilitating a thriving arts community. And so I'm really glad to hear that you're here, and thank you for your delegation today. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. I don't see further speakers, so you can take your seat. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Before we go to our next delegation, just a small wrinkle I should address. I let there be space for people to ask questions or make comments on delegations where there isn't a report. Where there is a report, we can ask questions and comments when the report comes up. And if it should happen again where we have this situation in our agenda where we're doing that, let's just try and be thoughtful to the fact that staff didn't come here to speak to a report. They don't have all the answers in front of them. And so my apologies. Don't want to put people on the spot. You weren't asked to prepare information for this today, so it makes sense you don't have the answers. But for the remaining delegations, there's reports attached to those, so we can ask those questions at that time. On with our agenda, 6.3B, Gail Lord from Lord Cultural Resources of the pre-recorded video that clerks will play. Thank you. It'll be just a moment while we get that queued up.
Hi, my
For
name is
everyone to
Gail
just have some
Lord.
contemplative
I'm very
thoughts.
pleased to be able to speak to you today with the help of this video. I'm the president of a company called Lord Cultural Resources. Today, we are the largest cultural planning firm in the world. We've done almost 3,000 projects, 2,900 to be exact, in 59 countries in 450 cities. One of the reasons why we've been so successful is because we have always seen and placed museums. Hi, my name is 3,000 projects, 2,900 to be exact, in 59 countries in 450 cities. One of the reasons why we've been so successful is because we have always seen and placed museums and art galleries in the urban context. They're absolutely vital to the success of cities, both in attracting industry, attracting employees to the city, and also, of course, tourism. The love of people for their museum is actually key to all three, and that is the story of the 100 years of the Art Gallery of Hamilton. It has really been a love affair with the people of Hamilton. I really want to commend you and city staff, and of course gallery staff as well, for doing the hard work that they've been doing for several years now to bring about this new relationship that you're voting on today. Just last week, as you know, tariffs on steel and aluminum were doubled. The quality of the steel product produced in Hamilton is known all around the world, and I think it's known in this room. And it will continue to be very successful. But having a great public art gallery is actually key to the recognition of quality. Hamilton, quality steel, quality art, quality people, quality downtown. It's all joined up. The role of the gallery, the role of all our cultural institutions is so important in building our confidence and our resilience at this time, when our identity and our very existence as a country are being threatened as never before since the War of 1812. When I think about the iconic works in your collection, the fact that you own the largest public collection of the much-loved work of Norval Morisseau, Alex Colville's Horse and Train, I think most people in Canada know that picture. I'm thinking, of course, of your Emily Carr, Haida Gwaii. I mean, one of her most famous paintings is here. Just so many truly great artists. We have these great paintings in Hamilton. But now, if you sign this agreement, if you vote on it today, which I hope you will, they're going to be able to say, these truly belong to me. That feeling that a city has, that these are ours, are very, very important. That is when your gallery really becomes your own. It becomes part of your living room. And I think that that's very special, and I think that that's a strong reason for voting for this new agreement. Now, maybe you can tell that I have a strong connection with Hamilton. It's through my late husband, Barry Lord, who was my life partner, my intellectual partner. We wrote 7 books together, and we established our very first office, as I've said, right here in Hamilton. He was a proud graduate of Delta High School, and he worked summers in factories and graduated from McMaster University and went on to get a scholarship to Harvard. The Hamilton Art Gallery was where he was first exposed to art and decided to make the arts his life's work. So the impact on young people really cannot be appreciated enough. The greatness of the gallery, wasn't just a little local gallery. He saw great art here. And at the time, there was also a great director. And by the way, you have a great director today. And what this makes me think, and I hope you'll think about it too, is the impact of a place like this on the creative people of the future, who are going to take the idea of Hamilton, that whatever that seed is of creativity, of innovation that's planted by going to a great gallery, and they'll apply it. They'll apply it in ways that we can't even imagine. I mean, let's face it, nobody thought there was a need in the world for museum planning. But hey, there is, And Canada has, as a result, had an impact, and so has Hamilton. People will take that creativity in new directions in science, in new directions in engineering, in new directions in industry, and that is what is going to be the ultimate gain. I think that you have a great opportunity today to make a decision that is going to benefit this wonderful city and its great residents and all its visitors by supporting a very, very sound plan to make the Art Gallery of Hamilton into a truly gem of the city.
As that was a pre-recorded video, there'll be no questions at this time. We'll move on to item C. Shelley Faulkner and Gary Graham and Scott Galbraith from the Art Gallery of Hamilton in person. There'll be a video here and a PowerPoint, and they'll be asking for 10 minutes so they can show the 5-minute video and then speak to it in the PowerPoint. And so if somebody would be kind enough to move an extension, I see Councillor Maureen Wilson and Councillor McMeekin. If we could all raise a hand in favor of extended 10 minutes. But 1 second. And
$300,000 to settle a strike that represents less than 0.01% of the city budget. Taxpayers' dollars are being wasted.
yeah, I know you're almost wrapped up. Are you almost wrapped up? Okay, thank you.
And Hamiltonian.
Thanks.
You guys are denied delegate status. 3 times I've asked if they were legal denied.
An electronic vote
Finish the
to
vote,
extend
yeah.
the
Thank you.
time to 10 minutes. That's all we have to do. So go on and vote electronically. I see Councillors Haddison and Nanner in favor. And the vote is up electronically now for those of you who have your electronic vote working. And that vote is carried, and you have 10 minutes. Take it away.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Shelley Faulkner. I am the President and CEO of the Art Gallery of Hamilton, and I'm here with Gary Graham, our Chair of the Board of Directors, and Scott Galbraith, Vice Chair of the Board. Thank you for extending the time. And I'd like to begin first by sharing our video, and then I will speak to it and some of our key priorities following the video.
The Art Gallery was actually founded with a donation of William Blair Bruce works, and there was a condition with the donation that the City of Hamilton find a suitable place to display them, and thus the Art Gallery was created. I think that's a really interesting point in Hamilton history, really unique with this gallery.
You know, any of us who are working in museums across Canada, when we hear the stories of the way that the Art Gallery of Hamilton has thought through their collection, the team at the Art Gallery of Hamilton are caretakers of the public trust to a degree that is worth emulating.
I'm always excited to come to this gallery. You guys are being led by such a powerful, strong team here. They're phenomenal. Like, very lucky to be in this collection. I'm very proud to be a part of this collection.
The Art Gallery of Hamilton collection is one of the best in Canada. There are pieces that people come back to see time and time again. And for a collection of our size, we have a remarkable number of masterworks by artists. And with the acquisition of the Tannenbaum collection, we now have European art, which is really helping establish this collection internationally.
It's really to say thank you, Hamilton. You've created one of the great cities in the world. How else can you say thank you? Great art they need. And we have the greatest. I mean, all you got to do is go to the art gallery and see what you've got there. And as the years go on, it'll even get more valuable. It's sure not going to go down.
My friend, Senator David Braley, called me one day and said, will you go with me to the Art Gallery of Hamilton? Because I want you to see firsthand something that is world class. And he explained to me that the collection at the Art Gallery of Hamilton is not just the best in Canada, in his opinion, but he said it's world class. That got my attention. I think it's imperative on us to fall in love with this investment. It serves to unite your community.
I think institutions that are called museums, call them whatever you want to, allow us to see the human exchange that can be possible from cultural objects. I think they have a very, very important function. We not only have to support them, but the people who actually are consistently committed to that purpose.
Having had the privilege to work with the Art Gallery of Hamilton on Artful Moments over the years, it's about the individual need that's being met here. Making someone feel comfortable, safe, you start the dialogue and even interaction. And it's such a wonder to see that come alive, to see the sudden love for art, and to see how that can actually enhance someone's life.
The Art Gallery of Hamilton has been somewhat of an integral part of our story. Like, it is somewhere that my dad would bring us, you know, as one of those places.
Seeing Kareem in this space with talking, and I'm just glad to be here.
Perfect.
Yeah. Pinch me, I don't want to get up.
And Hamilton is a totally different scene today. And Art Gallery of Hamilton is totally different. It is more inclusive and reaching out and opening to new ideas and in actually adding new ideas. Not only is it a cultural investment, but it's an economic investment. We create jobs in the Art Gallery of Hamilton. It's an educational opportunity. It unites our city, and it gives our people an opportunity to showcase their work in something that we have an investment in. Let's protect the Art Gallery of Hamilton. Let's continue to allow the Art Gallery to thrive, because it's a magnet that unites people from all walks of life.
Thank you for allowing us to share that video. I'd like to now share some of the key priorities and updates moving forward since our last presentation to you. As an important gathering space in the heart of the downtown, the AGH plays a prominent role in tourism, education, and the provision of special programming, like you saw in this video, to support the health and well-being of our community. As the City of Hamilton embarks upon its 10-year downtown revitalization strategy, the gallery's role will only continue to grow in scope and importance. And I'd like to highlight an update for you on goal number 7 from our strategic plan in your packages, something you've seen before. And as you can see from the slide, if we can go to the next slide, please. Coming. Thank you. These are some of the priorities that are tied to that goal: creating additional educational programming spaces and permanently installing those key masterworks from the collection, expanding the current mandate to support broad community interest in Hamilton's civic history, its important history, and important Canadian history, and of course our stories, and to provide that important Main Street access and expansion. We have been able, since our last presentation to you, to secure both federal and provincial funding over the last 2 years for capital and operational support to move some of these plans forward. Federally, approximately $2 million, and provincially, almost $1 million. And our pending federal support for this year is just under $4 million. Provincially, it's just under $500,000. And as always, we will continue to pursue grants in the years to come. And of course, these projects include things you can see and cannot see. Things like the renovation of the lobby, the upgraded elevators, and those things that are not so sexy that you can't see, like the mechanical things that protect the collection and the environment, like the chillers, et cetera. And of course, special programming and exhibition funding. We look forward to continuing to work with all of you, the city staff, the downtown business and arts communities, and our broader communities to realize and catalyze investment, increase tourism, and the overall well-being of Hamiltonians for decades to come. Funding from the city is vital to preserving and nurturing the AGH collection, which I'd like to remind everyone is the 3rd largest collection in Ontario and one of the 5 most culturally important in this country. Thank you to Hamilton City Council for your many years of support to the AGH, which has empowered the gallery to continue its legacy of enriching and strengthening the cultural fabric of this community. Thank you very much.
In the 1 minute and 16 seconds that we have, I will just say that it's a beautiful sunny morning in downtown Hamilton. I've been coming to downtown Hamilton for, I think, 42 years, I figured this morning. I was recruited to work in a beautiful new building right across the street from the Hamilton Art Gallery. out my window, I was on the other side of the building, there was a huge hole in the ground below my building. That became Cops Coliseum. I love Hamilton downtown. I've been a part of it for many, many years. I'm very proud to have brought a national law firm to this town and put 150 jobs downtown. And I don't know if I would have got the bug if I hadn't been so impressed with what I saw when I was 28 years old and first joined the company that employed me in that Standard Life building.
Thanks very much for your delegation. Are there any questions for these folks? Do you see Councillor Maureen Wilson? Go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. Thank you for being here this morning and for your presentation. I'm wondering, Delegate Faulkner, if you could just review, you referenced some monies from senior orders of government. You went through it quickly. I appreciate because your time limited. But if you wouldn't mind just repeating it, please.
Certainly. So you want the numbers that I mentioned?
Yes, please, and the status. Thank you.
Federally, almost just shy of 2 million. Provincially, almost 1 million. And our pending federal support for this year is just under 4 million.
Thank you. Provincial? The provincial is one?
One.
Yes. Thank you. And is any of that money conditional on anything, or is it yours to invest according to your priorities?
The funding are a mix of both capital and operational. Some of them have been spent, so the lobby renovation, if you walk across the street, you'll see that was from FedDev, for example. The elevators, which were completed last year, which we did in partnership with the city. City also contributed to that. Those are complete, so you could see those. And then some of the funding is programming. For example, and we have the wonderful Shelley Nero actually here today, from the federal government for the Shelley Nero exhibition that toured across Canada and started at the Smithsonian in New York.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you. I now see Councillor Clark on the list.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm mindful that we have many more delegates, so I'm trying to understand, can we ask questions of the CEO during the staff presentation, or is her time limited to now?
Yeah, if you have questions for the CEO, the best time to ask the delegate would be now. And then, of course, you have questions for staff. You can ask those when the staff report is up. So if you have questions for the CEO, I think now would be the appropriate time to do so.
Thank you. You did mention 1 million provincial, and then you said, I thought you said another figure for the province after that, something that was new.
Pending federal support?
Was 4 million.
Just under 4 million, correct.
And there's no additional pending provincial support?
Provincial, it's just under 500,000.
Just under
And that's
half.
for this year, yeah.
So is any of that funding annualized for you?
No, well, actually, some of it is. Some of the operational funding that comes through the Ontario Arts Council, for example, the province, is annualized. And the federal one that comes through for operations through the Canada Council is also annualized. So some of it is.
Thank you.
Scott's going to add to it.
Just in the context, longtime finance chair, this conversation has been going on. I've been on this board for 8 years, and I think that the bedrock of any arrangement we have with the other levels of government is contingent on a good, healthy, stable relationship with the city, which we're thrilled to be here to talk about. So I think to address the question of particularly provincial funding, the feedback has been, hey, paper your agreement with the city, and then we'll talk. So these are the amounts that we've circled. But again, we look forward to pursuing those conversations, hopefully following this conversation.
May I ask a follow-up? Deputy Mayor, and I heard what you said, Scott. Do you feel that the funding that you're receiving provincially is equitable with other art galleries in Ontario? Because for a long time, we were kind of playing catch up.
Yeah.
Have we caught up?
So yes, our funding actually provincially in the envelope that we're in the Ontario Arts Council is quite healthy. The issue for the Ontario Arts Council is that we are the largest institution they're having to fund because the size of the collection and the building. So traditionally, those collections are provincial agencies. So to give you an example, McMichael is a provincial agency. We are larger than the McMichael, both our building and our collection size. So OAC is there to fund those organizations that are not in that agency envelope. And our size is now outsized the other art galleries that are in that envelope, but we are close to the very high level with the Ontario Arts Council, one of the highest.
But we're relying on, and I'm saying that we collectively, we're relying on the Arts Council, which is the funding agent for the province, but the provincial agency art galleries are funded separately from the Art Council, correct?
Correct, because quite a few of them are Crown agencies.
Yes.
They're funded through statute, and also some of them then have whether they're Schedule A, B, C, a different relationship to the province. For example, the Art Gallery of Ontario. So they get stable funding every year.
Yes.
And it's usually that stable funding is linked to whoever owns the collection. The province is the owner of those collections and those sites, much like Royal Botanical Gardens.
Yes.
But then it's a mixed funding model too.
Thank you for that. In the report that we're receiving today, we only have financial statements up to 2023. Can you give an indication when 2024 will be available?
Sir, these are the audited financial statements for 2024. Our auditors just completed them, and they just need to be approved and finalized by our board, and our Chair of Finance, Steve Nixon, is here with us. So this is going to be done shortly, and we will get those to you as soon as they are approved by the Board of Directors.
Okay, and I don't want to break the secrecy that you have there yet. I've noticed deficits in the operations.
Correct.
Is the deficit still continuing in 2024, or have you solved that issue?
Nope, that issue is, well, we're closer to balancing, but until the audited statements are approved by the board, I can't share the details, but I will as soon as they are.
So can I ask when you believe that will happen, and when can council see them?
I think that we're going to vote this week. Yeah, we're going to vote this week, so we can share them as soon as they are approved.
Thank you. And the last question I have, and I apologize for asking so many questions. In your presentation, you indicated provide Main Street access and expansion. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, the last time we presented to you, we shared the feasibility study. And that feasibility study was completed with the support of the federal government. So that pending funding I mentioned is for stage 2 of the feasibility study, which would be the architectural schematic drawings that we would be going to tender for that Main Street access.
And are you confident in the $4 million that is slated to come from the feds?
Well, every grant we put in, we are always hopeful. We have done remarkably well compared to our colleagues across this country in terms of grants. The federal government supported the feasibility study, and they usually typically support the projects that they begin to support. And it is the same federal department that supported the feasibility study.
Pay for it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I apologize for the questions, but it's the only way I can get questions to them outside of our staff report. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, last speaker on our list for you folks is Councillor Kassar.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you very much for the delegation. I just have one question. If you would, can you speak to the work that the Art Gallery has done to find efficiencies and try to make ends meet? Because, you know, the ask to the committee is a financial ask, and I think it would be helpful to have context on the effort that the AGH has already put in to make ends meet so that we can consider that in our decision. Thank you.
Absolutely. We have a finance committee that meets every single month. I'm celebrating my 10th year with the gallery this year, and one of the big jobs that we have been working at has been managing costs, expenses. And we, as you know, inflation and costs have increased over the last few years. So to give you some idea of the things that we have addressed, if you notice our hours, we had to reduce and restrict the hours that we are open to the general public. We remain open for the school tours and the private book tours, but we have had to reduce and restrict our hours. We have had to reduce and restrict staffing. We have one of the largest collections as you know, the third largest in the province. We have the smallest curatorial team in the province, in the country, for a collection that size, in addition to other departments. One of the reasons most people don't know those famous works of art are at the Art Gallery of Hamilton is our marketing budget has been reduced to almost nothing, very, very little. So everywhere we can, we have saved and scrimped. And of course, the staff are resilient and extremely hardworking. I don't know if, Gary, you wanted to add as well.
Well, the other thing is you're not only trying to save your way to break even, you can also try and earn revenue to get to break even. And we do a lot of that. We run a very successful special events wedding business there. And thank God for the good work that those people do. They've carried us through some of our worst times.
But I'd like to add that as a not-for-profit, we're restricted as to how much earned revenue we can make or we lose our not-for-profit status, which Revenue Canada made quite clear to me a couple of years ago when we were doing too well.
That was not a fun one, yeah.
Yeah, so we have to balance that success with our core mandate.
Thanks very much, folks. You can take your seat and we'll go on to the next delegation.
Thank you.
In this part of our agenda, we have 3 more delegations with respect to the Art Gallery of Hamilton. Next up is Grenow, Smokestack Studio in person.
Why no questions for the Hamilton Water employees?
Go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you.
Again, just a reminder, we don't condone any kinds of comments targeting individual members of our staff. Council remains accountable to the public. If you have comments for council, we're right here. And you can find us outside this chamber as well. I know folks are leaving now. Okay, go ahead.
Thanks. Oh, sorry. Oh, it's not. There we are. All right. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. Thanks to all the councillors and of course, all the people here. My name is Grenow. I run a little place here in Hamilton called Smokestack Studio. And I'm here to speak a little bit about success today, and success in terms of how it looks when we're connected with the Art Gallery of Hamilton. About 12 years ago, I opened up this studio, and it was a spot for me to personally make my own artwork. I'm not from Hamilton, but one of the things that brought me here was the Art Gallery of Hamilton and the arts community. I saw it as a viable path for me to be able to open up a business and get connected with the wider arts community. Smokestack has benefited from the engagement with the Art Gallery of Hamilton and the support that they create within the community. We're a printmaking space, and we make projects with artists across a wide variety of the spectrum. So these are artists who are coming and working with us to make all kinds of work, which ultimately gets shown in places like the Art Gallery of Hamilton. Those cross-pollinations help build a larger community. So how does the AGH support business in this community? When we talk about the importance of the AGH, we can't overlook the ways in which it supports the community, both independently with artists and businesses alike. As a pillar in the city, the AGH functions as a meeting place for all kinds of people and ideas. For those who might not be aware, the AGH is one of the best curatorial reputations and robust permanent collections of any major institution in Canada. It's not only nationally well regarded, but it's also internationally well regarded. Last year alone, it was interesting for me because I had an opportunity to go out into the world, the wider world, to go and see a number of exhibitions and participate in delegations. And who did I meet in Venice, of all places? Shelley Falconer, the director of the AGH. And I thought that was really interesting because here in our own community, we see the AGH, but to see that out in the international stage or on the international stage was tremendous. Another artist who we work with at Smokestack is Shelley Nero. Shelley's work was featured at the Smithsonian Institute. It's a tremendously large organization. That is because at the AGH, there's such a robust curatorial team that is building these programs to head out into the wider world, as well as be here in Hamilton. And it's a great way that, that they're connecting people. On many occasions at Smokestack, we've been able to collaborate with the AGH, and we've helped produce artwork that's shown there, as I said, both in solo exhibitions and group exhibitions. We've also been connected to the AGH Art Sales and Services program. That program helps generate revenue for the AGH, and they've called upon us many times to help support some of their endeavors, as well as now we're beginning to do projects that are designed to function both in the AGH and at places like Smokestack. In terms of the overall impact of the importance of culture and culture workers in the city, I think with the small number of major institutions in Canada, we're incredibly lucky to have one of the best here in Hamilton. It's no secret that Hamilton's an artistic and cultural hotbed. I've always been, it's always been that way, but I think now we're realizing it more so than ever. Having places like the AGH, building our community and building connections between community endeavors in the arts makes this city really cool. And I think that people like cool things. And that's what's going to bring people to this city and keep people here. When it's cool, that's where ideals happens. And I think that there are lots of important issues, but it's really important that we keep artists here and give them spots that are sustainable for our arts community. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I ask the people in the gallery to let the delegates speak. You're welcome to delegate and ask to delegate if you wish to. I'd ask you not to interrupt members of the public while they're trying to speak. So, are there any questions for this delegate? I don't see any questions for the delegate from members of council at this time. Thank you so much. You can take your seat. We'll go on to the next delegate. Thank you. Next delegate is Kirsten Beattie and Amanda Tolino from the Hamilton-Wentworth District School Board and Hamilton-Wentworth Catholic District School Board, and it's a pre-recorded video which will play when clerks have got it queued up.
My name is Kirsten Beattie, and I am the grade 1 to 8 special assignment arts teacher for the Hamilton-Wentworth District School Board. I'm here to express my deep appreciation for the Art Gallery of Hamilton and to advocate for continued sustainable funding for this vital institution. What truly sets the AGH apart is the thoughtfulness and passion they bring to their educational programming. I can confidently say that their impact on students and educators has been transformative. The team doesn't just create lessons, they design meaningful, inclusive experiences that meet the needs of real students in real classrooms. And while we know that not all of our students will go on to have careers in the arts, the benefits of these programs reach far beyond that. The arts connect us. They help young people build confidence, learn to problem solve, and think creatively. These are skills they will carry into every aspect of their lives, no matter the path they choose. The arts are not a luxury. They are a vital part of helping our students grow into successful, contributing members of our community. The Art Gallery of Hamilton gives our students something they don't get anywhere else: access to professional artists, to high-quality instruction, and to a space, whether in the gallery or in the classroom, where their creativity is genuinely nurtured. This isn't just about art. It's about belonging, expression, and opportunity. The AGH has been an anchor in this city for over a century, and its educational work is one of its greatest contributions to Hamilton's future. I strongly encourage Council to support the Gallery's request for sustainable funding. Our students, our teachers, and our entire community will continue to benefit from it.
Tanishi, Kiawao, Dinishtikaz, Miss Ottolino. That's what I would say to students. But in my official language, I've said, hello, how is everybody? My name is Amanda Ottolino. I'm currently the Indigenous Education, Truth and Reconciliation Consultant for kindergarten to grade 12 with the Hamilton Wentworth Catholic District School Board. A great deal of my work is in supporting a number of teachers, other educators within the system, and bringing Indigenous perspectives into their classrooms. The AGH, in terms of alignment with those values that we have at the school board, was right on par. They were looking at, throughout their strategic plan, they were looking at definitely creating indigenizing spaces, creating programming to add to these educational spaces already. And the other thing we really had in common in terms of a link and an alignment and vision was to celebrate local culture. And I can't explain how important those aligning values have been. We have supported our teachers in the system with introducing them to the idea that we want our students and our educators and our other workers in the system to leave our buildings with a good understanding of the communities around them, the Haudenosaunee community, the Mississauga community, the Métis community, as well as the Innu community that's here in Hamilton. And we've been able to do that and explore that from K to 12 with the AGH, given its partnerships with so many wonderful local Indigenous artists that we've had the chance to work with. We have yet to find another provider in the community who has the capacity to support us in navigating these relationships with community members, and who also is so collaborative with the community as well as the HWCDSB in creating new programs that are responsive to student need, which is really unique as well. I'm a person who explored museums and libraries and cultural institutions as a young child and was introduced to them as places of learning. And when we lose these important institutions, whether we lose them in terms of the collections we're unable to, even physically house, whether we lose these collections in terms of the damages that have maintained over the years in terms of not having enough money to support the program to renew those collections, when we lose that, we're losing a place of learning. It is just as vital as losing a school, and it's just as heartbreaking to see some of these institutions shut down like we shut down schools, because the impact for student learning is huge, especially here in the Art Gallery of Hamilton, like I said, in terms of localizing the culture and having our students understand civic pride. And really and truly, when we lose these places that are housing some of our important Indigenous story work, I don't know if we're actively engaging in real meaningful reconciliation that way. The AGH has proved to be one of those very safe spaces for our students. They've enjoyed coming back. We've had students who have carried on in contact with some of the artists they've met. We've had students reach out to their teachers to say, can we plan just a class trip to go? And that's all from student impact and student voice, just from them being in the walls of this building and exploring what the gallery has to offer.
Thanks very much. And last delegate on the subject, Tom Wilson. And Tom, you can raise the desk up a little bit. You're tall if you want. There's a little button on the side there. Thanks, Councillor.
Oh my God. I tech you guys. Oh.
Want to make sure we can hear you as loudly and clearly as we can. Take it away whenever you're ready.
I'm going to do my best.
We would not love that.
It's, thank you. Friends, I can't believe you let me in here again. My name is Dr. Tom Wilson. Deo Hahage, thank you very much. When I see you at Fortino's, I expect you to refer me to as Dr. Tom Wilson. Deo Hahage, Mohawk, Ganawage, Sego. I can't believe this. Anyways, I was hoping to speak about my volumes of parking tickets, but Shelley has advised me to save that for another day. As a guy who's been alive in this city for 66 years now, I understand the role that accessibility to broader culture and free artistic expression has played amongst generations of Hamilton artists, thinkers, poets, and dreamers who have gone on to make important contributions to this city, this country, and to people around the world. As kids, a lot of them, like me, realized that I could not get where I wanted to go in this world on a steady diet of Gilligan's Island and the Flintstones reruns. And as entertaining as those American TV shows were, they did not light the fire in us to want to go forward and make a difference in this world. Seeing art up close did. It opened up the doors of possibilities to me. I wanted to challenge, to try to create something positive in this world that was not here yesterday, and I know mayor and councilors, that's what everyone in this room is trying to do here now, today and every day. It's the unselfish task of giving something that will inspire our children and grandchildren to make this a better world for them to live in. Art stands alone to educate and guide us in every way that does not exist in any other platform. I see a lot of us looking around the same age here. I'm 66. Actually, some of you look better than me, that's for sure. I hope that you're younger than me. God help Hamilton if you ain't. So together, we all have noticed that 66 years of changes in this city has also robbed us of parts of our past. Positive progress does not come without showing respect for where we were, who we are, and where we want to be. I believe we must step into the future surrounded by rich culture that will inspire generations to come. 7 generations. Generations that will have no idea who any of us are. Maybe they'll wonder if we had a part in preserving and respecting these treasures that live just across the street from us. I hope our future generations will have the same opportunity to stare into Alex Colville's Horse and Train and be swallowed by its deep mystery and its dark attention to fate and mortality. I hope. I hope maybe 7 generations from now will wonder if their great-great-great-grandmother or grandfather also stood in front of this framed canvas and felt the same way we did. Imagine the impact of art crossing over our own blood into the future. Now that's exciting to me. These future generations will certainly feel the history of this city and its attention to preservation and respect to art and to positive progress. And they'll wonder if we were a part of this preservation. The Art Gallery of Hamilton is older and wiser than any of us. It holds some of our greatest moments as a city and as a country. It also continues today and every day to open up the doors of possibilities to the minds of the young and the old, the poets, the innovators, the dreamers, and the inventors, and it reminds them to walk through these doors with bravery, integrity, and honor. Thank you for listening, friends.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wilson. On that note, I don't see any questions for Tom, so I'll ask if we can have a vote. A mover and seconder first to receive the delegations on this item, moved by Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. By show of hands, everyone in favor of receiving the delegations? That is everyone. And if you have questions or thoughts or comments or wishes, we can save those for the report. We're on to the next round of our delegations, and a couple things I want to caution here is we're getting to 11 o'clock. In terms of the in-person delegates and those who wish to delegate virtually, we have about 40 minutes worth of delegate speaking time. And if we exercise a bit of caution around how many questions we ask, I think we can get out by 12. And I'll apologize in advance if we don't get to every delegate before noon, but we'll be breaking at noon. First up, Carl Andress, respecting the feasibility of the development of a new HSR fare program to assist disabled riders from Accessibility Committee for Persons with Disabilities minutes from May 13, 2025. We will, of course, take a vote at the end of these delegations to receive them all. Carl, you've been here before. Take it away whenever the microphone lights up.
So, two things. Why did the clerk schedule me after that? I don't know. It's a tough act to follow. Second, how did I not know this was adjustable? How many times have I been here? Anyway, I've come here to talk about the Fare Assist program that is failing Hamilton residents. It's almost 1 year into its pilot, and it has not done what staff indicated that it would, or that the aspirations of the program were supposed to be. It in fact has marginalized those folks with disabilities, caused them more trauma in terms of accessing the public transit system. It no longer allows folks with mobility devices, accessibility devices, those who are blind, to step on the transit system, to choose to pay if they can or not if they cannot. It is a means-tested program that is very difficult to access. It requires a Presto card. It requires a 6-page application. It is a very difficult program to access, and I believe that it has also generated $660,000 in revenue for the city of Hamilton. So unlike the previous iterations of the two Fare Assist programs, one 50% discount for those who were on ODSP, OW, and those who were working poor, as well as the free accessibility access for folks with disabilities, which cost approximately $1.1 million a year. This is actually generating revenue. It's also costing our social service providers an additional at least 30% with an increase in ticket redemptions compared to 2023. So we have downloaded the cost of this accessibility program onto our social service providers by forcing them to buy more tickets from the City of Hamilton and from the HSR to provide those to their clients. And I would really urge you to heed the advice of your own accessibility committee and take a look at this program, revisit it, ask staff if there's not a better way to do what is being done, because it's not working for folks the way that it has been implemented. And we're at the 1 year mark, and now's a perfect time for you folks to request that staff take a second look at this program and maybe build something that's a little more just and a little bit more ethical and a little bit more serving for those, especially with disabilities in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Andress. Are there any questions for the delegate at this time? I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much. We'll move on to our next delegate. And what I'll be doing, just so folks know, is I'll be skipping over any pre-recorded delegations. We'll hear those at the end of this so that we can ensure that the folks who are here virtually and in person can speak. Next up, virtually, Tim Nolan from the Accessibility Hamilton Alliance. And we'll queue Tim up here. I believe Tim is joining us by audio only at this time. And so I will wait until Tim can hear us and can speak once he's been unmuted. Okay, and I think that what I'm hearing from our legislative team is that we're good to go. So Tim.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now, Tim. Yep, speak as loud as you can if you don't mind, Tim. It's a bit of a low volume, so if you speak as loud as you can, thank you so much.
Okay. The fact that I have to delegate to GIC today via telephone is an indication of some of the continued challenges around accessibility within the city. Delegating by telephone was not my preference, but for reasons of technology, it was probably the simplest way to go. That said, transit is often a challenge for people in this city. And that challenge is exacerbated with the current transit program that the HSR and council have approved. So, we've been, no pun intended, we've been down this road before, and people with disabilities in this community have stepped back in a way to allow the existing program to play itself out. That said, all of the data that has been provided to you thus far supports what has been said in the past, that the existing bus fare program as it applies to people with disabilities is incomplete, insufficient, and a bit of a challenge. As taking something away from what I've heard all morning from the other delegations is access, pure and simple. Access to our community is critical for a thriving community. And people with disabilities, particularly those who live at or below the poverty line, don't enjoy the same access that others have privilege to enjoy. And the DJNO and the AHA have been working diligently for the last year or so on this issue, trying to find a way to promote a more not just accessible, but more meaningful and more caring approach to transportation for people with disabilities in this city who are challenged in a number of ways. So we were able to finally get the endorsement of the advisory committee, the accessibility committee for persons with disabilities on this matter. And before you today is a recommendation from the ACPD. That recommendation has been developed in a number of ways and in consultation with a number of people from the community in ways that the HSR did not consult prior. So, hopefully on behalf of the AHA and on behalf of people with disabilities, and perhaps mostly on behalf of those people with disabilities who cannot afford transit and have no other means of accessing their community, hopefully you will see wisdom in the recommendation and that collectively you will ask the HSR or direct the HSR to undertake a fulsome review of what transit for people with disabilities ought to look like in this city. That recommendation is supported by the communication from the Human Rights Commission in 2013, and it is fully supported by the community at large. So thank you very much. Happy to respond to any questions.
Thanks for your delegation today, Tim. I don't see anybody on the speakers list at this time as a question. Oh, pardon me. We have the manual speakers list occurring at this time. Councillor Tattison.
Sorry. Tim, you mentioned that your committees did research that wasn't previously taken by HSR. Could you go into just a short, brief history of that research?
Yeah, so we've not only consulted with disability groups, but there is a transportation coalition, and the transportation coalition is made up of people with disabilities, people with lived experience, and organizations or agencies that support people with disabilities. And we did a community consultation on this matter last fall, and we gathered all of the information, and it has resulted in the recommendation before you today, although although the recommendation before you today is not perhaps as fulsome as some would have liked, but at the very least, we hope it's sufficient to satisfy the wishes of council, so that a more comprehensive and a more fulsome inquiry can be conducted on what transit ought to look like for people with disabilities in this community. Councillor, I hope I've answered your question. Please advise if you'd like me to explain more.
No, you've got it, Tim. Thank you for your delegation today.
Thank you. Seeing no other delegates, virtual or manual, we will now go on to the next delegate. Thank you very much, Delegate Nolan.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We're going to go past the 2 pre-recorded delegates at this time and go to our next in-person delegate. Item E is Jose Biffield from Acorn Hamilton. Whenever you're able to make it up here. Since we're kind of at the halfway point of delegations for today, I'll just remind everybody you get 5 minutes. There'll be 2 dings. Otherwise, wait for the little light to come on and you're good to go, and you can move the desk up and down using the little switch on the side.
Okay. So, hello members of the Hamilton Community City Council staff and city staff members and members of the general public. My name is OJ Biffield. I am the co-chair of Hamilton's Acorn Stony Creek chapter, and I'm a tenant in Ward 5. I'm here to support the Fair Council Coalition's call for a new complementary fare system, and I'm also speaking for my neighbors in Riverdale West who couldn't be here today. Not because they didn't want to be, but because they couldn't physically access the transit system to get here. I want to speak plainly. Hamilton needs a completely free transit fare program for disabled riders. Not a discount, not a limited subsidy, fully free. Right now, far too many disabled residents are being pushed to the margins by a transit system that isn't built with their realities in mind. Many rely on the HSR as their only means of transportation. But it's not enough for the buses to have ramps or low floors if people can't afford to ride them regularly. When you're living on ODSP, CPPD, or fixed income, even a few dollars a ride can become a serious barrier. And for those who use mobility devices, there's added stresses, not knowing whether the bus will have space, whether you'll be able to board, or whether you'll be left waiting and possibly late for a critical medical appointment, a work shift, or other critical services. This isn't just convenience, it's about access, dignity, and being able to participate in everyday life. No one should have to choose between getting groceries and getting to the doctor. No one should be cut off from their community because they can't afford the fare. That's why I'm here today to urge council to direct staff to create a complementary fare program specifically for disabled HSR riders, one that fully removes the cost barrier and recognizes mobility as a right, not a privilege. This isn't a radical idea, it's a necessary one. If Hamilton is serious about being an inclusive city, one where people can age with dignity, participate in community life fully, then this is a step we have to take. Let's build a transit system that works for everybody. Thank you.
I don't see any folks with a question, so OJ, thanks so much. You can take your seat and we'll go on to the next delegate. The next delegate is Kayla Leit from Acorn Hamilton, who's also speaking in person.
A little too short, sorry. Okay. My name's Kayla Leit, and I'm the East End Chair of Hamilton Acorn, a tenant of Ward 4, and I'm here to support the Fair Fares Coalition call for a new complementary fare system, and for all the people I know who need to be able to work, live, and move around in the city affordably. I live with a disability myself, and I know it's something I'll be navigating for the rest of my life. In reality, my condition will get worse, likely over time. I need more support, more access, and more understanding from the systems around me. And I'm not alone in that. Most people, if they live long enough, will face disability at some point. It's not rare, it's normal, it's human. That's why I'm speaking today to support the motion to make a complimentary fare program for disabled riders in Hamilton. We hear a lot about this city's goal to be the best place to raise a child or age successfully, but but if we're serious about that, then we need to make sure people can get around. Because right now, too many disabled folks are being left behind at home, missing appointments, losing out on opportunities to stay connected because the cost of getting on the bus is too high, or the system isn't built for them in mind. Living with a disability is already hard enough. It shouldn't come with extra financial stress just to do the basics, like get to the doctor, see family, or pick up the groceries. As someone who knows I'll need these services more and more as time goes on, I'm asking, what kind of city are we building for people like me? A city that truly cares about inclusion doesn't wait for people to hit a crisis point. It builds supports in before they're needed. Free transit for disabled riders isn't just a nice idea. It's something we owe to the people now and for our future selves. If Hamilton really wants to be a place where people can grow up and grow old with dignity, this is one of the steps we need to take. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I don't see any folks with a question for you at this time, so you're welcome to take your seat. We'll go to our next in-person delegate, and that person is David Antunes. And David, make your way up to the front, take your time, and when you get there, your delegation will begin.
Sorry. Am I good? You guys can hear me from here? Yeah. Oh, awesome. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. All right, I guess I can start, or?
You can start whenever you're ready. Go ahead.
I mean, you may have noticed I had a little struggle getting up here. I have a fractured foot. It is something that I had been emailing the city about for about 3 years. I got some responses back from the mayor's office telling me it was going to be forwarded to the road department. I fell again, and eventually I stopped sending emails because the same answer kept coming, but I kept getting no response or the same response. And again, early last month I was walking, and this time I fell, but this time I hurt myself seriously. I ended up in the hospital for 2 nights with a broken foot, which doesn't sound like a big deal, but I'm diabetic on top of it, which caused more issues. I think the fact that the city knew of this spot, and I can tell you exactly where it is, for over 3 years and did nothing about it, is a shame. It's something you should be ashamed of. It is the spot right beside where we're putting up some new buildings down at the Hamilton City Center, the old Eaton Center. It's been horrible for years. People who can see tell me how terrible it is. So everybody knows, and yet nothing's been done. And now you're leaving disabled people to try to find their own ways to get places. Sometimes we will have to walk because, let's be honest, on disability, not enough money's made to even pay for our groceries. I don't know how you expect us to pay an extra $250 per bus trip. Maybe it's even less than that now, I'm not sure. My other issue is that in the wintertime, when there's a snowstorm and I want to leave my house, I can't. I cannot do it because there is snow on about half, maybe 3/4 of the sidewalks, which I know is the responsibility of the homeowner to do, to clean. It's not done, and the city does nothing about it. And so people are now comfortable not shoveling their sidewalks, and I'm stuck in my building for 5 or 6 hours, or 5 or 6 days until the snow finally starts to melt. On top of it, last summer, as I was walking right down James Street North, between Main and King, there's a city parking lot there, and for some reason, one of the parking lot dividers was pulled out onto the sidewalk. I fell, and luckily I didn't break my arm, but I hurt it quite badly. It was in a sling for about a month and a half. These are things that the city needs to realize is your responsibility. You need to fix these things, because if you're going to force us to find other ways to get places, you're going to need to make it safe for us to get there. And now I know there's another question you're going to ask while I'm walking down James Street North. Why don't I just cross the street? Here's another problem. There are 0, and let's count them, 0 audible crosswalks between King and Barton Street on James Street North, which is probably one of the more popular parts of our city. Then you walk over to Ottawa Street between Main and Barton. I think I counted 1 audible crosswalk. There are advanced screens, which is ridiculous if you expect people with disability or with vision impairment to be able to get across the street when they can't tell when the cars are going. So it's just the responsibilities of the city are being completely ignored. And on top of it, last time, and I understand that these councilors are no longer here, but our council was comfortable coming out and saying that people were taking the bus and then folding up whatever their assistive device was, and then walking off the bus. Now, let me explain why this is not only ableist and not only absolutely insufferable, but also is a danger to your community. Because first and foremost, if you've ever hurt yourself and been told to wear a brace for 4 weeks, and at 2 weeks you decide you're feeling okay, you're gonna take that brace off and go for a walk, and realize later that it hurt too much and you shouldn't have done it, that's pretty bad already. Now imagine having to live your entire life like that. And now because council has gone out, elected people, have gone out and said that we're faking it, I'm now getting accosted in the streets by people of my own community telling me that I'm faking being disabled because I don't need to have my cane fully extended every time. I don't want to talk about Presto passes. They're ridiculous and they're impossible for a blind person to fill out themselves or get ready themselves. Or even getting on the bus, trying to find how to tap it. The city is not built for us, and we need more help from you. We deserve more help from you, and you should all be ashamed. Thank you. Questions, or am I good?
Thank you. I don't see any questions for you this time, David. Oh, pardon me. I apologize, David. If you don't mind waiting for a moment, I do see a manual motion there from Councillor McMeekin.
Yes, thanks for your presentation. Where's the spot where you tripped 3 times and it wasn't getting
it's
fixed?
much more than 3 times, but it's on James Street North between King and Yonge, right beside where the old the city center was, the mall that's being turned into condos.
Just describe that again for me. I'm writing this down. I'm a little slow.
Between York and King William. On the west side of the street, right beside where the Eaton Center was. It's related to that sidewalk. It's right beside Jackson Square. That whole sidewalk is terrible.
Okay, thanks.
All of Jackson Square is.
The whole city is pretty bad. There's not a real spot that I can walk without suffering falling, but.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
On to our next in-person delegation from Mary Love of the Council of Canadians Hamilton chapter.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you on behalf of the Hamilton chapter for giving me this opportunity to address you. We are part of the Fair Coalition. Right now, the Council of Canadians is working on a campaign called Unite for the Canada We Want. That Canada is inclusive, accessible to all, and based on social justice and human rights, not on corporate power and its narrow focus on profitability. We believe that a more equitable Canada is not only possible, but necessary for Canada to thrive. And we believe that a new HSR fare program to assist disabled riders should be feasible and is necessary for everyone in our city to feel included in our transit system as our city moves toward our future Hamilton. I live in Ward 7, but I spend a lot of time downtown and I take transit almost daily, as does our chapter's co-chair. And here's what I see. People with disabilities of all kinds in this city are struggling, and those who are both poor and disabled are really hurting. On the bus, I see firsthand the strain of people using a walker to pull out cash or a card, pay, and get safely seated before the bus takes off. One man took the rest of his whole trip to get his broken down wallet back in order and safely stowed. It's hard to watch, and it's not really necessary to make someone with a disability struggle that hard just to get on a bus, is it? Hundreds of people are hurting enough to line up for hours in all weathers waiting for charity food on Saturday mornings. It's a grueling process. Here's what one woman told members of our Transit Issues Coalition this last winter. I have a severe back injury and must avoid falling at all costs, so the walker gives me stability. Since the voluntary pay program ended, I have had to cut back on visits to a local community center. They give me a ticket home from outreach programs, but since the voluntary pay program ended, I often can't afford to get to the programs. I'm not yet a senior, and my ODSP benefits don't stretch far enough to cover many of the transit trips I would otherwise take. This woman further said, I think the councillors should actually come down to Gore Park on a Saturday morning and see for themselves how people are suffering in this city. It's great to have the free food, especially for those like myself who have special dietary needs and couldn't afford some of them in the stores. But I feel badly for the many elderly people lining up in the cold week after week. That's what someone told us. Transit costs add up over the month for those who can't afford a pass, and even a small emergency like needing light bulbs can add an unexpected trip that cancels out somewhere else a person needed or wanted to go, leading to less social inclusion, which we know is bad for mental and even physical health, especially as we all continue to emerge from COVID's shadow. So I hope we agree that, sadly, Hamilton is a city hurting, and not just in the downtown core either. The Hamilton chapter calls on you to put your fiduciary responsibility ahead of a more narrow fiscal lens when considering the way forward on transit decisions. Fiduciary responsibility, in a nutshell, is the duty of the powerful to keep faith with the vulnerable. Is a reported gain of $600,000 into the HSR coffers since the axing of the voluntary pay program really something to celebrate? The Hamilton chapter of the Council of Canadians submits to you that the negative impact of the end of the program on vulnerable Hamiltonians far outweighs any perceived positive effect of this relatively small coffers gain at their expense. This committee's choice is whether you will continue to add another financial anxiety and mobility burden onto the backs of those who can least withstand it, those for whom a 30% discount is not enough, or whether you will unanimously pass the motion before you today, as our chapter respectfully urges you do. As a community, we can afford to give people who need it a better break on transit rides. So let's look into doing just that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary. Oh, I see a manual indication here from Councillor Pauls.
Hello,
And
Esther.
how are you?
I'm well, you too.
Through the chair, I just want to say that even, I think it was last week, it was a disability week, and I did a rock and roll with Auntie Frisina at a park, and there were, I don't know, 20 people, and able people were on a wheelchair trying to navigate. And I understand, and I tried, I couldn't keep the wheelchair straight, and it was very frustrating. So able people sometimes don't realize the disability, especially when David spoke.
Sorry, Councillor Pauls, your question?
Yeah,
Thank
my
you.
question is, with people with disability with wheelchair, how much harder it is to go on a bus. And I just actually wanted to make a comment that we do understand about sidewalks and curbs and all that, and to help them navigate their life by going on a bus, whether it's with a wheelchair or whether
There's lots of time for comments later, so can you just clarify your question? I didn't quite get it. Go ahead. Can you ask it again?
Have you seen people with wheelchair trying to go in a bus and their struggles?
Absolutely, especially because the Presto reader is not in a good place for many people's wheelchair. And if they have a dog with them as well, trying to coordinate the dog and other people that don't really pay much attention to what's going on, and the wheelchair and the Presto, it is extremely difficult. So fair voluntary pay is not only good for vulnerable people, it keeps the buses moving faster, and it's just barrier-free is what we need.
Thank you for that, and thank you for being the eyes of that. I have to admit, I don't take the bus often, so I don't see it, but realizing last week with Disability Week and seeing the struggle that people in wheelchair as well go through, so that opened my eyes. So thank you, Mary, for coming.
You're very welcome, Esther.
Thank you, Mary. There are no further questions. You can take your seat. Thank you so much, Mary. We'll move on to our second last delegation that is either in person or virtual, and that is Brad Evoy from the Disability Justice Network of Ontario. And whenever you are ready, Brad, and got yourself down here, you can begin. For those watching the agenda closely, we have James Kemp who will be joining us virtually, and then we have 2 pre-recorded delegations after that.
All right, folks. I want to first thank everyone here in the coalition and our broader networks of support, and for everyone who's here, who's spoken so far, and for everyone here in the gallery that's been hearing these words today and speaking up. The core reality that unites all of us here today is that we are speaking to the economic and social pressures placed on poor, working class, disabled people here in Hamilton. Whether we're talking about transit riders, whether we're talking about the experience of unhoused folks here in this city, whether we're talking about workers who are currently on strike. Now, you've heard from many of us here today who experience the realities of increasing cost, of lacking access, of whole parts of our community not being able to afford to effectively get where they want to be. In past delegations, we've told you the history of accessible transit fares in Hamilton since the Second World War. We've told you that the issues brought about by current programs has caused many low-income disabled riders to stop riding and miss medical appointments and other important parts of their lives. But we're here now to open a new chapter and demand a chance to work with your staff and our whole community to build a new program for a new fare for disabled riders. We need to be at the table to make this work, and to have the voices of disabled people be actively a part of building a new program. Now, as you've heard from many here about what that should look like, but this is simply about the opportunity to build a better, fair fare for the common good of all Hamiltonians, and to recognize the increased cost it is simply to be disabled in this city. This can be the start of something new, and it's even more necessary than it was before. As we know, all forms of social assistance in this province are failing disabled people here in Hamilton. ODSP is not enough. OW is not enough. WSIB is not enough. And the Canada Disability Benefit certainly won't be enough. And we know that costs are so high and rents are so out of control that disabled Hamiltonians are here in this very chamber, unhoused and demanding justice. We also know that the city is making $660,000 off the current reduced fare program. And we also know that even more costs are being downloaded to social service agencies through the purchasing of tickets for low-income and disabled riders. We know also from the city's own reports that even those registered and approved for the existing programs are under 3,000 people that have activated their discounts, in part because of barriers and access barriers in the process. But all that we're asking of you today is simple. Pass this motion from the ACPD and start a new process to build a program with disabled riders. That's it. That's all that we're asking you for today. It's all good. We're not even asking for a new fare today. Just an honest chance to build a pilot for one with our community. Now, to all of you in staff, I want to say, we want to make sure that disabled riders have an active part for what this program will look like. That is the purpose of this motion. And ultimately, this should be the standard of how all decisions are made here in Hamilton. That people who are directly affected by decisions made here in this room are not left scrambling to understand new programs or decisions from the city, or worse, harmed by those decisions without ever getting a voice in how the city can do better. That could have saved us a lot of trouble in a lot of different situations, but we can do better this time if you'll let us. Just let us be part of the process from the start. Pass this motion, build a real collaborative process with staff to make this happen, and let's build a fair fare for low-income disabled riders.
Thank you very much, Brad. I am going to look to our speakers list at this time to see if there's anybody. I see Councillor McMeekin on the list.
Thanks, Chair. I'd yield to Councillor Taddison if he was, no, he's not on the list. Okay, thanks for your presentation. Just an observation around the horseshoe. Not that long ago, there was a decision to refer the matter back to the committee. That was a wise decision. I think your request is something we should appropriately look at, and I'm hopeful that we can, having taken the step to actually refer and ask for advice, might take it.
Could you make that into a question, Councillor McMeekin, for the benefit of the delegate?
Would you like us to do that?
So, Councillor McMeekin, I certainly would like you to do that. I'd like you to do a few things. I'd like you to pass this motion. I'd like to see that this process is collaborative, that staff consult with a broader community, that we're actually part of the decision-making, and that becomes the standard here in Hamilton. And I would also just like to say there are other folks in this gallery who want to talk to you right now, and I hope that you do.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't see any further speakers at this time. Oh, I see now. Pardon me, I lied on the speakers list. Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. Just a so it's on the ACBD minutes. I think you'll know it's Appendix A. It's the report that DJNO did to talk about some of those consultations there. I really appreciated that. It's not included on our agenda today, but it's not hard to find either. Is there any kind of parts of that? You've talked about it before, the consultation, the desire to engage with folks about some of their lived experiences. Just want to maybe make this opportunity, because as we go further on in the conversation, we won't necessarily be there. Is there just a comment on the report or its recommendations? It seems largely in line of what you're discussing here. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to discuss that report if there is anything you'd like to share from it.
Yeah, there were a few things in the recommendation from the report that did not make it into this motion, and I would want to raise a few of them. So I think that, it's very clear from our consultations that folks really want to see this, also focus specifically on low-income riders. Additionally, to ensure that there's broader consultations with the wider disability communities here in Hamilton, including post-secondary students and secondary students, as well as folks in institutional, residential institutions as well. And I think the other piece that's really important to this is also looking at other means of proof of program enrollment. So, currently it's through a tax assessment. There's a lot of barriers to tax assessments within the broader community, and a lot of folks have already done a lot of paperwork and a lot of pieces to get on systems like ODSP, OW, the Canada Disability Benefit, WSIB, etc. And, to make things simpler for transit riders, it would be great to have more options to enroll rather than simply using a tax assessment that, like, for example, if someone's injured and, needs to access this discount, if there's a delay from a tax assessment from 1 year to when their injury takes place, it's going to take them longer to actually get the actual enrollment into a discount. So I think that being able to have multiple pathways towards the discount is something that we've heard very consistently from folks, especially those who are already on social assistance programs that have done all the work that's necessary to get there.
Thank you. I appreciated that elaboration. I certainly valued the report, and so thank you for producing that and having it be a part of this.
Thank you.
And not seeing any further speakers at this time. Thank you very much, Brad. And we'll move to our next delegate.
Thank you, Councillor.
Who is James Kemp and is joining us virtually.
Hello, can everybody see me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Sorry.
Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you for everybody. Thank you, Deputy Mayor and members of the General Initiative Committee. Thank you for taking time to hear from me today. I'm kind of winging it today because I'm cleanup and I wasn't sure what everybody was going to get to. So I won't rehash a lot of the things that I've come to speak to you before about this issue. I know I've come to you a lot. I won't speak specifically to the barriers created by the current program. I would like to take a moment to thank everyone for working collaboratively, all the different organizations that put together the report that was just discussed as Appendix A. It was really great to see the community's actual collaborative input, something that we would have hoped to have seen in the first initial stage. So I want to thank everybody, and I want to thank all the delegates for coming out and speaking to this issue. It's an example of proper consultation with the community. So as Brad mentioned, it should be continued. One thing I would like to say is that the new program would also include a shortcoming in the old program or the old programs, in that it didn't cover or include people with invisible disabilities who are suffering just as much with transit. So I'm glad that this possible collaboration of a new effort might see a more equitable service for invisible disabilities. So not to rehash anything that I brought up before, because time is a factor, I'll be very quick. I'm here today to speak to a particular group that is suffering, and I've spoken to them several times of recent, is residential care facility residents. These are largely a group that don't have a voice, I feel, and so it's our duty to speak for them when we have opportunity. Residential care facility residents live on what's called the personal needs allowance, which is, I believe, $149 per month, which is less than $5 per day. And that less than $5 per day is to cover toiletries, clothing, cell phone, food, entertainment. And what it's nothing's left over for is transit at any discounted rate. And these are people that I've also spoken to before are feeling isolated in their facilities. Getting access to free transit would allow them to get out to libraries, recreation centers, maybe even check out the new Sam Lawrence Park when it's completed. Just get out in the community and explore it more openly. So again, I know time is a factor. I hope that we can move to the next step with this work. And I want to thank you all for your time, thank the delegates for their time, and look forward to the next step. Thank you.
Thanks very much, James. I'll just pause briefly to look at the speakers list intently. Oh, manual indication from Councillor Huang.
Thank you for your delegation, James. As the mover of this motion on the ACPD minutes, what would be your ideal timeframe in which to get this work done?
Just to clarify, I am not the mover. I was chair. I believe Paula was the mover of this particular issue, but I believe they were looking for fall, or so Q3 2025, to have some sort of report back from council.
Sorry, I read the minutes wrong, but thank you so much about that. And then in terms of what is the expected cadence of how you would like to be connected with? Because as you said, the work to be done by fall. So what is your expectation in terms of how staff can connect with the ACPD?
It is my hope that staff connect with the ACPD, but also with many of the other organizations that have spoken today and have spoken on this report. I would imagine we could have some sort of group discussion, but unfortunately with people with disabilities, that can sometimes be difficult to work out. So it's more targeted meetings with staff would probably be called for, but that's definitely the first step, is having meetings with staff to really get our perspective on the issues that we've been having over the past year in trying to work with the Fair Assist program as it is, and then seeing what maybe we can do better.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Those are all my questions.
Thank you very much. I don't see anybody else on our speakers list at this time. So at this time, we have had all of our, in-person and virtual delegations take place. We have 2 pre-recorded delegations. We'll hear those now, first from Marnie Schurter and then from Rachel Moore.
Hello, Mayor, City Councilors, and fellow ACORN members and special guests. My name is Marnie Schurter. I am the Secretary of the Hamilton Mountain ACORN Chapter. I am a tenant of Ward 7. I am here to delegate on the city's Fair Assist program and its impact on low-income and disabled residents. I was disappointed that the Fair Assist program gives only a flat discount of 30%. My question to you is, where do residents that are on ODSP, OW, social assistance, and low-income seniors come up with the remaining 70%? I am a senior, and I foresee in the future that I will need a service that gives me more than a 30% discount, as I rely on a small pension. The city provides special fare programs for seniors, post-secondary students, and children under 12. Is there a reason why they could not provide a complimentary fare program for disabled and low-income residents? This program has been framed as affordable for all. However, it ignores the unique barriers disabled people face, and in doing so fails to meet city's obligations under the Ontario Human Rights Code. My mother has low vision and uses a walker. This makes using a bus very difficult, as you need good vision to see the Presto machine and tap the Presto card. Please instruct Public Works to create a fare program that includes the disabled and low-income seniors. Thank you for listening to my delegation.
Yeah, we're on to Rachel Moore this time.
Mayor, City Councilors, and the General Issues Committee. My name is Rachel Moore. I'm a member of the Acorn Hamilton Mountain Chapter. Our delegation today is regarding the Fair Assist program. The community at large has limited awareness of this program, which means persons in need may be missing the opportunity to apply. The other concern that we have is that there are many challenges with the accessibility to this program. The application process and the renewal process are both done online, which for folks who are technologically challenged, this provides unsurmountable, sometimes feats for people with limited access to PCs and or just dealing with chronic pain and or mental health. The scope of coverage, it's a municipal program only without access to the GHA. So it creates interference when folks use their Presto cards to travel to Burlington and or to Toronto. Their application becomes terminated and they have to reapply. There's been a suggestion for them to carry 2 cards, but again, this is a cost to carry 2 cards and also a challenge in the brain to remember which card's what. The financial barriers and challenges with this program really are something that we'd like to address as well, because our goal is to provide services for people in need. People on ODSP are living under 15,000, under the poverty line of Ontario. And so with great urgency, we ask the government and representatives to consider that this $15,000 is for their entire living. It's their entire living income. Let's see where we can bridge gaps. We invite you to connect with ACORN and other disability support groups to sort this out, to get feedback about this program before it ends. That's the urgency, is to have this discussion before this pilot ends. We want to work with folks, with you, with the government, so that we can meet the needs of persons who are experiencing disability and financial hardship. We believe in our city, we believe in our government, and we believe that we can service all vulnerable sector people. Thanks for your time and thanks for your listening. We look forward to hearing from you.
Thanks, everyone. That concludes our delegations related to 6.4 on our agenda. At this time, I'd like a mover and seconder to receive the delegations. Moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Huang. All those in favor by show of hands. Those are all accepted. At this time, it's 10 to 12. Lest we incur the potential of running past 12, I'm going to ask for a mover and seconder to break until 12:30. Moved by Councillor Huang, seconded by Councillor McMeekin. And we'll do that by a show of hands. All those in favor, except for Councillor Clark. We shall be on lunch until 12:30. Please come back at that time. Thank you. We now have quorum to resume our meeting. Welcome back to the June 11th meeting of the General Issues Committee. I'm Deputy Mayor for the month of June, Ward 2 City Councillor Cameron Kretsch, and we are at item 7 on our agenda. I want to just flag for everybody again, we're trying to get out of here at a reasonable time today and be mindful of the fact that we're all seated in this room for many hours. Next up are items for information only. 7.1, PED 14117E, the Bayfront Industrial Area Strategy Action Plan 2024 update. May I please have a mover and seconder to put the item on the floor? Moved by Councillor Nan, seconded by Councillor Huang. Before we open the floor for discussion, and if you'd like to indicate, I'd prefer a digital indication if you can over a manual one. If you'd like to indicate to speak on this, but before we get there, Jennifer Pattison, Manager for Business Investment and Sector Development, would like to provide a brief overview of the report, and I'll turn it over to you, Jennifer, whenever you're ready.
Thank you and good afternoon, members of council. Again, my name is Jennifer Patterson. I am the manager for the Business Investment and Sector Development team within the Economic Development Office. Our office has been directed to monitor the implementation and undertake an ongoing review of these actions identified in the Bayfront Industrial Area Strategy. To monitor the action plan efficiently, we re-established an internal technical advisory committee, which is represented by various departments and divisions who have a focus on the Bayfront. This committee has been instrumental in assisting with the monitoring of the action plan, and on behalf of our TAC committee, it is my pleasure to introduce the 2024 action plan update. First, I would like us to take a step back for a moment to September 21, 2022, the date that the Hamilton City Council approved the Bayfront Industrial Strategy and its vision to be a modern industrial campus for innovation, clean industry, resilience, and progress. The Bayfront Industrial Area, or the Bayfront, continues to be one of the city's major employment areas. It is estimated, there is an estimated 1,449 hectares of designated employment lands and is home to some of the city's largest employers. Its diverse range of economic activities and new investment opportunities, and I give an example as the Steelport site, enhance the global competitiveness of our city and within and in the greater Golden Horseshoe region. The area's multimodal transportation system continues to enable industries to efficiently move goods via water, air, rail, and roads. The strategy speaks to well-connected roadways, transit, bike lanes, multi-use paths, and sidewalks that will offer residents and employees a full range of transportation options to safely access, move through, and enjoy the Bayfront. The Hamilton-Oshawa Port Authority represents a vital piece of this multimodal infrastructure, helping to support the economic activities within the Bayfront industrial area and beyond. The strategy did outline 10 main objectives for the Bayfront, which were identified in the report in front of you. I want to keep in mind that the renewal of the Bayfront is meant to be an incremental process which involves some larger transformational projects combined with many smaller incremental actions that involve many different stakeholders and agencies. It is expected that these changes will take place over time and may be further influenced by a range of evolving and often unpredictable forces such as local and regional growth, demographic trends, market trends, energy infrastructure capacity, and technological changes. Today, we are here to receive the first update of the Bayfront Industrial Area Strategy's action plan, which is intended to inform the implementation phase by identifying a number of opportunities of how the city can advance the vision and achieve the objectives for the Bayfront. The action plan also identifies multiple timeframes, whether short, medium, or long-term timeframes, and identified these are offered an anticipated timeframe may be ongoing. So please keep that in mind. At the end of 2024, 6 of the 47 action items were identified as achieved, and 13 actions are in various stages of development and or address the identified actions. The remaining 29 have yet to be started. Outside of the Hamilton-Oshawa Port Authority lands, the Steelport lands are a key site within the Bayfront. The Steelport subdivision proposal submitted in 2024 and currently being reviewed by the city has the potential to act as a catalyst in advancing the vision and the objectives for the Bayfront Industrial Area Strategy and its action plan. As stated in the report, staff have prioritized the Steelport application by striking up working groups that meet regularly, hold internal staff workshops to come up with solutions to address unique complexities of the site, and participate in the Community Advisory Committee meetings. While not all of our newly established TAC committee members may be present today, I do wish to take this opportunity to thank them for their ongoing support and assistance in monitoring this action plan. TAC representatives include the following departments and sections: Planning and Economic Development, Public Health and Health Services Department, Public Works, and moving forward, the Economic Development and Planning's 2025 update report to Council is anticipated in the spring of 2026. The TAC committee will continue to work together and focus on monitoring these actions and that have not been reached to a complete status, and we'll keep monitoring as they're ongoing. So at this point, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for the overview. We have on the speakers list, Councillors Huang and Councillors Nan. That's all I have on the speakers list. We'll start with you, Councillor Huang, and then to Councillor Nan.
I'm happy to see to Councillor Nan as much of the no, never mind. Okay, hi. I'm interested in understanding a little bit more about Action 28, which is the creation of an eco-industrial park. I wonder if you can just expand a little bit more on that point.
Through the chair, the eco-industrial park, I think, again, I'm going to look to the Steelport site as one of those opportunities that we could take advantage of. And I think through our conversations with Slate that much of this is being considered as they build out the park. But I would refer to my colleagues in planning who actually have been leading some of those discussions, if that's possible.
Or I could...
Just looking to folks in planning, or sorry, Councillor Huang, go ahead.
I could continue asking other questions along this line, which is I understand from just conversations with Slate that there is a lot of, Steve is online, so.
Okay, hold on one second, everyone, just to check in. You have the questions you're asking, Councillor Huang, and you're going to get the answers you want. So do you have a question you want to ask to someone else right now? Go ahead.
I wanted to ask a little bit more about the eco-industrial park as a starting point.
Okay, so Steve, are you able to answer those questions?
So through the chair, Steve Malloy, Acting Director of Transportation Planning and Parking. I can speak from a transportation perspective. The eco-industrial park, from a road design perspective, not dissimilar to the AEGD, would include industrial road design that would incorporate low impact development where feasible along the road right of way. That would also include sidewalks, multi-use path, trying to accommodate active transportation, transit. So that kind of design standard that's applied in the AEGD would be the design standard that would be sought throughout the Steelport lands.
Okay, thank you for that, Director. Perhaps I'll move on towards understanding the eco-industrial park and the opportunity there. In the report, it does speak about the potential for district energy within this area, and I'd like to get a better sense of what are the energy, how much energy is currently in that area? If you know, if you don't, then that's something that we can explore further on offline.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councillor Wang. Given that we're not landowners, we are uncertain about the exact amount of power, but previous conversations with Electra, the IESO, indicate ample supply of electricity due to historical industrial power within the Bayfront. But beyond the traditional, like as per your question, there is potential to capture waste heat from energy, and Hamilton Community Energy has a study coming forward that we think would be beneficial to this part of the Bayfront, in particular the Steelport site. And also through our conversations with Slate, we understand that Electra has confirmed there's energy there, but they're also working with HCE on power that is more along their lines of the type of power that you're suggesting. Sorry. Thank you. Hopefully that helps.
Yes, it does. Thank you so much. Deputy Mayor, I think that there's a real opportunity when we speak about energy. This report is a little ahead of some of the other presentations we'll be receiving in the coming weeks. We have a HCE annual general meeting. Electra will be making a presentation there. We also hear that from the IESO and any of these large regulators that Ontario in general will not have enough electricity to meet its demands. So I am particularly keen on this particular area, mostly because the waste heat energy survey study is coming forward. We will hear some exciting news about that coming soon. We will also see that there will be opportunities with some of the district energy that HCE could potentially look at. My hope is that as we draw attention to the Bayfront and the strategy, but in particular Action 28 with the creation of an eco-industrial park, I think that there's a real opportunity for Hamilton to really put ourselves on the map and to ensure that we are building a green and industrial new park that investment can come and invest here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Nam.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you to staff for the overview and the work, the 6 accomplishments to date, the 13 underway for a up to 30-year transformational effort on the part of the municipality to guide the development of a new future-focused, multi-generationally serving industrial park in an area that has had such a legacy of impact that has been detrimental to public health and to public environment and to our general environmental well-being. So from that perspective, just really wanting to underscore the integration of the guiding principles that went behind informing this strategy. And if staff could just clarify the time horizon that we're looking at here for this strategy.
So through the chair, so today's presentation is about the update and the actions that have been completed to date. In terms of the history of what's happened and how it's been, and I can use Steelport, I'm going to use that site as an example. They have been shared the strategy. They are doing a lot of work in that respect to change the way that park, and they're working closely with staff on how what that park will look like and the outcome of that park. In terms of timing, I mean, I believe, and I would refer to maybe my colleagues in planning, because there's a lot of work that still needs to be done before that park gets built out. And so I actually myself cannot speak to the timelines there. I know I can speak to the timelines of the strategy does say that some actions will take longer. But again, some of the actions that are identified in the strategy too also require budget. They require other resources. So again, I can't speak to all those areas. Again, I have a committee that works with me. And again, maybe I could refer to, if I can, to a member from planning to speak to some of those, that comment or question.
Through the chair to the councillor, Anita Fayback, Acting Director of Planning and Chief Planner. As a follow-up to that, in terms of the Steelport subdivision, I mean, it is a mid to long-term plan. So currently staff are reviewing the draft plan of subdivision application. And as committee can understand, it's quite complex. There's a lot of different issues that are trying to be reviewed and addressed. And as Ms. Pattison said, you know, there is a number of internal groups that have been created to help resolve those issues and to be able to move the application forward. So recognizing that we're not in a position yet to bring that draft plan of subdivision forward, staff are working quite closely with Slate to be able to determine ways to resolve those issues to be able to move forward. So hopefully a draft plan of subdivision is something that could come forward within the next 6 months to 1 year. But then again, the long-term development of those lands, I mean, that will take some time.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just really wanted to get that clear in terms of this is a long-term strategy. This isn't a 5-year plan. This is not even a 10-year plan. This is looking at 30 years and plus, depending on the partners, whether they're developmental partners or our provincial government and federal government, and what role they'll be playing in not only remediation of land, but also from the perspective of developing a new eco and economic hub on historical lands that had been serving not only this province, but the entire country from the heart of Hamilton. If I could just pivot to a notice that Director Malloy was on the line, and I do want to acknowledge that incremental progress, right, the stuff that is within the municipality's realm of control and implementation, also tied to budgeting. If I could hear a little bit more about the right-of-way and some more examples of some of those smaller actions that we can anticipate being carried out this year or in those those actions that have been identified as being initiated but not yet complete.
So through the chair, in terms of the right-of-way for Steelport specifically, because that is a ongoing project that we've been working on, it does envision a larger right-of-way, mainly to accommodate the need for the low-impact development. So essentially, the stormwater management elements of the roads through that project.
What about outside the Steelport? So I'm looking for those smaller and quicker incremental actions. Yeah.
Yeah, so getting to that, thank you, Councillor. We do have a report we're hoping to bring to Planning Committee, ideally at the end of July, that identifies the overall road classification and right-of-way study that has been ongoing, and to identify some of those roadways that may or may not change with road classifications proposed, and also seeking direction from that planning committee to move forward with a public consultation on those road classifications and right-of-ways.
Thank you. That was what I was looking for. Appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. At this time, I have Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm a little bit concerned that we continually hear from the IESO about limited electricity capacity and future limited capacity. So does anyone have any idea as to the impact on this strategy if the future electricity capacity is as they are predicting, which is going to be low until they get nuclear plants up and running in this province?
Through the chair, I can speak potentially, not necessarily the IESO, but other forms of energy that could be utilized within the Bayfront. But in terms of the IESO directly, I would refer to my colleagues in the Climate Change Initiatives Office, if I can.
Through the chair, Linda Lukasik, Director of the Office of Climate Change Initiatives. So there, councillors, there certainly is a lot of planning happening at the IESO level around the provision of additional energy requirements into the future, for sure, and we're doing our best to track that. And you know, our understanding is there could be challenges in the future, but I think one thing that is probably worth mentioning at this point, and I'll point to Steelport because I think there are lots of innovative things happening there around distributed energy resources. So looking at what else can we be doing to build up that supply of energy without having to depend on the grid, for instance. So Ms. Patterson has already made reference to the waste heat as an option. We know that there are partners, including HCE, working in the Steelport lands right now and exploring the potential for renewable energy, other forms of solar, wind, the need for storage so that those options are more viable. So I think into the future, you'll see more and more of those kinds of possibilities as well coming into play. And you know, a lot of that's still to be determined. I can add, and you know, hopefully this will help. I know on our end, we're doing some work right now. We've got a team of students and a faculty member at the W. Booth School of Engineering at McMaster, helping our team in the Office of Climate Change Initiatives to understand how do we start to facilitate some of these alternative approaches and what needs to happen, what are the barriers at various levels of government, and how do we smooth the pathway forward so that we can tap into these sorts of alternatives moving forward, not just for industrial use, but for use right across the community. So hopefully that answers your question to some degree.
To some degree, and it acknowledges that the issue is real. It's not something that's made up. And I'm curious, with the different industries, they're kind of used to just turning on the light switch and the electricity flows. And they their electricity demands far exceeds most residential communities. I'm just wondering how many of those corporations are grasping the reality that they need to be a little bit creative and come up with ways and means to produce their own electricity rather than simply relying on the IESO or the provincial government.
Through the chair to the councillor, I can confirm that not only in the Bayfront, in other areas within our community, we do hear from industry that they are looking at alternative ways to access power to do the work that they do. So we do try to work closely with not only Electra, but the Hydro One, and then obviously the IESO as the overarching agency. But again, we look at, and I believe nuclear would be the other component or potential to look at as well with the work that's being done at McMaster University. So from our perspective in economic development, we try to engage or encourage companies to use alternative measures of power if they can't, but we can only do so much based on what we're aware of and push where we think we need to push for alternative ideas.
Thank you. I only raise these questions, Deputy Mayor, because I think the capacity issue has been grossly underestimated by the provincial government. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. That ends our speakers list on that item. We have a mover and seconder who've put this item for information on the floor. So at this point, we'll need a vote by show of hands. All those in favor? That carries. Thank you very much. We're on to the Business Improvement Area Subcommittee Minutes, BIAC 25-005 from May 30th, item 7.2. May I please have a mover and seconder to put this item on the floor? Seeing Councillor Huang and Councillor Pauls. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, we'll take a vote by show of hands. All those in favor of receiving it? Thank you so much, and that's carried. We're now on to items for consideration. Let people know there's about 15 to 20, depending on how you understand the agenda, items remaining for today. Choose your time per items as wisely as you can. We will be on first to item 8.1 PW 25036, which is 2025 Proposed Levels of Service Asset Management Plan. This item includes a staff presentation, and just a reminder to folks, we try to keep those staff presentations to 10 minutes. I will now invite staff to come down to the podium to address the committee. Staff that are present today, Amber Dewar, the Senior Program Analyst for Public Works. And I'll wait until we're all set up before Amber starts. Enjoy these few moments of contemplation until that time. Oh, pardon me. I see Acting Director, sorry, I lied. Acting General Manager Jackie Kennedy was going to offer a few words at first. Please take it away, Jackie.
Thank you. I'm actually going to pass this over to Acting Director Ann Thomas, who's going to do a quick introduction.
It's a relay. All right, Ann Thomas, take it away.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor and Mayor. Sorry, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, yeah. Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor and members of Council. My name is Ann Thomas, Acting Director of Corporate Asset Management. And on behalf of the team, I would like to present the proposed levels of service asset management plan. This plan, in addition to fulfilling the Ontario Regulation 588-17 requirements, outlines the city's proposed levels of service, what it will cost to maintain those services, and analyzes the financial sustainability of our city to continue delivering these approved services. This report today is not requesting for any immediate funding, but it will inform our 2026 budget and guide the development of our long-term financial plan. I have with me today Dan Leake and Amber Dewar, Senior Program Analyst of the Asset Management Team. Amber will be giving a presentation of the report today. And before I hand it over, a big thank you to Dan and Amber and their teams and the asset owners of the 26 service areas who worked to complete this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Director Thomas, for the introduction. Sorry, some technical difficulties. So with respect to our presentation agenda, first we're going to go through our recommendations in the recommendation report. Next, we're going to review Ontario Regulation 58817 timelines and compliance requirements. Next, we're going to go through some of the key findings from our proposed levels of service asset management plan that can be found in Appendix A. And then we're going to talk a little bit about what's next for corporate asset management. So with respect to our recommendation report, we have 5 key recommendations. The first 2 recommendations are related to compliance requirements. We are asking that Appendix A be approved, and we are also asking that Appendix A be approved to be able to be posted on the city's website so that it can be publicly accessed. The next 2 recommendations are around 2 reports attached as Appendix B and Appendix C, and we're asking those reports be received. The report in Appendix A is our corporate asset management overview, which is outlining our municipality's general approach to asset management. And Appendix C is our schedule for updating asset management plans, which is how we're trying to ensure continued compliance with the regulation. Our last recommendation, as Anne suggested, we consulted with 26 service areas, and we're asking that Appendix A be forwarded to our boards so they have the most recent report. With respect to Ontario Regulation 58817, many of you have seen this slide before, and so you know that we've been in continued compliance with this regulation. The last reports you saw were asset management plans related to current levels of service, and we had those presented for both core assets and non-core assets. Just a review of what core assets are, the regulation defines them as roads, engineered structures, water, wastewater, and stormwater assets, and non-core assets are referring to all of our remaining assets that are on our city's books. Today, what we're here to talk about is our proposed levels of service asset management plans and our financial strategy, which is composed of all of our assets. But what I want to emphasize here today is this is not the last time you're going to see corporate asset management present. We are going to be providing an annual review of our asset management planning moving forward, as well as we need to regularly update our plans, and that's, again, what Appendix C is intended to address. So with respect to proposed levels of service, what does this mean? So as I mentioned, the previous plans were current levels of service. So what we're looking at today is what levels of service the city is proposing to provide since the development of those plans. We do have 3 potential options for proposed levels of service. We can see a service enhancement, so that would be an increase to service levels. We can see a service reduction, which is a decrease to service levels, or we can say no service change and say that our proposed service levels should be maintained. Some simple examples of what this can mean. So an increase in service levels can be as simple as we want to extend open hours on a facility. Using that same example, a decrease can be reducing open hours on a facility and reallocating resources. And maintaining service levels can be, let's keep these service hours the same, let's continue doing what we're doing. A key assumption in our asset management plan is if no changes have been formally proposed by asset owners to council, we have assumed that what we previously reported in our current levels of service plans are still valid and that levels of service are being maintained. This slide here is our proposed levels of service process that we use to create our plan. This slide is more here for information, but what I want to emphasize today is we often get asked in corporate asset management, when does council have an opportunity to comment on service levels? And the answer is that council is commenting on service levels all the time through council reports, business cases, council referred items, the budget process, in-year funding requests, and master plans. So what our document is doing today is it's compiling all of those decisions and commenting on the financial sustainability of our municipality over time with all the decisions that have been made since those current levels of service plans were completed. Now, before we get too much farther, we just want to ensure everyone's on the same page with some key definitions. So when we talk about replacement value, that's the cost to replace an asset in today's dollars, and replacement values naturally increase over time due to inflation. When we talk about the 10-year infrastructure funding gap, what we mean is that's the difference between the available budget that we have and our calculated life cycle forecast needs over 10 years to maintain our approved levels of service targets. If we see that the needs that we've calculated are higher than the budget, then that indicates a shortfall between what is required and what is available to fund service levels, and we call that our gap. So when we look at our summary of findings, we can see that we did calculate an infrastructure funding gap of $5.2 billion over 10 years, and we also calculate our replacement value at $39.4 billion. Key factors that are going into our 10-year infrastructure funding gap are assets that are beyond or approaching estimated service life, assets that are found to have been in poor condition, and backlog of facilities maintenance needs that are not currently being addressed. What this slide is also showing us is that since we last presented, both our replacement value and our infrastructure funding gap increased for both core assets and non-core assets, and I briefly want to speak to that as well. For core assets, largely the increase was due to inflationary factors. We last presented in 2022. When we recalculated, it's been 3 years. It makes sense that those values went up. For non-core assets, we did recently present that information, and the reason why values went up is due to data improvements. We wanted to improve our accuracy for facilities project delivery costs, as we were seeing that those were being undervalued. And because facilities affect many different service areas, we saw a lot of increases for many service areas. So when we look at our 10-year infrastructure funding gap by service area, we can see that there were a lot of increases. When we look at the blue bar, that's what we calculated for this round, and when we look at the orange bar, that's what we calculated for last round. And I explained why there were a lot of increases, but what I do want to emphasize here as well is that we did see some decreases in certain areas as well. And the reason why we're seeing decreases in these is either due to additional budget allocations or we saw data improvements in the service area, which allowed us to improve our data and show that they were less. What I also want to emphasize here is that our data confidence is low to medium, indicating that these values can still change by up to plus or minus 40%. Now, this comes to context because I know what you're thinking. Amber, you just told me $5.2 billion. That's a huge number. What do you want us to do with this information? So right now what we're suggesting and recommending is that we do not fund this infrastructure funding gap immediately. As we just mentioned, it's still fluctuating quite a bit, and increasing our tax by that much would be unaffordable to customers. And even if we miraculously found all this money, we wouldn't be able to coordinate all of the projects necessary to really do all of the work that has currently been identified. What we want to use this number for is say that it's an indicator for the magnitude of our city's long-term capital pressures and funding shortfall, and this number will be used to inform a balanced approach between affordability, performance, and risk to achieve our sustainable service levels and ensure intergenerational equity so that we're not passing this problem on to future generations. And when we look at options for managing the infrastructure funding gap, we see that our options aren't all just, let's fund it right away. We're seeing we can prioritize projects differently. We're going to be looking into that. We saw data improvements decrease the gap, so we want to look at increasing our data confidence. We can work with asset owners and figure out what assets could be disposed. We can consider reducing expected levels of service where we're not seeing value. And finally, we do have a large magnitude. Eventually, we are going to have to increase funding allocations, but if we do all of this work first, we know what the areas are that we should be targeting. And then finally, this is our schedule for our asset management plan updates found in Appendix C. You can see that we're proposing to write plans and stagger them a little bit so you're not getting too many reports at once. And we're also proposing to complete plans that are more critical or that we see will have more frequent changes more frequently than others to remain in compliance. And then lastly, with respect to corporate asset management, what's next for us? We're really focused on improving data confidence. So we're going to be looking at improving data through inventories and condition assessments. We recently completed our life cycle management standard operating procedures, so we're going to be working with asset owners on that. And then with respect to levels of service improvements, we are currently doing a municipal scan to see if we have the right measurements to make sure we're monitoring performance effectively. And then finally, I just want to reiterate what Acting Director Thomas said at the beginning. This was a lot of work. We did coordinate with 26 service areas, so we want to thank them for their time. And I also want to thank my staff as well as Senior Analyst Dan Leake's staff and himself because this was really a team effort from the Corporate Asset Management Division. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And at this point, there are 3 folks on the speakers list. And so what we'll do, if it's okay, is we will try not to have 2 separate chats about this. We can ask some questions now about the report and the presentation. jointly, so we can have, you want to sit down or do you want to stand up there? It's up to you.
I'm okay just to stand here, thanks.
Standing is fine. Okay, first up on the list is Councillor Huang, followed by Councillor Maureen Wilson, followed by Councillor Clark. Councillor Huang.
Amber, that was a lot of information. Thank you for that. I think that what I'm trying to distill down from all of this, these are your recommendations. The problem, though, is that it's really hard for me where I can have the time to actually read through this, but I wonder if there's an opportunity to make this simplified a little bit more. We're coming into a budget season at the end of the year, and because council does provide all of this feedback throughout the year, it's really hard for me to remember what we've actually said about a certain service department. So is there a way to, I don't know, make this a little bit more legible for me, but also for the public who may not have access to all of this information?
Through the chair, that's a really good question. So at the end of our report, we do have all of the levels of service that have been approved and are incorporated into the plan in a summarized table. So you can see all of those decisions that have been made. So we do have that. But there are improvements, of course, we can make as a municipality to make sure that when levels of service comes forward, it's more obvious to council members and the public as well. Whereas right now you can see they're kind of embedded in a lot of reports, and I don't expect that to change, but maybe there's a way that we can modify that as staff, but that would be something we would have to discuss.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I do understand it's, I don't know by end of the report, but I definitely see in Appendix A, page 77 of 460. So it's kind of buried in the middle of the report. Lots of charts that actually give you a capital budget impact. It gives you an operating budget impact. If council wanted to affect different levels of service, how would we understand how to adjust any of those levels of service given these recommendations that you've given us in this 460-page report?
Mm-hmm. Through the chair, so when asset owners are coming forward with levels of service changes, that's when that opportunity comes forward. It's not, corporate asset management isn't bringing forward the levels of service changes. We're just reporting on it and compiling it together and commenting on our financial sustainability over time. Does that answer your question a little bit better? Or?
I think that it's still a work in progress and there's still a lot of learnings. I genuinely do appreciate this work and this body of work. I think I'm just trying to figure out how do I make it more legible to a lot more people. Also because when we are on budget talks, levels of service consistently comes up, and it's hard because when you look at these charts, much of them say that our average condition is poor or fair. Yet we're asked to make these levels of service cuts. So then we're going from poor to fair to even, I don't even know what's below poor. Mm-hmm. Very poor. Very poor? Is it very poor, or is it just like dead in the water kind of deal? So I have no idea. So I think that that's my challenge here, is I'm trying to understand how do I make this more legible? How do I make this more accessible? Because it is so much information that I, as a governor, have a hard time understanding how to make this work for us when we speak about this as budget. Sorry, those are just my comments there. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Excuse me. Ron. Sorry, go ahead. Yep.
Sorry, through the chair. So we did, for this iteration, try to simplify it. Previous times that we've presented, we've been presenting in blocks. This time we had to present everything at once. So our service area sections are only around 10 to 15 pages each. So the intent of the report was, if you really wanted to hone in on a specific service area, you wouldn't have to read too much. And our front end does summarize all of the information, and then it refers to Annex A, which is at the end of the report. So it's just because we didn't want to span a bunch of tables and then take up a lot of space in the report. But noted that we do need to find ways to make this more digestible, and that's why we're proposing to stagger reports moving forward, so you're not seeing too much information. But as you said, it is a work in progress, and it's something that we will continue to work towards. But I think Acting General Manager Kennedy had a comment, or?
Thanks, Amber. Acting General Manager Jackie Kennedy of Public Works. I just wanted to add to this that asset management as an exercise and a journey that we're on for the City of Hamilton has been underway for a few years now. And I think that the language that we speak has been evolving through the corporation. And drawing on what you're suggesting, Councillor Huang, if when we are bringing forward reports, we can use consistent language about speaking to what we're doing and how that impacts the level of service. And we try to bring that forward more consistently and flag it as such. I think that's one way that we can do it. Pulling it together in a report like this that, as you say, is hundreds of pages is too much all at once. But if we do, as they change and evolve bit by bit through all of the mechanisms that Amber so succinctly mentioned in her presentation, and we flag them, then I think we can do a better job at understanding what decisions we're taking. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Next on our speakers list is Councillor Maureen Wilson, followed by Councillor Clark, Alex Wilson, Nan, and Pauls. Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you very much for all the work to you and your team in the presentation. Just kind of springboarding off of Councillor Wang's remark, it was kind of going to be mine in the sense that, full disclosure, I am, I think, impaired by appreciating what is in these reports and the applicability of what we know when we make decisions. And it would be, I think, in terms of holding us accountable, in terms of informing where it is we are seeking to prioritize and spend, it would be at least beneficial for me to have some way in which to check myself against those. So rather than, without trying to put a hornet into the nest, rather than building new roads, what kind of deficit are we faced with presently and for how long? And what will this, a new expenditure, capital, and then soon to become operating thereafter mean for our capacity to actually get anywhere in addressing that gap? It seems to me that we're not using that data to inform our decisions. And perhaps it is because, and it's on us, it's not on you, that we just don't have it readily available in our matrix to assess and debate and be held accountable against. So to that end, I am trying to understand the sequence of events here. So in Appendix A on Table 1-4, and I'll give you just a sec to, if you need to look for it, it says the total 10-year infrastructure funding gap breakdown. It says the drivers of this gap, from what we know to date, the drivers are not growth related, which you identify as recreation, HPL, paramedics, and HSR. There's actually quite minimal. The drivers of our booming time bomb debt happens to be that we're not keeping up with what we have. And is that correct, that the majority of our gap resides in our unfunded needs of what we have in terms of maintaining what we have?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay. So in the report, it talks about, and I'd like to, if you give me a second, please and thank you. There's a paragraph in the report, the 10-year infrastructure funding gap, estimated at $5.2 billion, serves as a strategic indicator of the magnitude of the city's long-term capital pressures and funding shortfall. And I'll skip to the part where I have my question. To effectively manage the infrastructure funding gap, the city will require a long-term financial plan. This will be based on further validation, planning and resources, and various strategies. So I guess my question is, the gap is not getting any smaller. Our city is crumbling. When are we going to dig in? When does this long-term financial plan appear through you? To Mr. Zagarek or yourself, not to.
Through the chair, I'll start. So this exercise that we just completed was part of our journey towards a long-term financial plan, and our recommendations right now are to continue our data improvements, as we mentioned, improving our life cycle activities, improving our levels of service measures, really getting more confidence in this number, because as I mentioned, it can still change quite a bit. So if we start using $5.2 billion as what we're starting with, we might be overfunding in some areas, and as I mentioned, it can still go down. There are some areas where we might be overestimating needs, or that we can do more work with respect to life cycle management to manage these assets a little bit differently. So we're going to be doing some of our rewrites very soon, especially for the core plans, and those are some areas where we have significant gaps. So what we're asking for is a little bit more time to refine this number, really target the areas where we're seeing big numbers, and then we'll come forward with more information, and we are providing an annual update on how we're doing with our asset management planning. And also what I want to emphasize as well is there's some key foundational technical infrastructure that's upcoming that's going to make this a lot easier for us. We have the enterprise asset management project right now that's currently in implementation, so we could really use that information, as well as the enterprise resource planning system, which will also help us better with refining where our costs are coming from. So the city's doing a lot of great work. It's not just corporate asset management, it's all of our service areas, getting this information, understanding it, us working with them, providing the governance, and then through that, we are going to continue our work towards providing more actionable stuff that council can really use.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate that we have to be evidence-driven, and at least in the base of our decisions. But I think the thing I'm struggling with is if we set ourselves a 10-year plan, how much of those 10 years are we going to be waiting for greater data? And how much of those years is it going to actually inform our plans? Because we could wait for greater data forever, or we could look out the window and see the condition of our road. And we could consider where maybe our competitive advantage resides or not. So that's kind of like, I'm trying to get a sense of horizon here of when do we actually dig in and make the hard choices that are identified as reducing levels of service, disposing of assets, adjusting risk thresholds, and making decisions about whether to expand or not, through the chair.
If I could just slightly rephrase it to make sure I understand what you're asking, which is, I think, what level of data confidence do we need to reach before we feel confident in the data? Right, so maybe someone can answer that question. I'm not sure who can, but where we need to be before we're able to feel confident in taking those steps.
Through the chair, I think we're aiming for medium, so plus or minus 25%. So that is what we're aiming for to make those decisions. And some service areas have more confidence than others. So we're not saying we're completely pausing our work. We're just saying that those service areas will be the ones that will bring forward these decisions of should we dispose of these assets, should we reduce our levels of service. And corporate asset management's also working on improved public engagement to get more engagement to understand how our customers feel about the levels of service that are being provided, which will give us more information on what we should reduce as well. But we are working with all staff, and we have continuous improvement items that we identified in our previous asset management plans, and those are currently in progress, and that's why you saw some of those reductions in levels of service for this iteration of the report. So we are working towards it, and we'll continue to bring forward more information.
You're pretty much at time at this point, and I don't want to have a second time speakers, but if you had something else you wanted to offer, go ahead now. That might be easier than adding yourself on. I just wanted to let you know you're getting kind of a little bit over time. But Councillor Maureen Wilson, if you wanted to say anything else?
Yeah, thank you for all of that. Just to pivot back to the responsibility, I think, of this council in using this information to the best of our ability with what we have now, and to inform it of those investment decisions we know that can either, for example, how can we apply criteria and when do we have that time? Investing in things that actually create wealth, enhance assessment, or investing in things that actually deplete wealth. And those are the discussions that I'm hoping that we have moving forward. And I'm still really interested and slightly confused about when we'll have the capacity to do that. Because, you know, the old adage, if we're going to wait for perfection in our data, we're not ever going to get to good. And our city is demanding at least good, and too much of it is in poor condition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On to our next speaker on the list, and that's Councillor Clark, and the list has grown slightly. He'll be Councillor Clark, Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Nan, Councillor Pauls, Councillor Tattison. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a couple of questions that will help me clarify a few things. So the regulation 588/17 for asset management planning, does it stipulate the 10-year asset management plan?
Through the chair, yes, it does.
Okay. And is that for all assets? It doesn't matter what the asset is, even if the asset has a 25-year lifespan, we still make the calculation at 10 years?
Through the chair, the life cycle management plan is by service area, which incorporates all the assets of the service area. And we do have a 30-year forecast in our plans to go beyond the 10-year, but we report the gap at 10 years because that's what the regulation stipulates.
Okay, that's important. So the regulation stipulates that we have to report at 10 years. You're reporting annually to this body for the most part. But that regulation still permits municipalities to look at some of their life cycles being longer than 10 years. They still have to report it on a 10-year cycle, correct?
Through the chair, yes, our life cycle management plans are for the 10 years, but assets do extend lives beyond 10 years. We're just reporting that as our parameters.
So how do we then calculate that if a concrete runway for an airport lasts 20 years and we're calculating it 10 years? So how do we calculate the actual figure that should be set aside to ensure that we can replace that runway?
Through the chair, we would be through our budgets, ensuring that we understand the operating impacts of that asset on an annual basis and ensure we're putting money aside to maintain that asset. But from an asset management perspective, we do encourage asset owners to calculate the whole life cost of an asset before we acquire it, so we understand what those operating impacts are over time to ensure we're making the right decisions. What our analysis is really showing is, do we have the funds available for us to maintain those assets at the level so that that asset will last the 20 years? Because if we don't do those activities, we think it'll last 20 years, but maybe it will actually only last 10 if we don't do those activities.
Okay, I'm not sure I got a good answer on that. Not that your answer wasn't good, my brain wasn't functioning on it, and so I kind of got a little bit lost there. So let me break it down in an example, in a real life situation, right? So we have water pipes. Water pipes could feasibly last 25 years if there isn't an increase in corrosion in the pipe. So the asset management says 25-year lifespan. But something happens, and we've seen it happen, where that pipe breaks earlier. So we need to calculate what the cost is to replace that pipeline over the 25 years, ensure the reserves are there for it. But what happens if it happens sooner? And how do we calculate our 10-year asset management plan when we have such a wide variation in life cycle on assets?
Through the chair, what our life cycle management plan does is it takes when did we acquire that asset. If it says that it should last 25 years, that's where it will appear to need to be renewed in our life cycle forecast. So that's how we're handling our assets. It's really informing our planning for when we expect to see these assets be renewed. Just because an asset has a longer lifespan than 10 years doesn't mean it's not incorporated. If we have pipes in the ground that should last 90 years and they're at year 45, 2025. So they don't require to be renewed because we're only showing a 30-year lifespan. But if we have a water pipe that requires a renewal in the 10-year, it will appear, and we don't have funding for it, it will appear in that infrastructure funding gap. In terms of if an asset fails early, that is what we call reactive repairs, and typically those things happen if we're not taking proper care of our assets, but sometimes we do acquire lemons and there has to be funding available for that when it happens.
Thanks. Before you continue, Councillor Clark, just letting you know you're near your time, and also General Manager Zagarek wanted to respond.
Okay, thank you.
Through the Deputy Mayor, Mike Zagarek, General Manager, Finance Corporate Services. I think it's important to differentiate that while the legislation requires municipalities to have a 10-year plan, it doesn't prescribe municipalities to fund the infrastructure gap over a 10-year period. Just as a reminder, Council started to address the infrastructure gap for core and non-core services back in 2024 for core services, both water, wastewater, and storm, as well as roads and engineered structures, and in 2025 for non-core services. In fact, this year's residential tax increase, approximately 20% of the increase was targeted towards infrastructure gap. So a fifth of this year's residential tax increase went to address the infrastructure gap. To the question, if I understand Councillor Clark's question, we don't want to overtax or overrate residents and assume we are replacing all assets in 10 years' time. What we try to align is the remaining useful life of the asset with the financing strategy. Having said that, we know we have a large hurdle to overcome in terms of sort of the legacy infrastructure gap. In the case of water, wastewater, storm, we're in year 2. Council's approved through the 2025 budget, year 2 of a 10-year plan. Doesn't mean we'll have offset the overall infrastructure gap in 10 years' time. That annual infrastructure gap will have been mitigated at the end of 10 years' time. With respect to non-core services, a much longer runway. And it's principally because of affordability. In non-core services, it's a 25-year horizon we're working towards. So to the councillor's question, we're not looking to budget assuming we're replacing all assets at the end of 10 years. We use the asset management plan to inform the useful life and how to address the infrastructure gap. The opportunity moving forward is beyond the work that we've done to integrate asset management into our capital infrastructure financing strategy. Is how do we mine this information around priorities? How do we identify those assets that are in a lesser state in terms of quality that require more immediate funding versus what's currently identified through our block funding. So at some point we need to review our block funding and to decide whether or not funding has to be redistributed in order to address more immediate needs or requirements, especially as it relates to failures and not having to dip into reserves each time there's a failure, if there's an opportunity to align it. Lastly, and I apologize, it's a lengthy response, but lastly, I hate the name of the legislation because it implies all we're talking about is infrastructure. We're talking about service levels and operating costs as much as we are talking about infrastructure. And so on the operating side, you're seeing the impacts with respect to this work as it relates to our rate and our tax operating budget. So again, they're addressed through those budgets. Just to remind Council of the investments that you've made over the last few years to address this issue. In 2024, we did a big catch-up in terms of our infrastructure to offset inflation with respect to roads, bridges, engineered services, as well as the blocks. And further, we made investments towards asset management. So in terms of the approximately 20% of the residential tax increase in 2025 going towards asset management, over this term of council in terms of capital, I would guess we're closer to 35% of the tax increase has gone towards addressing our infrastructure backlog and our deficit. So again, a long time horizon for non-core services. Core services, we're in year 2, and has been identified, the opportunity is to improve data. What we don't want to be in a situation where we overfunded based on a 10-year plan. And if we're lagging in terms of data confidence 12 years, 13 years into the future, we don't want to discover at that time we've overfunded some portfolios or program areas. So this is the critical time to invest into data improvement, data confidence, and to realign our financing strategy accordingly. Thank you.
Thanks. And Councillor Clark, I'll let you wrap up here if you got something else you wanted to add.
I'd like to be put on for a second time, if I may.
Sure.
I asked 1.5 minutes of questions and got 9 minutes of answers.
I understand. I'm just trying to move it along. Yeah.
Item. Thank you.
No problem. On to Councillor Nan, to Councillor Pauls, Councillor Taddison, Councillor Kassar, and then Councillor Clark again before we have Councillor Alex Wilson.
Wasn't Councillor Alex Wilson
No, I know.
before me?
Councillor Alex Wilson. I just said that. Councillor Alex Wilson.
Apologies, Chair. A couple quick questions. One is about, so the blue bar versus orange bar in slide 9, don't need to pull it up, but it's the how much we expected in 2024 versus how much we thought the bill is going to be in 2025. So data's come in, new studies have happened, BCA, building condition assessments is I think a big one. Could we just maybe pick on the 3 biggest changes I see, City Housing Hamilton, our roads and facilities as a 3? And would it be possible to just understand, is that what happened? We got new data this past year, just trying to pick a representative series of 3 places. So for City Housing Hamilton, I think it's pretty safe to say we did building condition assessments this year. We have new data. But maybe for roads and facilities, are there other trends or just why such a big change this year?
Through the chair, I'm going to ask Senior Analyst Dan Lake to respond on city housing, and then I'll respond on roads and facilities.
Thank you, Amber. Dan Lake, Senior Program Analyst. Through the chair, just a little bit of a correction, Councillor Wilson. The data for city housing is actually the old BCAs. They are being redone this year. I believe that RFP is out right now. The CEO, Adam, is here and can maybe provide a little more clarification on that if needed. What essentially happened is similar to what happened to the City of Hamilton corporate facilities. So City Housing Hamilton does building condition assessments on all their buildings. And what we have found through an analysis that CFEM completed is that the dollar value of the work reported in those BCAs is not sufficient to actually complete the work. And so what we've done is simply, it's actually the same volume of work as was reported last time for city housing. We've just added a different inflationary factor onto that work in order to better or more ideally capture the value of what it's actually going to take as we understand it today to do the work. That said, there are new BCAs being done. We expect new data. I actually don't know the timeline. I'm sorry. I don't want to commit city housing to something, but we do expect new data by the time we do another update, which should change that gap. The other challenge with city housing funding gap is that we have a bunch of needs identified, but their strategic plan that's available to the public is only available to 2027. There is a long-term financial plan, much of that being done in camera at this point in time, so we're not able to show the impact of that plan on the asset management plan at this time.
No, thank you for that, and understanding there could be more specificity in the room. I just, generally speaking, I got the answer that it was the BCAs themselves and the value in there is the reason that these bars are so far apart, which is about the BCAs, and that carries over for the city facilities. Through you, Chair, just wondering is that the same on our roads where it's the valuation number, or did something different happen? Because I'm thinking there's multiple drivers of these differences, so just BCA, building condition assessments, changing how we use those numbers as time goes on, that's one change that maybe on the facility side. What about on our road side?
Yeah, through the chair, the reason why the roads gap changed so substantially is the last time we did the core plans, we only included road pavement in our gap, and this time we included other right-of-way assets. So sidewalks was a big one. We incorporated traffic signals, so there were more assets in there. With respect to the road pavement gap, it didn't actually increase itself very much. There was inflation to it, but the budget that you've approved towards that has kept that gap largely the same as it was. But the additional assets are really the reason for the increase for roads specifically.
Thank you. Really appreciate that. So it's about what we're counting and how we're counting it as some of the big drivers in these trends. Just for next year, or for when we get this table again, and again, it's the gaps there, I do think having the annual operating budget for the respective service division is helpful information to have right beside that 10-year gap. So for example, knowing that we put in maybe $80 million to our roads budget every year, but City Housing Hamilton's budget's close to 50, just how many years would it take, or what does this 10-year deficit look like? So just maybe feedback on just in future years, that would be very helpful to have. I'm trying to understand now, though, as we have multiple municipalities in similar places, my understanding is that, that $5 billion deficit, that's easily a 40% tax increase if we did put it on the taxes this year to close that gap. So that's not happening. What are other municipalities finding? One of the issues is our wastewater plants, for example, our roads all built at different times, all built with senior level government. There's an inequity as cities' infrastructure breaks and needs replacing. Cities were built at different times in this country. How are we understanding what data other municipalities are getting back, and how's it informing either collective advocacy or Hamilton's an outlier, our wastewater system's older, we need money first, like that type of advocacy? Where's this going, and what are we seeing from other cities? Thank you.
Through the chair, one of the reasons why OREG 58817 was formed was because this problem was across the board in Ontario. So that's the intent of the regulation, and that's what it's trying to address. In terms of other municipalities, we've used this example before, but City of Guelph reduced their infrastructure funding gap by prioritizing inventory and condition assessments, and that's why that's one of our key factors that we want to focus in on. And even City of Toronto, they saw a decrease to their infrastructure funding gap from this year to last year because they disposed of assets to the province, the Don Valley Parkway, the Gardiner, right? So these are some opportunities, and we are right now doing a municipal scan to see if there are other opportunities we can look into. But of course, we've been doing all of this analysis and trying to meet these regulatory requirements, and now we're at the point where we can look at how can we do better with this information and make this information more valuable for you councillors.
Thanks very much. Up next is Councillor Nan, followed by Councillor Pauls, Taddison, Kassar, Clark, and Maureen Wilson. Councillor Nan.
Thank you. Thank you for the work and for the presentation. And in light of a cybersecurity attack, so can only imagine what it's taken in terms of an effort to get us to this point with, I forget how many pages in the appendix of data. So I did want to indicate to the Deputy Mayor that the CEO Swedland did have their hand up in trying to respond to Councillor Alex Wilson's question. So at this point, would that be appropriate? I can have a question for him, so yes. So their question was regarding slide 9, the scale of a funding gap. City Housing Hamilton shows up number 1. Can you explain why?
Yes, so through the chair, pardon me, through the Deputy Mayor, Adam Swedland, City Chief Executive Officer. I apologize, I'm losing my voice today. That gap is, as I believe Senior Program Analyst Dan Leaks explained, was based on the fact that we were using data from our old outdated building condition assessments. They were from 2017, I believe, 2018 perhaps. And what we knew to be true was that our funding, they were undervalued. The projects in those BCAs were undervalued. So we made some assumptions to incorporate cost inflation that we knew of, just the volatility in the construction market that we had experienced. And so that brought that gap to 1.2 million. So this is an exercise in the building condition assessments. That said, we are right this year updating our building condition assessments with a hope to get a more accurate picture of what that gap looks like. And I think in the interim, if you maybe I think you may have a follow-up question, so maybe I'll.
Just from the perspective of, so the data confidence, Deputy Mayor has heard that we're updating our BCAs and therefore our confidence in the data will increase. And then in terms of just helping bridge the understanding publicly, we received historic funding from the federal government to address some of our building condition assessments. Is that factored into what we're seeing here?
Yes, so through the chair, yes, that is something that is factored in. So that's not a number that would continue to reduce that gap. We are doing a lot of work, though, to reduce that gap. And one of the missing pieces here is that development strategy, which the board has approved, which has not been made public. So that may incorporate projects that would remove some of those maintenance requests from the long-term piece. And the other piece is we have some confidential funding applications which have been approved but not announced from other orders of government, which would help to reduce that gap. The board also approved an enhanced preventative maintenance program, which is being implemented now to, again, extend life cycles and reduce operating costs, which will be reinvested. So there's a lot of work happening to reduce that gap. And then, of course, with the new data, we'll have a better sight line as to what that needs to be.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Now we're on to Councillor Pauls, followed by Taddison, Kassar, Clark, and Maureen Wilson. Councillor Pauls.
Thank you. And through the chair, I heard over and over about reduce the expected level of service. And then I heard that this 10-year plan, infrastructure funding gap, is also the operational. And I look at the recreational service, and I'm just wondering, how do you balance the level of expected level of service in our city? We are a big city. There's the upper, there's the downtown. Residents have different needs. And how do you balance out which service you look at to cutting?
Through the chair, we wouldn't be saying we should cut a service area here or here at this point. That would be up to asset owners to look at their service and find areas where they can propose reductions to levels of service. With respect to operating, right now we are fairly limited in our analysis. So typically we assume if the operating is there, that's enough staff to be able to continue delivering those service levels. Again, that's part of our data improvements of what we want to be able to do. If we do these life cycle improvements, we'll understand how much we need with respect to staff and then figure out if we have enough staff to actually deliver all of those activities. So the short answer is that you will see levels of service come in by asset owners. So recreation will come in and say, maybe I can reduce my level of service here, acknowledging that we have this large funding gap across the city.
Thank you for that, because I could, in Ward 7, we have a rec center that's been there forever, and it is used, but it needs an upgrade. And so I'm just wondering, how do we decide which, even rec centers, we either close or improve? So, and that was an operate. So thank you for that.
Thanks. And just to flag, there'll be a recreation master plan conversation happening shortly at council, so we'll get more information about how those priorities are made. Next on the speakers list is Councillor Taddison, then Kassar, Clark, and Maureen Wilson. Councillor Taddison.
This is probably in the legend somewhere in the many pages of the report, but I couldn't see it. So in your presentation, I wrote down, I heard you say that data confidence medium meant basically plus or minus 40%, but in your answers to Councillor M. Wilson, you said that medium represented 25%. So can you correct me and maybe let me know what the percentage variance is for each one of those data confidence ratings from very high down to low?
Through the chair, of course. So I said low to medium in my presentation, or at least I intended to. So because low is plus or minus 40%, we had some areas where we're at medium, so we kind of tried to give a range, but we went with the larger range. And what we want to do is bring all of our service areas to that plus or minus 25%. When we look at our ranges, we look at low as plus or minus 40%, medium as plus or minus 25%, high as plus or minus 10%, or 10 to 20%, and then 25%, and then very low would be 0 to 10%, I believe. But we do have in our Appendix B, there is the table that outlines our data confidence table, which would give you that information. So that is in the report.
Okay, thanks so much. So in that table, am I going to find basically a list of the variables that add to something being high versus something being a low data confidence level? In terms of, say, I guess I'm assuming like it's going to be, say, if you have a newer facility, data confidence is going to be a lot higher, correct? So in managing that. So I will find those variables. Is there anything that we can do as a group, as you're assessing, to, reduce those, like, so that we have longer, so we have more confidence in our data, I guess is what we're saying, is there any way that you taking the data can get greater data? So if I had low data, what would I do next to get more confidence in that data?
Through the chair, so we do recommend inventory and condition assessments. So having somebody go out in the field, especially for assets that we have many of, and actually going to the asset, seeing if we can predict what the age of that asset is, see if we understand what the exact condition is, and if we're using condition over age to determine when we're going to renew something, we might say, hey, this asset is at its expected service life, but when we actually look at it, it's good. So it doesn't belong in our backlog, right? We can push out that renewal later, and that's where some of these, we see these data improvements reducing our infrastructure funding gap overall. And so by improving our data confidence in these ways, we can see reductions in a lot of cases. Or if we decide, hey, we're going to do a different life cycle management strategy now that we've actually looked at it. And I know that we're talking a lot about facilities, and the reason why we're talking a lot about facilities is because we have better data. We do building condition assessments every 5 years, and we get our forecast maintenance needs, right? We need that for more of our assets to improve our confidence. So we're talking a lot about facilities because that's the information we have, but realistically, there could be other assets that come in that we need more information on, and we could be over or underestimating that, and that's why we have plus or minus 40%.
Okay, so thank you. So basically, I heard that if we have people on the ground that go out and assess, that's better than just doing an age issue, right? And so have our previous capital projects been mostly based on age, or has it been based on like actual people going out into the field and assessing?
Through the chair, for core assets, we do have a lot of condition assessments being done, but for a lot of our non-core assets, we don't have, it's typically been based on age, and that's why we're seeing our backlog be comprised of assets that are beyond their service life at this point. So we have that for vehicles, we have that for IT equipment, but if we had a condition program for those where we could actually assess their condition while someone's doing an activity on them, saying, okay, I'm doing maintenance, I think this vehicle's in this condition, doesn't need to be replaced next year, right? So that's us in asset management, really just trying to, people are already doing work on these assets. While they're doing that, can they just do like a checklist and say, okay, here's what the condition of that asset is and our opinion on it.
Thank you very much.
And before I turn to the next speaker, just to let you know, it's Appendix B, page 21, where there's a little chart there. While you were asking questions, I did a little search and found it. Appendix B, page 21. For data confidence, turning to Councillor Cassar, then Councillor Clark, then Councillor Maureen Wilson. Councillor Cassar.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you very much. It's such an important topic, and one that, we might want to at some point have a dedicated meeting to rather than jamming into a big agenda. A lot of really important content. I just wanted to drill into one area in the appendices, or I guess the Appendix A. Could you just tease out the definitions of two important ratios that are in there? I think they're kind of core, no pun intended, to the understanding of this, is the asset renewal funding ratio, and then right beside that, we find the 10-year operations and maintenance and renewal funding ratio. If you could just, for the public, just explain what those are.
Yep, for sure. So our asset renewal funding ratio is our budget dedicated to renewal divided by our renewal needs. So if we have a higher percentage, so usually our range is 90 to 110%, it means that if we have 90%, it means that we're optimally funding renewals for that service area. So we have largely enough budget if we have within that range. It's a similar ratio for the operations, maintenance, and renewal ratio. We're taking our budget for just those 3 life cycle stages and dividing that by our needs for those life cycle stages, getting our ratio and determining if we have enough budget to do all of those activities. Just something that's important for context, when we do our life cycle management plans, we break our budget down into our different life cycle stages, and that's how we're getting that information, and that's based on the description. But again, when we look at our enterprise resource planning system that's coming in, that will make that process a lot easier for us as well. So this is where we talk about a lot of infrastructure being built for us to be able to continue to do this work quicker, more effectively, and target areas for improvement.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. And just to follow up, on page 457 in the annex where it shows by asset category, these ratios amongst others, just wanted to point out and maybe ask for some interpretation, tourism and culture on that page, $437 million replacement value, average condition is good, but the renewal funding ratio is 2% in there. So I think that's the lowest in that whole, what I could see from all the asset categories, and the 10-year operation, maintenance, and renewal is 46%. So if you could just help speak to, what the implications of that are for tourism and culture, which are pretty important for, I would say, downtown renewal, vibrancy, economic development, jobs, all those kind of things. What do we take away from that?
Through the chair, tourism and culture is a trickier service area because a lot of these are heritage buildings, so we're not intending on renewing them. So we have a pretty small renewal budget, and we have a pretty small portfolio of assets that require renewals. So that renewal funding ratio of 2% really represents the collections building, and at this point, it's also largely affecting that operations, maintenance, and renewal ratio as well. It's currently in poor condition. It's not meeting the needs to be able to preserve our artifacts in the collections building, and that's why it's in our 10-year forecast. It's poor condition, it's approaching its estimated service life, and it makes a really large impact on that service area because it's I believe, $16 million building in a renewal budget that is not very large because we're not typically renewing tourism and culture assets.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And just a quick comment. You mentioned in the presentation about intergenerational equity. I think that's so very much important. And realistically, if you look at this objectively, we're kind of dealing with that now because there has been underfunding, and it's really important that we continue to deal with that responsibly, as GM Zagaric was speaking to, and that we, invest wisely and don't continue pushing this forward, and balancing it, of course, with the current generation who is saddled with this at the moment. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Kassar. And now we're on to second-time speakers, Councillor Clark, followed by Councillor Maureen Wilson. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity. Can I ask, are we including and assessing assets that are owned by the City of Hamilton but leased out to third parties? The airport, for example, the entertainment district, et cetera, et cetera. How do we deal with those assets?
Through the chair, at this point, we have them embedded in the unallocated assets bucket where we don't have a clear asset owner for them at this point. That is our next step, is really breaking out these assets and figuring out who has service area responsibility for those assets.
So would and I'm looking to GM Zagaric now, would the contracts that we've entered into for those assets outline the responsibility to maintain those assets when we're thinking of asset management itself?
Through the chair, firstly, they are city assets, so we are responsible for them, and we will have to include them as part of the asset management work. With respect to the contracts, yes, with respect to the maintenance of the assets, and in some cases, only in some cases, we build in a contribution towards a reserve for the life cycle of that asset. So I'll use one example, this former Stony Creek City Hall that we lease out to RCMP, and there's a contribution per square foot that goes into a reserve that's used towards maintaining the asset. So in some cases, we build those terms in where we have a competitive position to do so.
Thank you. That's very interesting and very helpful. So when I'm looking at the report that we have here, and I'm looking at page 5 of 9 of the main report, it says the City of Hamilton faces a 10-year infrastructure funding gap of $5.2 billion, or $520 million annually over 10 years. So residents are going to see that number, and I hear the typing behind me, so I'm sure it's going to appear in some wonderful article somewhere, and they're going to see that number, and if they do the calculation based on $13 million being 1%, then that's a 40% increase in taxes. So how do we handle this? That's above your pay grade.
Unfortunately, it falls within mine. So through the chair, what staff have recommended and council has adopted over the last 2 years is with respect to water, wastewater, and tax core, is a 10-year strategy which will provide an additional $190 million inflated in 10 years' time for those assets. So $190 million at the end of the 10 years In the case of non-core assets, it's, as mentioned, a 25-year time horizon, and I believe it's still somewhere in that $190 million in additional funding each and every year after year 25. So that's currently our strategy. We will have to update some of these figures. I think what we'll have to assess is whether we update them for 2026, given the issues that have been highlighted around data confidence and quality, or whether we monitor and update them in future years. But that is currently our strategy.
Thank you for that. I'm assuming that municipalities that are as old as Hamilton, like Ottawa, Toronto, most certainly, and others, they're the ones that are struggling more significantly with asset management and dealing with reserves. Toronto seems to get some funding for this. Hamilton does not. Comments on that? How are we reaching out to the provincial government, acknowledging that we are one of the oldest municipalities in the province? In fact, the town of Ancaster was the oldest municipality in the country before it was amalgamated with Hamilton. We're trying to deal with unfunded liabilities going back many decades, and this was brought on to us by the province of Ontario. Seems to be funding that's gone to Toronto. Did we get any funding?
Through the chair, municipalities typically share in funding as relates to broad provincial or federal programs. In the case of the City of Toronto, some of those programs are targeted to the City of Toronto, including uploading of assets. Historically, staff have applied the strategy as it relates to grant programs to minimize the impact to taxpayers and ratepayers, in part to focus on assets that are existing assets and require state of good repair investments. I see challenges with that strategy going forward, given senior levels of government and the shift towards the softening development community, wanting to facilitate growth, and really a stronger position with respect to investments that facilitate growth, including issues around DCs. So historically, we've applied a very targeted approach to try to address our infrastructure deficit backlog. Going forward, we'll see whether or not that's an approach that we'll be able to take, or whether programs target growth-related projects, which would be a change in terms of our strategy.
Thank you. Last question, Deputy Mayor, if I may. The regulation speaks to municipalities being required to ensure that their asset management protection plans are current as it pertains to growth, as it pertains to land use planning regulations and legislation from the province. So how do we, given what we're now experiencing with Alfreda, and I can't remember the other name, West? 20 Road. 20 Wood, thank you, 20 Road. Both of them are headed towards, I would suspect, an Ontario Lands Tribunal decision. How do we accomplish what the province is asking us to accomplish when all of this is being thrown at us?
Through the chair, that's a great question. And I think it varies across municipalities. For those municipalities like the City of Hamilton, this is the conflict that we will have to address and that staff will have to make recommendations surrounding. We have this as a priority.
Yes.
Our infrastructure deficit. And when we talk about infrastructure deficit, we're really talking about recreation facilities that need improvement, our long-term care facility that needed improvement, our improvements to roads, sidewalks. At the same time, we have senior levels of government who are suggesting to municipalities to forego tools, revenue tools like DCs, and to facilitate growth. And now we have, as an example, two conflicting priorities. One is maintaining what we have. The other is subsidizing the cost of new facilities off of development charges onto existing taxpayers. That's a principal dilemma we will have to wrestle.
Thank you for putting it in that way. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor.
And according to my speakers list, Councillor Maureen Wilson, you are the last speaker on this item.
Hooray. Thank you. I'd like to pick up on a suggestion I think that my colleague Councillor Kazar made, given the interest and the questions that have been expressed, but can't be exhausted here given the length and weight of this agenda. My question or request through the chair to the city manager is, I think you're hearing a significant interest in having a session, full day on this matter. I think this session, in my opinion, needs to be broad and deep, and it should be done in such a time that it informs and holds us accountable for our capital budgeting decisions, so that we are, if we want to make a decision that's way over here and not tethered to the reality that's set out in this budget, then no one can say they weren't aware of that connection, and they can, that's their choice to make. But I would leave that with you, and I don't know if a formal motion is needed in order to action that.
It's a good question. We do have it in our procedural bylaw at this time that we can call a special general issues committee meeting to discuss an issue that's of a specific and significant nature. We haven't triggered that yet, and I'm not sure how it is triggered. I'll briefly turn to the city clerk to see if he could speak to how he would do so, and then I believe Councillor McMeekin has signaled interest in speaking on the item.
So Deputy Mayor, you could merely refer an item or have an item brought forward at that time to a special meeting to be scheduled. We would then take that away and book said meeting with consultation with the deputy mayor at the time and the mayor's office, as well as the CAO or city manager.
Okay, it's possible for anyone who hasn't spoken on this to ask for this item to be referred to a special GIC meeting. That can happen, but people who have spoke on it probably couldn't refer that. It seems like that's the suggested path being taken forward. Do I understand what you're saying correctly, City Clerk? I do get a nod there that that's what we would do, because we need an item to actually refer to an agenda, is my understanding. There's some conferring going on over here. I feel like I'm missing something here. Everyone's spoken except for me. And the folks online haven't spoken. And Councillor McMeekin has yet to speak.
Maybe Ted will do it.
So I'm just going to take a breath here and pause. There seems to have generated some excitement in this question, Councillor Maureen Wilson.
There's
and then
a
when
first.
the
That's a first.
frenetic energy, oh, please, City Clerk Trenum.
Some additional information to bring to light is the plan does need to be submitted to the province by July 1st. Thank you. So we'll just have to be creative in getting that booked, but I'm just putting that on the radar.
Thank you.
So just, if I could, so my understanding could be the following. I know that we want to have an item be approved in terms of getting the plan to the province. Ultimately, the budget decisions are made for the budget. I'm assuming we could set up a special meeting to discuss this issue without having to have an item specific to it, like a GIC budget meeting or something of that nature.
So you could have it referred for information purposes to just further discussion and ask
Perfect.
questions of staff, yes.
Cool. So we could be referred for information purposes and we can still accomplish the goal set out today. Did you have further questions, Councillor Maureen Wilson, apart from that? Okay, go ahead and then we'll consider next steps. And I'll pause in between so people can reflect on what they'd like to do.
Thank you. Perhaps my questions could be answered, I'm hoping, when we can action a special meeting. But there has been, I'd like to put it in the context of almost the doll within the doll. So a couple of my colleagues have raised the issue of Councillor Clark, Councillor Alex Wilson, that all municipalities in Ontario are not the same, in large measure due to our age, and that's probably reflected in the condition of our assets. Likewise, so is the City of Hamilton. And we've had this discussion before when the Transportation Asset Management Plan was first delivered, I think in 2022, which depicted the condition of our roads either in red, yellow, or green. And at that time, there seemed to be an acknowledgement by the bench and on council that the concentration of red was not equally distributed. My question is, how is our asset management plan reflecting that distinction, meaning the lower city is terribly red, and how might this be dealt with? If not here, then perhaps it could be discussed at a special session. But my first question is, will our asset management plans reflect those, the coloration of the map?
This is just me asking a favor. Would it be okay if we actually left that to a special meeting if that happens? And if we don't, we could come back to you to get those answered today. So if somebody's willing to refer, we have a special meeting, we could have that larger discussion. You know, I care about the same issue you do.
My request is I'm looking for assurance that it will be an item on the agenda at that special meeting. So meaning if I just raise it now,
Okay.
Okay.
I have a plan for this.
Okay, okay.
So Councillor McMeekin, would you be willing to refer, purport, one moment.
I do have a closing comment if you don't mind.
Oh, okay, sorry. Closing comment, and then I'll go to you, Councillor McMeekin. Take it away, Councillor Maureen Wilson.
So some sensitivity around this horseshoe when I speak about this matter, but we are going into the last year of this mandate, which some people call silly season. And there's an interesting narrative that's been developing out there in the echoes of social media, perhaps by some people here in the gallery, that this council is doesn't have its head on straight. It seems to be not tethered to reality, and that it's neglecting, the city is falling apart, and it's neglecting its core assets. To which I would submit, GM Zagaric has actually told us the opposite, that it is this term of council that has made the adult decision based on evidence that we're not going to ignore this reality anymore. 20 to 30% of our tax increases is a result of us tackling this emergency.
Correct.
And the other portion is a result of us responding to a community that says, what are you doing about people living in parks? So I challenge those, and I hope there'll be many who in this next year will come up with solutions and how they would do it, because I think this is the importance of data, and this is the importance of evidence-based decision-making, and this is the importance of sometimes making ourselves feel uncomfortable, but accountability matters. So I will just leave that out there in the universe. Thank you.
The universe shall receive it. So Councillor McMeekin, if it's okay with you, you could refer for the information purposes, for information purposes, I should say, pardon me. There's this report, which I'm going to scroll up to find the name of PW 25036 to a special session of GIC. I'm going to pause, though. I'm getting some ayes. So the ayes, City Clerk Trenum.
Just for some clarity, so if the intent is to have the special meeting before the July 1st deadline, great, let's do referral. Seeing the shaking heads that that's not the intent, may I suggest you deal with the recommendations first and then just add a clause to direct staff to hold a special meeting to review these recommendations and the appendix in more detail, rather than a referral.
So it's not a motion to refer. So that'll be moved by Councillor Maureen Wilson when the time comes, and seconded by Councillor Kassar. Okay. Councillor McMeekin, did you have anything else you wanted to add at this time while you would save your comments for the special meeting?
Well, just very quickly, because I know we're on the time. I never consider anything we do around this table to be silly season, first and foremost. I want to make that point. It's anything but silly season, given the kinds of crises we face. I've made the point repeatedly, as have some others around this horseshoe, that if you want to do a deep dive on issues, you're best to get away from the traditional 5-minute speaking limit and do special meetings, issue focused. And so I applaud Councillor Wilson's suggestion. When it's time to applaud, you should applaud. I wanted to point out two things that I observed looking back. One was the appropriate direction to look at how additional revenues can be realized by the city. And that is particularly prudent given the need to acknowledge that this, based on Councillor Clark's comments, that the city of Toronto has a special status. There's separate legislation that they have that earmarks them in helpful ways to access funds and things as simple as or as complex as the land transfer tax, for example, which is their second largest source of revenue. It didn't meet with a lot of favorability here when we had a brief discussion on it, but the reality is Toronto is legislatively segregated. It's the only province, only city in Ontario that has any one of a number of privileges that are not extended to other municipalities. And that's a focus that I think we need to look at as well, because they have advantages we don't, sadly. And sometimes you don't worry about what you've done in political life. Sometimes you think more about the things you left undone. That's one that we need to be dealing with at some point. Thanks.
Thank you. So we have a mover and seconder on this item. And what we're going to do is vote on the recommendations with an additional recommendation to be added, that we have a special meeting on this report. I think we all understand what we're doing here, so I don't think we need to go over laborious wordsmithing. I'm just going to look at the legislative coordinator to say that she understands exactly what we're doing.
My preference would be to vote on the amendment and then on the recommendation as amended, if that's
Lovely.
okay.
So we're going to vote first on the amendment, which will be to amendment to the recommendation so we have a special meeting itself, and then to vote on the whole thing. So we're meeting the July 1st deadline we have to meet. So I'm going to look for a mover and seconder. I'll take Councillor Maureen Wilson and Councillor Cassar on the amendment, and that is to have a special meeting, and there'll be an electronic vote showing up shortly. So shortly that it's already there. Councillor McMeekin is in favor. And that carries 14-0. And now on the main recommendations as amended. We already have a mover and seconder, so there'll be an electronic vote showing up. And the vote is up. And that carries 14-0. And so at this point, just want to flag where we are on our agenda and what's ahead. I've also asked the city clerk and others if they could weigh in on any items that are not necessarily needing to be approved today that we could possibly move ahead on. So what I'm going to kind of do is work in a good faith capacity here. There are some items on this agenda which we don't need to speak to. If we get growing speakers list for those items, I'm just going to ask for a bunch to be done at council so we don't spend the entire evening here. And we'll proceed with those that we need to proceed with, specifically things where we've had delegates here today to want to make those decisions today, and other items that are large. But things that I think, if you know your vote in advance, I'm just going to encourage you to just put that vote on the record and share your thoughts in your newsletter. On 8.2, PED 25167, Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design Grant Application for Upper Wentworth Street in Ward 7. Can I have a mover and seconder to put this on the floor? Moved by Councillor Paul, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. Any discussion on this item? I don't see anyone wanting to discuss this, so we'll go to the vote. Thank you. I'm passing on that it's a good news story. And that carries 14-0. On to 8.3, PED 25148, the Art Gallery of Hamilton citywide. May I please have a mover and seconder to put that item on the floor? And I'd like to, if I can, as a board member on the Art Gallery, if I could move it, if that's allowed. If I pass the chair to someone else, can I move it? So I'll pass the chair to someone else, Councillor Huang, for you to take on this, and I'll move it. And who wants to be the seconder?
Who would like to move it? Councillor Crutch. And seconder? Councillor McMeekin. And I'll put the chair back to you, I think. No, I got to take, okay, cool. All right, so I think that we have a presentation from Director Lisa Abbott.
Just some opening remarks, just an overview.
Sorry, what am I doing?
Lisa Abbott has an overview.
Has an overview. Okay, thank you. Director Abbott, please.
It is now, thank you, through the chair. Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor and members of council. I am Lisa Abbott, Director of Tourism and Culture. Staff have prepared the report today for consideration in response to council's direction in September of 2024 that staff be directed and authorized to enter into negotiations with the Art Gallery of Hamilton to replace the existing agreements with a new agreement that addresses caring for and preserving city assets or assets that will revert to the city, including the collection, and ensuring the building is maintained in a state of good repair with a report back to council. So the report today includes exactly what the costs are to address these items. As background, in 1914, the City of Hamilton received a collection of artworks under the condition that a gallery be established to preserve and display these works. The Blair Bruce collection is now valued at approximately $20 million. Since that time, the gallery has collected over 11,000 pieces, some donated to the City of Hamilton and some donated directly to the gallery. The collection is worth an estimated value of approximately $1 billion. The gallery has received consistent, reliable funding from the city since 2006 through a motion of council in the amount of $1 million annually. In 2006, this represented 23.5% of the gallery's annual operating budget. However, the amount has not increased despite increases in inflation and costs related to the collection and building maintenance. Costs related this year to the collection are forecasted at $3.4 million and represent close to 40% of annual operating expenses. The gallery has needed additional financial support from the city to balance their budget since 2022, and this year they are projecting a gap of $1.5 million. A building condition assessment was completed this year, which you will find as Appendix A to the report. The overall findings indicate the building will need approximately $6.5 million in maintenance to keep the building in a state of good repair over the next 15 years. The rationale for providing this level of investment includes, as a municipal gallery, the collection belongs to the people of Hamilton in perpetuity, and through this effort, the city is ensuring that this asset is protected. The gallery's impact from a social, educational, and wellness perspective cannot be overstated. It is a vibrant, busy place, last year with over 185,000 visitors. Partnering with social services agencies, schools, and arts educations, the gallery delivers health and wellness programs. It saw over 10,000 students last year in art programs and continues to foster and champion the work of local Hamilton artists. The gallery's economic impact is estimated to be over $39.7 million, according to Ontario Tourism's Regional Economic Impact Model. It employs 53 full-time staff who all work in the downtown. And finally, the gallery is a key piece of cultural infrastructure, important to the revitalization of the downtown and the establishment of the entertainment precinct. In closing, the Art Gallery of Hamilton is a world-class facility with one of the finest collections in Canada. This investment will position the gallery in a way to favorably attract additional provincial and federal investment and would be a positive step forward towards protecting the city's assets and infrastructure for future generations. Happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Abbott. As we already have a mover and a seconder, we're putting the discussion onto the floor. At this point, I have Councillor Clark, Jackson, and Kretsch. And just a note, should committee wish to discuss the confidential Appendix C, we will have to defer consideration of this item until after closed. So we will start with Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you. I was struck today in the presentation that the board has not received the 2024 financial statement and that they will be dealing with it within the next 30 days. I'm struggling a little bit with this recommendation because in the financial statement from the year 2023, the auditor comes out and says that the organization has a liquidity risk. And it goes into dealing with exactly what the concerns are with regards to bank indebtedness, accounts payable, accrued liabilities, and bank loans. So they spell it out very clearly in their notations in the financial statement. It goes on to state that the board of directors has the ability to fund operating cash flow shortages by transferring investments from the board's restricted fund to unrestricted fund, or to use proceeds from the future sale of artwork for general operating purposes. Let's be clear, there's been a deficit for this organization 2 years running, at least from what I see in the report. And we don't know the results of the board's work and the CEO's work in 2024 as to whether or not that surplus has now been tackled or that surplus has now grown. So is there any indication from staff as to what the current situation is for the surplus or deficit of the Art Gallery of Hamilton?
Director?
Thank you. To answer the question through the chair, we have received their forecasted financials for 2025 through the CEF application, and those are the numbers that were used to put this report together. We certainly will be reviewing their 2024 audited financial statements when it is made available to us. Thank you.
Thank you. And I guess what I'm suggesting, you know, when I'm seeing deficits in this financial statement, would it not be prudent for the city of Hamilton, before they rewrite the agreement, to actually see the current condition of the organization based on the financial statements of 2024? Which would mean delaying this for approximately 30 days. Perhaps a little bit longer, because the board wants to review those financial statements, and then of course they'd want to present them to council.
Thank you. Through the chair, if that is council's direction, I do know that there is some funding urgency for their 2025 cash flow. Thank you.
And can you tell me what that urgency is?
If I could request permission through the chair, we do have the CEO still in chambers. Would I be able to ask permission to have her help address that question?
Yeah,
I'd be happy to move it if that's necessary.
Thank you, sorry. I forgot.
How quick? So, Acting Deputy Mayor, I'd be happy to move the motion to have the CEO have the ability to answer the questions.
Sure. Moved by Councillor Clark. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Pauls. I think I need this as is Clerk McCrae, is this e-vote or a hand vote? Hand vote. Clerk. And that looks like it carries. Thank you. Let's, CEO Faulconer, you're welcome to converse with Director, but also if you can also help answer the question as well.
Oh, sorry.
Great, you can hear me. Good afternoon. It's nice to see you again. Yeah, the numbers, as we said earlier this morning, will be available once they're approved by the Board of Directors. We did submit those numbers for last year and the 2025 numbers through the CEF process. So your staff do have access to those numbers. We are close to balancing budget last year. We did have some utilities that went up in the middle of the year, so things like that, surprises like that, but very close to balancing. And this year, we project a balanced budget with the funding from the city. So I hope that helps to give you some indication, and then we can give you the definite numbers once the board approves those numbers. But we do have some numbers sitting with staff.
Does that mean my time starts over? Isn't that neat? But I don't believe council is privy to those numbers. I don't have the financial statement for 2024. I have 2022, 2023. Those two show deficits. Now you're saying that it's balanced. You're asking us to create this new agreement here. And I, for one, I'm feeling uncomfortable without seeing the current financial statements. So the question that I had asked staff was, I thought I heard that it would be the board for the Art Gallery of Hamilton would be receiving the financial statements within the next 30 days. And in that case, we would be looking at, council meeting is the middle of July, Angela? I think it's the middle of July, if I recall correctly. So could we not, thank you, the 16th of July. So can we not defer this decision until we actually have the current financial statements? From a financial perspective, for the city of Hamilton, it is prudent to have that information before we make a decision. I'll shut my.
Thank you, if I can help answer through the chair. So we do have forecasted numbers for 2024, which we're happy to share with you. We just don't have the audited financial statements. And from what I understand, the question is about the urgency of needing funding in 2025. If that is, I understand that that need is pressing. So I would like to get a sense of whether that 30 days would have significant detriment to the gallery.
I'd like to answer by saying that we anticipated hearing today, so our plans are contingent upon hearing about the funding today. I know the rest of the recommendations, those could wait 30 days, but perhaps the funding, some of the funding could be looked at, and not the complete funding proposal.
You're talking about the 1.5, I think, right, Shelley?
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, hi, forgive the sweat, I had to run back over from Jackson Square.
So that's Scott Galbraith from the Art Gallery, sorry. Counselor, please.
Thank you. So we're talking 45 days to get the financial statement to council. What's the urgency of the funding and how much of the funding is urgent? I don't think it's appropriate for any organization, no matter how long we've had a relationship with, that we would make a decision without a current financial statement. To be candid, I constantly ask that of every organization that comes in forward for City Enrichment Fund. We ask for the financial statements. I'd like to get that from 2024 based on what I see in the 2023. And so I'm trying to understand, and I know staff are talking in the background to see if we can come up with some reasonable solution here.
Currently, there is some conferring, so we'll just leave it just to let staff confer a little bit. Director Abbott, please.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm happy to share the 2024 forecast that was provided to CEF, which informed the funding for 2025. We certainly will be able to provide those numbers to you right away. And it's just that the audited statements will take a little while.
Is it okay if I jump in? Sorry. I don't want to disrespect. Thank you, Councilor Clark.
Please go ahead.
So I'd say and we have the draft financials prepared by our auditor, and I'm in the world of commercial banking and finance. So Councilor Clark's assertion that having the financial statements provided is something that rings true with me. So I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I don't understand the question. If there is anything related to those that I can address now, I'm happy to do that. And to answer the question with respect to hardship, we are financially, like we can make it through a month without the, without the $1.5 million. I think the issue, the hardship is created when we think about, hey, if council decides not to proceed, then we have hardship. So it's less about the provision of the funding in 30 days as opposed to the certainty of a decision. So we respect and speaking for the board, I respect the question and the principle of the audited financials. Having seen them, but you haven't, so I respect the need for that. So to answer your question, the hardship is more planning, because we'll have absent this, then we have some other decisions to make.
Thank you, Mr. Galbraith. Back to you, Councillor.
Thank you. So again, my question still stands. We're talking about a 45 delay on this item. This is my position. Council may make a different decision altogether. They may feel 100% comfortable and just go ahead without seeing the actual financial statements. I can't do that. It's not consistent with my personal policies in this organization since I've been here. So the question I had asked the director is what needs to be done to keep you stable for 45 days so that we can see those numbers. And with regards to respect, Scott, I know you understand this. Having you tell me what those numbers are is not the same as seeing the audited financial statements. It's simply not, no matter how much I respect you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. That is your time. We are on to the next on our speakers list, Councillor Jackson, followed by Councillor Kretsch.
Point of order, I didn't get an answer. I asked a question.
So you're still asking for the audited financials?
I asked the question. What I had heard was that there was some urgency. And my idea is 45 days to see the financial statements and have this council approve this. If that is too difficult for the board, for the Art Gallery of Hamilton, what's the money situation that they need to get them through for 30 days? And candidly, if they can't get through with 30 days, then I'm really concerned about it being a going concern.
Councillor, we can get through 30 days. That's my answer from a financial perspective.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. At an appropriate time, I'll move that motion.
Sorry, you said what? Sorry, what was that last bit that you said? At the appropriate time for that motion. Okay, thank you. All right, so thank you, Councillor Clark. On to Councillor Jackson, please.
Good afternoon, Acting Chair Huang. Thank you very much. I'm in total concurrence with Councillor Clark's request for the 30 to 45 day delay and extra time to absorb everything that we've heard today. Thank you to CEO Faulkner and her board members for appearing today. I listened very carefully since this is my first time speaking today throughout this long meeting already. And Director Abbott, thank you for your report as well. I have a few questions, please, through you, Acting Chair Huang, to Director Abbott. Director Abbott, in B, C, and D of your recommendations that those three items be referred to the 2026 tax operated budget for consideration. But in the E part, I'm reading that says you wish to have our city solicitor prepare and execute a license agreement that will come into effect January 1st of 2026, taking into account B, C, and D. To me, there's a paradox there, unless I'm missing something, because on the one hand, you're saying B, C, and D refer to the 26 budget deliberations, which is excellent, which I support. But in E, you're saying, yeah, but let's get on with executing the agreement by January 1st of the B, C, and D recommendations that are being referred. Can you reconcile this for me, please, Director Abbott?
Director Abbott, please.
Yes, thank you for the question through the chair. The fundamental principle is that contracts are entered into by the city are always subject to ongoing council approval. While the agreement would be prepared, it wouldn't be signed or executed until after council deliberations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director Abbott. But through you, Acting Chair Huang, then why even the necessity to put the E part in right now? I accept what you just answered with, that it's after council has made its full decisions on B, C, and D, which probably will be, I'm going to guess, February, March of next year. At that point, could we not insert that E? Because right now it's looking like, let's get on with getting everything prepared for January 1st, but we still may have 2 months of deliberations that may or may not support your recommendations. Again, through you, Acting Chair Huang, please.
Director?
Thank you. Yes, to answer the question through the chair. We were responding to council's direction that staff be directed and authorized to enter into negotiations all the way back from 2024 and then previous to that in 2023. So I would think that that recommendation was speaking to try to respond to council's direction. I believe it's also staff working through what the process is in terms of our budget world, where we have a slightly different budget process than in the past. So if it is council's wish to change the wording of that recommendation, that is absolutely at council's pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director Abbott, for that. Well, at least maybe I'm the lone one of the 15 of us, but to me, it's just it's creating a bit of a contradictory position. Execute the agreement January 1st, but there still might be 2 months of deliberation that may alter the execution of that agreement. A couple of more questions, Acting Chair Huang, through you to Director Abbott. So, Director Abbott. And by the way, I've been somebody that I'd like to think in the 19, 20 years of the annual $1 million funding for the art gallery. I've met with CEO Faulkner, I think, during the pandemic. And of course, working with Louise Dompierre many years before that, her predecessor. I'd like to think I've been one that's hung in there with the $1 million annual funding every year since '06. A couple of more questions, please. So is the goal then, when you're adding an A part, Director Abbott, in your recommendation, 1.5 million this year, that's on top of the existing annual 1 million, which would bring them up to 2.5 million annually. At some point in time, is this an amount, the 2.5 million will be the new amount going forward for a sustainable operating annual amount from the city? But where does that million from the CEF ultimately fall? Will the CEF million possibly go back, or will that continue in perpetuity, making up the part of the 2.5 million? I'm just a bit fuzzy on that. Through you, Acting Chair Huang, please.
Director?
Thank you. To respond through the chair. That is a choice that council can make. It can either, that 1 million can either be funded from continue to be funded from CEF, or you would remove the funding, that 1 million from CEF, and have it flow as a budget enhancement through tourism and culture's budget to provide transfer payments, quarterly transfer payments. It could then impact the CEF funding, but it will really ultimately be council's decision how they wish to associate that particular $1 million. To answer the first part of your question, you are correct. The ongoing funding would be approximately 2.5 million.
Thank you, Director Abbott. And by the way, on that last point, the CEF versus tourism and culture's budget, I would be open-minded to that kind of discussion going forward, wherever we land. And last thing, thank you, Director Abbott. Last comment, Acting Chair Huang. Again, I'm very supportive of Councillor Clark's delay in referral for 30 to 45 days to get the audited statements. And for me, as a board member of Theatre Aquarius, along with a couple of my colleagues, I need to ensure, and with other arts groups in the community, just on my own, when they're going to see a $1.5 million potential enhancement to the art gallery, I can tell you the needs that are out there amongst the arts community. We heard from some of them today that are very supportive of the art gallery getting this additional funding. I'm not necessarily today adverse, but boy, I'm a Theatre Aquarius board member, and I know that they ideally would have hoped for some additional funding through the CEF funding envelope as well. So I'm hoping that we'll take some time to absorb everything today and have some time to deliberate further. Thank you, Acting Chair Huang.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Up now is Councillor Crutch, followed by McMeekin, and then Maureen Wilson. So Councillor Crutch, please.
Thank you. As the only remaining board member on the Art Gallery of Hamilton appointed by council, got a few thoughts to share. Number one, I'm also on boards and other organizations in Ward 2. Theatre Aquarius, Farmers Market. I could go on into the night. I won't. The difference here, we're missing the big picture, is we own the assets at the art gallery. This cultural history, this cultural gem, the art, the sculptures, everything it does for our city, we, the city of Hamilton, owns that, in part or in whole. And I'm so sorry, because I think what happened over many, many years is there was this fiction about, well, the donors own the stuff at the art gallery. No, we spent the last several years going through the agreements, having conversations, and working with the city really diligently to explore what our relationship is. How does the city have control of this? This is city property. These are city facilities. These are city utility costs. This is city art, and we're lucky to have it, I have to say. And to this point, Councillor Jackson, I have to say about us digesting this, we've been digesting this pretty slowly for the last 3 years. 2023, there was a motion. 2024, there was a motion. And here we are today. And we're going to ask them to wait some more? I'll tell you right now, as an organization that's been trusted, as we heard from the delegates who spoke here today, and we had many, many delegates come out and speak to this today, and people write letters. World-class organizations trust the Art Gallery of Hamilton. Artists trust it. The community I represent trusts the Art Gallery of Hamilton. We should be able to. We just heard from financial folks, the CEO, members of the board, about the state of the finances there. No, we don't have audited financial statements right in front of us. Even if we did, it wouldn't change our obligation. And that's the issue I want to bring to you. Nothing would change our obligation to make this organization whole. An organization that has been carrying the bag for this city for decades. Well, we have not acknowledged previously that we have a financial obligation. We have not acknowledged that, wait a minute, the art is partly owned by us. We have to make sure the chiller in the building works. We have to make sure the art can get up and down by elevator. We have to make sure that the facility is open to the public as often as possible. If we don't do this now, what this risks over the long term is not providing confidence to this partner, not providing them the ability to get on with the plans they have, and it will have impacts. Sure, we can survive for 30 days while we sit and dicker over some audited financial statements, but that's not the point. Everyone at the city and the Art Gallery has been working toward this moment for a very, very long time. I think we can be able to trust this partner. I think we can be able to move forward with this, provide them the funding that, frankly, they need. And this $1 million point, over and over again, I think we didn't hear what Lisa Abbott said, if we're going to keep harping on the million. That number has never been adjusted for inflation. That number has never changed. That number's been part of a, frankly, tokenistic system that allows funding to be dispersed to a bunch of people, but never taking into account the fact that, again, we are the asset owner. We own this collection. And it's our responsibility to take care of it. It's our responsibility to make the art gallery's budget whole. And that's what's before us today. And that's not going to change in 30 or 45 days in any way, shape, or form, materially or otherwise. I also want to harken back to the organizations that have spoken here today, and delegates have spoken here today, about the impact this organization has and why it matters that it's active in the community fully every single day moving forward. I think that when we look at the big picture here, we should be thankful that the Art Gallery of Hamilton has stewarded these assets for us on their own backs. Thankful that they were able to do this, considering the limited funding they have from their donors and from the city up to now. And I think we're getting a heck of a deal, considering that. And I think everyone should support this today and right what I consider to be a pretty historical wrong. Thank you.
And on to Councillor McMeekin, please.
Yeah, thanks, Acting Chair. I appreciate that. I want to begin by complimenting Director Abbott for a great report. Is it Director or Manager? Director Abbott, for that. It occurs to me that this is an amazingly wonderful opportunity that needs to be embraced. Mom used to say to me growing up, Teddy, what's a giant obstacle except a brilliant opportunity cleverly disguised? I think we're at that stage here. When we talk about asset management, we had a long discussion about asset management today and some of the particulars. I can't think of one single area in the city where asset management, building on your remarks, Councillor Gretsch, is more important than with the art gallery. We in fact have a $1 billion, dare I say it, underappreciated in some ways asset that is very much in need of protection. I think the report that's before us today acknowledges and mitigates many of the concerns that have been historic and have perhaps in some way thwarted some of the potential functionality and importance of the art gallery. I think our job as the city, in partnership with a wonderful, iconic gem in our community, the 5th largest collection in Canada, we're told, probably the most valuable, is to collect, present, and protect the assets that we have there. I think the report speaks to that. That's even before we get into the 185,000 visitors that come every year, many of whom are students. I have a confession to make. I grew up as an art gallery junkie as a kid, and it had some real influence on me and the way I came to view the world and how I saw music and the arts as being healing opportunities. And those that, when the going gets tough, help all of us to cope with some of the struggles that we have in our everyday lives. So, and just a quick note on the donors. I think I got another minute or so here. I just want to nip this in the bud, if I can. You talked about trust. Donors are all about trust. They donate valuable pieces of work in trust to us, to steward in perpetuity, ideally. They get a tax receipt for that, right? It's not like this is something that can come and can be moved around. They get tax receipts. Where do we have it in trust? We have it there. And it's something that we need to struggle to make sure that we steward well. So I think it's time, in fact, well past time for us to move Cameron Gretsch chairs, as you suggested. And I can support this today. I don't belittle the concern that has been expressed, and neither does the board. But I have every reason to not doubt it when they say they know what the figures are now, and the audited report will have very little variance on that. So I think it's safe for us, based on the relationship we have and the wonderful report that's been presented, to embrace this and move forward today with the recommendations that Director Abbott has made. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. On now to Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you. Could I just ask, I noticed Mr. Galbraith is back up at the top of the gallery, but if it's possible, I'm trying to understand what exactly, if we're looking for an anomaly in the financial statements, that will be before the board. And if I could just ask for an overview of the last series of financial statements, what are they telling us? And without disclosing what has to still be digested and voted on by the board, would the next series of statements represent an anomaly or not?
Mr. Galbraith, please.
through the chair, or through the vice chair, sorry, being directed on my etiquette here. So thank you. I just spent the last 10 minutes trying to decide if we could have these approved via email, because I have the draft financials in front of me. So, and thank you for your question, Councillor Wilson. No, so I'd say we've had, and I've been the finance chair since around 2018. Steve Nixon from RBC finally relieved me. See, would the bankers get along in the context of the community last year? So looking at our bottom line for December 31, 2024, we're looking at a deficit of around 250,000, which is reduced from a deficit of around 618,000, so 620 last year. We had a couple of years of closer to break-even results during the COVID and post-COVID periods. As Shelley mentioned during her presentation, from a financial perspective, we are better off being closed, or we certainly were during the period of subsidies. So the 2023 results are fairly indicative of what we had as bankers call structural deficits. As I think Councillor Huang, someone asked in the previous Q&A, no, it was you, Councillor Kassar. What are we doing to try to control? We're constantly doing that. So this year is the deficit is expected to be, when this is firmed up, which it will be as soon as we get board approval shortly. So forgive my long-windedness, but no, this is not an unusual year for the gallery. In fact, improved from last year from a cash flow perspective.
Councillor?
Sentence, Mr. Galbraith, I didn't hear it.
Oh. And through the chair, sorry, I'm new at this. I do not, no, this year is not, I do not consider it an anomaly relative to previous years. It's within the range of deficit/performance that we've had since I've chaired the Finance Committee, and it's reduced from 2023 financials, which Council has. Yeah.
Thank you. So I guess my comment through the chair is appreciating my colleague is always consistent in asking for financial returns, but in this case, as a governor, I'm looking for macro patterns. And what I'm hearing from their head of finance is we're not going to see a blip. And in fact, we're going to see a consistency in terms of their financial profile. I think it is counter to every good practice that we ask an institution that we own to save money by tightening their hours. It seems to be counter to a best practice. I'm not faulting the organization for doing it when they're in such dire straits, but that is counter to the principle of access. It seems to be counter to the principle of it being a key anchor in our downtown to animate, to generate economic return, and to create predictability in terms of access. And we've had this exact discussion when it came to the farmers market. The way to save money is not to contract your access. It's actually to open your door and ensure consistency, full accessibility, particularly when it's publicly owned. So respecting, I guess if there is going to be at some point a motion on the floor, if this vote fails to proceed, I would respectfully request that it not be deliberated at council, but come back to committee, because I think we've seen here how important it is to have delegates and to have members of the executive from the AGH so they can answer direct questions. We can't do that at council. We do not entertain delegates and external advisors. So that's my request if we get there. Thank you.
Thank you. That exhausts our speakers list. Oh, Councillor Pauls, please.
First of all, thank you, and through the chair, I want to thank Director Lisa Abbott. She came to my office and did about an hour presentation, so I know all about it, and it was great to hear. As you all know, I love sports, I love music, and I love arts. Everything, it is great for our students. We know it builds confidence. I know it gives healthy minds, and that's what we need here in Hamilton for our students, for our adults, and I think it's a great asset. I appreciate Councillor Kretsch because he's on the board and he sees the value. I see the value too, and I want to thank Director Abbott for coming in my office to show me the value. But in saying that, I want to say something. If there's a motion for direction to wait to see the finance, I think it's diligent. People in our community, people are worried about their taxes. So if we have that, then we could vote and say, yeah, you know. So even though, like I said, I do appreciate and you know, I would vote, but because there's going to be a motion, I thank Councillor Clark for doing his due diligence to say, I want to see it. I want to see, you know, where you're spending your money, where we're at. So because of that, if there is a motion, I don't want to say that I don't support it. I just want to see it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls. We are on to second time. Sorry, Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. Just given that there's been a lot of conversation about financial statements, just wondering through you, Chair, if there's staff from the planning or GM level that are able to answer this. When we gave the lead endorsement earlier, when we do an erase grant, when we do downtown SIPA, any types of these programs, do we require any types of financial reliability from the developer? At any point in the planning process, do we ever ask a private industry to show us that they have a business plan that's ready to go when we're talking about those types of investments or that type of public dollars going towards it?
I have an idea, but I think I will ask GM Robichaud to answer that directly. GM Robichaud, please.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the councillor, to the best of my understanding, the answer is no in terms of requiring for a grant that is in accordance with a council-approved community improvement plan program. Thank you.
No, I don't want, like, I really appreciate the due diligence there. I think it does make sense to pull out the magnifying glass to make sure we have the right information at the table. I also think it's important that that information is consistent. I think we do have a standard in place where this council has a history of making investments in targeted ways along established priorities. This has been a 3-year journey on this one. I'm not saying that in a different situation with a different organization, a different context, I wouldn't want that. I think the request that's being made. But when I'm weighing what's been going on here, the information we've had over several different GICs over the years of this term of council, there's no question in my mind that I have the information I need in front of me to make a good decision today. And so, through Chair, I'm comfortable proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Up now is Councillor Cassar, please.
Thank you, Acting Chair. A question for Director Abbott. If you could elaborate on the implications if our gallery were to fail, and not only the implications to community, but financial to the city from that point of view too. If you could share as much information as you could if that were to happen. Thank you.
Director, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, according to the current leases that are in place with the gallery, should the gallery close for any reason, the building itself reverts to the complete responsibility of the city. According to the bylaws that are set out by the gallery as a not-for-profit corporation, their bylaws currently state that artworks would be donated to charities of their choice. Thank you.
Okay, so similar to Councillor Wilson's comment, I'll be brief. I have enough information today to support it. I think that additional information would actually be more significant cost to the city if we were not to actually invest in an asset. So it's not a hard decision for me.
Seeing as there are no more first-time speakers, we're going to go to a second-time speaker. So it's Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you. The motion that I would move is that report PED 25148 respecting the Art Gallery of Hamilton Citywide be referred to the July 16, 2025 council meeting to allow for the receipt of the Art Gallery of Hamilton's 2024 audited financial statements. Now, I've spoken to this earlier, and I had my ear whispered at that the clerk disagrees that I can move this motion. So can I hear from the clerk, please?
So thank you, Deputy Mayor, Acting Deputy Mayor, or Chair. The procedural bylaw says section 6.3 sub 6 for a referral. Sub E, a member who has spoken to the motion under debate shall not be permitted to move a motion to refer a question. So in this case, it would suggest that a referral can only be moved by somebody who has not spoken or debated to the item.
Okay, so I'm going to use my time then to speak to the item. And I take great offense to some of the things that you have said. I got the floor as a second-time speaker, do I not? Can we stop interrupting me, please?
That was me.
I find it, you know, the language that the Art Gallery of Hamilton was treated as a tokenism. That's what I heard. I recall I was here 10 years ago. I recall that agreement for $1 million a year. And that was the agreement with the CEO of that art gallery at that time with the city. And there was no mention in that agreement of, I guess, indexing it annually. So that's tokenism? How is that tokenism? And to elude some of the things that were said earlier is incredibly offensive. I asked a simple thing. I want to see the financial statements before I make this decision. And out of that, I had, well, what will happen if they go under? Did I ask that? Did I infer that? Did I at any time say that I'm not supportive of the Art Gallery of Hamilton? I did not. But a couple of my colleagues jumped to those conclusions because they know that it'll get the agitation of the public up. The validity of my statement was right from Scott McGillivray. As a banker, we ask to see the financial statements before we make a decision. As a city council, I think we should ask for a financial statement before we make a decision. I have been saying that all the way back to the old Opera Hamilton, because we didn't get financial statements from them. And I demanded it. And when we did, we found out that they were bankrupt. So don't throw this nonsense out trying to belittle the request that is a prudent, responsible, fiduciary request of any governor in the city of Hamilton. Anyone that chooses not to ask for that wants to go on the word of other people, that is unresponsible. So I take great offense. I started out with a very simple, reasonable, pragmatic request. I said, I'd like to see the financial statements. The CEO was here. I asked, do you have your 2024 statement? Yes, we do. They're going to the board in 30 days. Oh, thank you very much. I'd like to see those statements. So then I talk about moving that motion. And all of a sudden, I am the devil incarnate. How dare you talk about that? Sorry. If I ask for individual organizations who is only seeking $50,000 or $100,000 from the city, from a city enrichment fund, and we ask for their financial statements, why wouldn't we ask for the financial statements of an organization of this size? Audited financial statements. So based on that, and based on I'm not getting that information because of the comments from my colleagues around the table, I'll simply vote against this. It's completely irresponsible. 45 more days is always requested to get the financial statement. That simple request has now been made into a mountain out of a molehill because of some of the comments of my colleagues around this table. And I take great offense.
I do recognize that Councillor Beatty has put up his hand, but I also hear that Councillor Crutch has as a second-time speaker. Councillor Beatty, are you going to speak on this report, or are you going to speak on something else?
Thank you, through you, Chair. My request as someone that has not yet spoken would be to move the referral motion using the wording that Councillor Clark has provided.
Okay, so is there a seconder for this? Councillor Pauls? Oh, sorry. Is that okay to, okay. So at this point, we do have a motion on the floor to refer. So Councillor Crutch, are you speaking on this referral? Because it'll only be on the directions of this referral. Okay, so, all right. We don't, on the direction, Councillor Maureen Wilson, followed by Councillor Nan, please. Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, through the chair. My earlier comment / question was, our procedural bylaw does not enable delegates or external participants to participate at a council meeting. Could you, through the acting chair, confirm or deny that assumption?
City Clerk, please.
Through you, Chair, that is correct. Delegations to speak and present at council is not allowed. However, any individual is allowed to prepare written correspondence, which will be included on an agenda for council.
Councillor Wilson, please.
Well, I guess I would respectfully ask the mover on the directions to be so amended so that it can be entertained at a committee meeting to ensure that we entertain delegates and/or entertain the live and in-person executives from the Art Gallery of Hamilton.
Councillor Beatty, actually, Clerk McCrae, when's the next potential committee meeting then?
It would be, to the acting deputy mayor, it would be to the July 9th then, General Issues Committee meeting. So the next General Issues Committee meeting.
Just to let committee know that the next GIC would be July 9th, but I think that Councillor Maureen Wilson had directed a question to you, Councillor Beatty.
So if it's through you, Chair, thank you for the question to my colleague from Ward 1. I would have to seek clarification that the information that's being requested could be provided in that timeline. And you'll forgive that I am not 100% confident to be able to respond to that. So if the request is that the audited financial statements from the AGH can be provided in that timeline, then I'm fine with the amendment. If that's not the case, then I wouldn't be able to accept that as a friendly amendment.
Okay, so let me just ask, first to Director Abbott, is that something that we can accommodate?
Through the chair, yes, it is. Thank you.
So to you, Jeff Beatty, you heard that?
Yeah, I would accept that.
Okay, so it's to be amended as a friendly to have it come back to the July 9th GIC, and I see your seconder is also nodding her head. Okay, so at this point, that's what it is. So we do have a speakers list. Councillor Crutch, are you speaking on this for the direction of this amendment?
No, I believe it's only on instructions. I was speaking on the main item.
Okay. To Councillor Francis, are you speaking on this amendment, the directions of this referral, please?
Yes, I am. I'd like to add a friendly amendment if I'm able to do that.
So what is it?
That the requested financial statements include a full picture of their available lines of credit and bank balances.
To Councillor Beatty, is that agreeable to you?
It's agreeable provided that it is possible.
Again, I'll look to Director Abbott and it looks like, yes?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm getting nods from the person who knows. So yes, thank you.
Okay, then I'd be agreeable to that. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So, and then Councillor Nan, is this on the?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, thank you. Through you, Acting Chair, if I could get clarity from staff. The initial recommendation in A says that staff be directed, yada, yada, yada. I'm not going to read it all out. And then it says really clearly, contingent upon the receipt and analysis of quarterly cash flow and financial statements from the gallery to the satisfaction of the general manager of corporate services and the general manager of planning and economic development. I'm not clear, if I could get clarity from the clerk or legislative on the amendment instructions, how they differ from what's already in the staff report, which I think honestly, I appreciate my colleagues wanting to be fiduciarily responsible, but I believe that was already embedded in the statement or in the recommendation in A. So if I could get clarity around what is being proposed versus what was already in the report recommendations, please and thank you.
Okay. Director Abbott, please.
Thank you for the question through the chair. So yes, so annually we take audited financial statements from the art gallery as a matter of course as soon as they are ready. This recommendation speaks to an added level of scrutiny so that as payments flow on a quarterly basis, we're also receiving quarterly cash flow statements as an added level of due diligence.
Thank you. So if I heard you correctly through the acting chair, that what is in the recommendation is an added level of due diligence.
Through the chair, yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, I will not be supporting the referral. Thank you.
Sure, hold, and then I still, on my speakers list, but Councillor Crutch is not speaking on this. Councillor Maureen Wilson, are you speaking on the directions? Okay, Councillor Clark, please.
So the difference between the motion that was on the floor and this motion that's on the floor is that the financial statements will come to this body, not just to staff. Is that not correct?
Thank you. To respond to the chair, thank you for the clarification. That is correct, yes.
And thereby they become public once they come to this body. Is that not correct?
To answer through the chair, yes, it is correct. Thank you.
I will continue to support the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion that has been moved and seconded. It's an amendment. May I call the electronic vote, please?
I'll just advise through you, Chair, on a technicality that it is now a deferral and not a referral, but everything else remains the same.
Okay, it's a deferral, not a refer. It's a deferral because of the timing. Okay, and the vote is up. And that vote carries 9-5. So we will move on to the actual body of, no, it is deferring the whole thing. That's right, sorry about that. Oh, right. And so we are moving on and we will pass the chair back to you, Chair Crutch.
We're on to item 4, FCS 25031, the method of filling the boarding.
Sorry, through the Deputy Mayor, can we receive the correspondence?
Oh, I thought that it was also deferred. It's not also deferred?
It wasn't automatically, but
If it's okay with everybody, can we just understand that 8.3A was part of deferring 8.3? If we want a separate vote on it, we could do that now. I'm not sure. So we're just going to take a moment and we're going to find out the answer.
So it can go either way at this point. Absolutely, if you would like to, you can also just receive it. It'll either be receiving it now or receiving it when it comes back to GIC.
Yeah, my preference is just to say that 8.3A is a subsection of 8.3 and it's all going over, if no one else objects to that. Okay, everyone seems fine with that.
Okay, we'll make sure that's adjusted for the minutes that it was to defer the entire piece.
Okay, thanks for that clarity. Sorry about that. 8.4 is FCS 25031, the method of filling the award vacancy on City Council. So before we get into this item, a couple of important points. There's some information in the report, and then someone here has to make a decision in terms of moving that we either have option A or option B, right? So someone has to move and second that, and that's the outcome of what we're doing here today, right? So it's a little awkward because normally you'd have a recommendation embedded in this, but actually we have to provide the recommendation as the council as to which way to go. So we can make this quick and easy by someone just doing that once it's on the floor. So first thing we're going to do is have a mover and seconder to put the receipt of the report on the floor in the first place, to receiving it. So moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor McMeekin. Is there any discussion on the receiving of this report in general or the contents of the report before we get to the decision we must have to make? Okay, I don't, one moment. Councillor Jackson, did you want to speak about this before we got to the decision point?
Yes, please, Deputy Mayor Critch. Can I ask a couple of questions on the information side of the report, please?
This is the moment for those questions. Go ahead.
Thank you and good afternoon, Deputy Mayor. Just through you to City Clerk Trenum. City Clerk, thank you very much for segmenting where the various amounts of monies that you would need to have at your disposal for the various items if we ultimately decide later to go in the by-election direction. I just want to know, Deputy Mayor Critch, through you to City Clerk Trenum, do I need to separate any of that today, or is today's decision by-election or appointment? And if we go by-election today and ratify the council next week, I will still have an opportunity, if there's something like online voting in your information report that I wish to vote against later on. Through you, Deputy Mayor, please. I just need that clarification.
Yep, so through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor, that's correct. Today, the only decision is whether or not to go forward with an appointment process or a by-election process. Should this group decide that they would like the by-election, and that gets ratified with our bylaw at council. For the June cycle, the next cycle of committees, I'll bring forward a report seeking approval of council for alternative voting methods and or voting technology such as tabulators. So no decision on that has been made at this point, and there's no decision on that as part of this report.
Thank you so much, City Clerk Trenum. Deputy Mayor Critch, I'm satisfied with that. Thank you.
I don't see anybody else on the speakers list, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to just have a quick gander around starting like this. Oh. Okay, Councillor Tattison, questions about the report? I said Tattison.
Oh, sorry. I was actually
ahead,
going to make a
Councillor Tattison.
statement about what my support is then. I just wanted to clarify my support before we go.
Yeah, do you want to wait till the motion's on the
Okay.
floor and then we'll debate that motion when someone moves it?
I kind of want to make that before anyone makes any motions.
We'll debate the motion when it's on the floor. There's no motion on the floor yet. So do you want to put the
I
motion
want
on
to
the floor?
speak before there's a motion on the floor.
That's not how it works, sorry. The motion is what you speak to. So I'm looking around the horseshoe now at this moment to see if somebody would like to make a motion either way. So I've seen many hands. I saw this hand first a while ago, Councillor Alex Wilson, and then you can tell us who your seconder is. How about that?
Sure. I think we're all on the same page here. Thanks to Mr. Coleman for asking everyone, or many of us maybe. I was going to move to do, I believe it's alternative B, the language is in the text, going ahead with the by-election. And I'm seeing Councillor Nan wave from across that she'd like to second that. I think my understanding is that's, widely supported, so we'll see where we go.
Okay, so Councillor Alex Wilson has put on by-election as the option that we're going to go with, and seconded by Councillor Nan. On the speakers list, Councillor Tattison.
Thank you. I'm glad that some assumptions were made because I am not in support of a by-election. If a by-election is supported, we do not see representation until October. By appointment, the ward receives representation by early August, and for me, I see that as a plus. By appointment, the cost to the city is $10,000 plus the salary because the appointee would receive 2 months of salary earlier. So that cost needs to be factored in. So it's basically for a total of $30,000 plus an election, and that's versus the election, which is $200,000 to the city for little more than 12 months of representation. I'm not against democracy. I just don't see the need for an election at this time for such a short period of service. For me, it's a distraction for the clerks and the council, and there's lots of work that needs to be done. And the sooner someone can officially support the ward from my perspective, that is better, as we've already had issues come forward that needed a councillor from the ward to speak about. So for me, August is a great time to onboard from my perspective based on I see a reduced schedule from the city. And so for me, I will not be supporting a by-election.
Thank you, Councillor Tattison. Up on our speakers list now on the subject are Councillors Francis, Clark, Beattie, and Nan, and I'm not sure which order those exactly should be in. I think that's right, so we'll go to Councillor Francis next, then Councillor Clark, then Councillor Beattie, then Councillor Nan. I see
Okay.
Councillor Jackson, before we get to you, your hand is up. Is that an old hand or a new hand? Do you want to be on the list?
It's a new hand of my own hands. Thank you.
You're at the end there. Go ahead, Councillor Francis.
Okay, thank you. I have the unique perspective of taking over from a councillor who was appointed by the previous term of council. And I could tell you very clearly, after speaking to my Ward 5 residents on the 2022 campaign, just how incredibly unpopular that decision of council was to appoint. And that wasn't a knock against the councillor who filled the vacancy. It was a knock against council's decision. I do not want a repeat of that decision in light of just how unpopular it was. And the residents of the ward know best. They should be offered that decision democratically. So I certainly will be supporting a by-election to give the residents of Ward 8 the best opportunity to voice their democratic right. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciated your brevity there. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll be speaking in support of the motion. This council most recently received survey results indicating a significant majority do not trust the city. Whether or not that's the city or that's the city council, I kind of think the two are interchangeable. I can tell you that what Councillor Francis just said is true of the experience that I had based on the past council's decisions in terms of the appointment. And here's the reasons why that I was told that they don't support the appointments. They're very cynical that the council will vote in some of their friends or some of the old guard or new guard or whatever guard, and they just want to make the decision. Most acknowledge that a by-election, the actual number of voters in a by-election is a fraction of what is normally a fraction of the overall voters in the city of Hamilton. But I think we need to work hard to earn trust. I think we should place the decision in terms of the candidate who most closely suits their concerns in the hands of the voters and let those voters in that ward make that determination. So I'll support the motion for the by-election. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we're on to Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and through you. I'm going to echo the support for the motion before us that's been brought forward, particularly moments ago by Councillor Clark. I'm trying to be evidence-based in my words. I'm trying not to leave too much into opinion or any kind of comment that couldn't be supported by data. And if you look at the performance of this council strictly based on the recorded votes, the data shows that there are more and more very contentious votes, 9-7 votes, 8-8 votes. A lot of arduous debates that this council goes through time and time again. And frankly, if I can just offer my personal opinion, which I said I wasn't going to do, I think we'd have trouble finding agreement to screw in a light bulb, let alone choose an appropriate replacement for the people of Ward 8. So I believe that that decision, while more expensive, is one that can only be properly undertaken by the people of that community. And I strongly support them having the ability to do that. Thank you.
Councillor Nan, then Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Also in support of the motion for a by-election. I remember in 2014 when there was an appointee for the Ward 3 council seat, and there was a lot of opinion and a lot of dialogue in the ward at the time, even though it was 286 days of fulfillment that residents felt that it would have been much more appropriate and democratically aligned for the citizens of, or the residents of the ward to make the decision about their representative when the seat has been vacant. So also in support of the by-election. Thank you.
Councillor Jackson.
Yes, thanks, Deputy Mayor Kretsch. In my humble opinion, if there was over 2 years, it'd be automatic by-election. If there was under 1 year, it'd be automatic appointment. This one's in-betweener, if you will. And in my humble opinion, it's a candidate for a by-election. I'm strongly supportive of the by-election. I support people's democracy, a chance for the electorate to vote. And I'm a member of the current selection committee of this term of council. And in spite of all processes that are transparently in place, decisions can still be very subjective. And so I would rather the people of Ward 8 decide. And I'm already hearing whispers, if we ultimately ratify a by-election option, that there's going to be a slew of candidates that would love to serve. And I always love the aspect of watching campaigns to see exactly how they unfold. So I support Councillor Alex Wilson's motion. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. That exhausts our speakers list. Oh, Councillor Paul's a manual indication. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'll be really quick. I could go either way, really, but I just wanted to know that I had an email from Nicola, who was the executive director for Councillor Denko, and she said that most people in Ward 8 really don't want it because of the cost and all that. So I'm just putting out there that I got that email, and some people think the cost and the exhaustion of going again to the polls. But I could go either way. So I think most people want by-election. I will support that. So I just wanted to just put it out there. Okay, thanks.
Anyone else? Oh, okay. Councillor McMeekin.
The idea of being exhausted by democracy has got a lot of appeal for me. So does a slew of candidates. I can't think of anything that would energize the city more than 14 intelligent, thoughtful, caring people putting their name on a ballot and going door to door to listen to people and talk to them about what's important. It's pretty obvious that I suspect the majority around this horseshoe, notwithstanding the cost. You know, sometimes you understand the cost of everything, but the value of less things. There's a value to democracy, as exhausting as it is. Those who choose to go next, not this fall, but next fall are going to be exhausted, and good on you. I wish you all luck. Take care. Thanks.
Anyone else want to comment with standing their vote itself being the comment? Okay, off we go to the vote. And the motion on the table is for the option to have a by-election. Votes in favor are for yes for the by-election, votes in favor are no, and votes against are not to do it. Okay, that carries 13-1. And now, Clerk Trenum.
If you'll just indulge me for a moment, now that we have a recommendation to go forward with the by-election, I would just like to make it clear for members of the public or anyone that may come to you, members of council, with questions about this. Just because the vote passed today does not mean they can start campaigning or spending money or doing other things related to the by-election. The by-election does not come into effect until council passes a bylaw next week, and we will open nominations, should that bylaw pass, on June 19th, and that's when nominations would open. So if you get such questions, I just appreciate if you would pass that information along.
And if anyone has questions, they can email clerk@hamilton.ca to ask those questions.
That is correct.
Wonderful. Okay, Councillor Clark, you had a comment about the clerk's comment?
No, I was under the understanding that there was going to be a decision about whether or not there's online ballots or is it strictly paper? Sorry.
So through you, Chair, The way the legislation is we have authority for paper. Should we wish to use tabulators, or should we wish to use an alternative voting method, whether that's telephone, online, or mail-in ballots, we do require the approval of council to do that. So again, presuming the bylaw passes, we will begin the process of the by-election with the dates that are included in the report, and I will bring a report seeking that direction at the following cycle of committees.
Okay, and so just a moment here while I review my instructions to make sure I don't make a misstep. So we've done that, we've approved them, the vote is carried. There's nothing else to do in 8.4. On to 8.5 with the Accessibility Committee for Persons with Disabilities Minutes, ACPD 25005 from May 13th. And just to flag this for folks, this is related to the Fair delegations from before, which is, I think, in item 8.5 inside of those minutes. But I'm just flagging that for people so they understand the context for the decision. There's not a staff report before us. It's related to these minutes themselves. On that, we'll need a mover and seconder to put it on the floor. Moved by Councillor Taddison, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. And I have a speakers list that's begun. And Councillor Taddison, start us off.
So this is in relation to item 9.1 from the ACPD minutes, where a motion was passed called the feasibility of the development of a new HSR fare program to assist disabled riders. So earlier today, I think the delegates have said what needs to be said. We need to start a new process that will better serve low-income disabled riders on HSR. Members from the Accessibility Hamilton Alliance, the Disability Justice Network of Ontario, and ACPD, plus multiple civilians have all stated the fare assist is not fair for riders marginalized by disabilities and on fixed low income who are without other economical means or supports. So I believe our city council now knows, and because now knows better, and because we should do better for those with disabilities and those people with those disabilities that are facing financial struggles. My one regret is that it took us this long to get here today, but we are here possibly starting a new process after years of delegation, community feedback, and persistence from the heroes that are part of and support this community. As one delegate said so clearly, it's time to support a better transit system for all. We can do that today, and I'll support receiving the ACPD minutes, which hopefully will put this motion into action if received today and ratified next week at council. And I'd just like to ask Clerk McCray if I have that right for clarification of the process that takes the motion. If we pass the ACPD subcommittee minutes, that the city staff, and it's therefore ratified at council, that the city staff have to take action without me making any further motions.
So through the Deputy Mayor, that is correct. The ACPD minutes, subcommittee minutes are on the floor to be approved. If committee approves those minutes, that motion will then go forward to council for ratification, and then it will direct staff to report back.
Okay, thank you, and I'll let things stand at that.
I'm looking at the list, and there are two more speakers. Councillor Maureen Wilson and Councillor Alex Wilson. Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you. So my first question was going to be the procedural status of these minutes and whether they necessarily initiate the request and work as directed. And I've heard affirmation that that is the case. Correct? Through the chair. Okay, thank you. Therefore, my second question has to be with respect to, through the chair, I'm not fully understanding this motion, but more specifically, I'd like to understand a reminder of when we're going to be in receipt of a report from the HSR, who are responsible for overseeing the pilot and assessing it according to agreed upon matrix that this body has set out. So if I could ask through the chair, the status of that work.
Hi. Through the chair, Nancy Purser is online, Acting Director of Transit, and she can provide a response to this. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Nancy Purser, Acting Director of Transit. Through the chair, thank you for the question. We are anticipating bringing the report back in January of 2026 that incorporates full recommendations on how to move forward with a program regarding affordability.
Thank you. And it will be on that which this council set out and the policy direction. In so doing, there were a number of statements made today that I would think are embedded in this direction, which we can't really assess the validity of. I'm wondering if the acting director would care to comment on one or all of them. I don't even have an articulation of them through the chair.
Through the chair, there are some things that we would differ on as to what was said. We are happy to do more outreach with this community to make sure we've heard them while we're incorporating all the data into the Fair Assist pilot recommendations.
Thank you. And if I could just seek confirmation through the chair, in basing a program on income as the test, which I always was usually taught is more equitable, does that capture individuals such as refugees and new Canadians, for example, and single income families, for example?
Through the chair, yes, we have a process to enroll newcomers based on just current pay stubs that they have because they don't have an NOA yet, as well as youth. So 19-year-olds who just started working, the same thing would apply.
Thank you. So if I could ask for comment from the acting director of, we have an existing pilot that we're still measuring and assessing, and how would she understand the direction if this is passed of we would keep assessing that and report back, but we would also be doing this that's set out in the minutes? If I'm trying to understand what the direction is there, does one inform the other, or are there separate programs?
So through the chair.
It may be unfair of me to ask you because this is not your motion, but how would you understand the work if it was passed?
So through the chair, based on how it is being presented, it looks like we would be trying to develop a totally new program, which we don't have staffing capacity to focus on both and do a good job.
Thank you. That was my next question. Thank you. Just as a matter of principle, I think this body has criticized other levels of government for not completing pilot projects to fully inform future work. I think that for me, in terms of my consistency, whether it be the basic income program that the Government of Ontario canceled here, I think we talk a lot about best practice. This is not at all to dismiss the lived experience of individuals that we heard from today, but as a best practice, it is the norm that we complete the pilot so we can be fully informed of what worked, what didn't work, what were some inadvertent consequences, what were some good consequences, so that we can make the best product as possible and continue to lean into our responsibility of consulting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have two more speakers, pardon me. Alex Wilson and Councillor Clark. Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I'm probably going to come in a little bit between the two speakers on the item already. Very supportive of the motion and direction to date, but also very supportive of the Fair Assist program. One of the things that I'm particularly happy about is that these programs are no longer fighting each other. As a result of asking for a sister program or something new, I see this direction, to answer the previous speaker's kind of questions about interpretation, as not trying to develop an affordability-based or a fair assist program, but instead a targeted support for individuals who've been saying that they're left out or they're not experiencing access in the way they'd like. So a special program, essentially, as complementary or as additional to the affordability program we had. The reason I'm so excited about this is because I think there's been a real difficulty in having conversations about this from folks who feel like the new Fair Assist program has taken away access to them specifically and not seeing the access it has given to others and the real help it is giving to thousands of Hamiltonians. However, in offering a program that's more streamlined, that's easier for some to navigate, it's also harder for others to navigate. And while we've been trying to deal with those barriers, I think there are some lessons learned at this point. And I do think that this is taking us out of the realm of affordability specifically and having more of a conversation about accessibility on our transit system. And so I see a way to have both of these conversations go forward together, specifically to have information come back as to how they could complement each other as we're doing program evaluation. I think there's actually a synergy between this. I don't think it's a overlapping or a competitive ask so much as a complementary one, and that the review of the Fair Assist program will provide some food for thought as to either opportunities for a complementary or a companion program, or lessons learned that, you know, in developing a new program, we don't want to make the same barrier twice potentially. So very supportive of that, but also understanding, I think this is a measured process. And I thought we heard that from delegates today as well, that they're looking for more dialogue about this, and that's something that wasn't felt the first time around. And so I think that's an opportunity to do better. I do think there are some real barriers, and those barriers are not attitudinal barriers on staff or council per se, and they're not even necessarily financial barriers. There are some legal or logistical barriers if we're insisting to have some form of assessing people as getting valid for a discount. You have to have some tests to do that. You have to get people through a process, and I think those are some challenges that are best to work out in close collaboration with the community. And if we are able to find solutions to those problems, that sounds really great. I think shared understanding comes through looking at them together regardless. So very supportive of this. So those are my comments. One piece, though, is it does seem like we're not on with the timing here, and that's just an issue that should get addressed. So if we don't have a staff report coming back till Q1 of 2026, but there's a request, I think we heard from some of the delegates today, of Q3 2025, just in any report backs, we're about 6 months apart, maybe 4 or 5, like we should just be more aligned and setting expectations so people understand what that looks like. Let there be more discussion. I think it makes sense to maybe twin to a Q1 2025 personally, but that's where I'm at with this one.
Thank you, and we have now a growing list. Councillor Clark, Councillor Cassar, Councillor Tadison for a second time. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The comments that were made today by many of the delegates, I believe were very sincere and came from actually what they were living, they were experiencing in their day-to-day life, and the challenges that this system has created for them. So on one hand, I have that response. On the other hand, I have the HSR staff indicating that they won't come back with a report until January of 2026. And I understand that the way the provincial government has changed the rules for setting our budgets, we're supposed to have a budget by February of 2026. That doesn't leave a whole lot of room for conversation prior to that budget. So has there been any consideration, and I agree with Councillor Maureen Wilson, Deputy Chair, we spoke very strongly about the early cancellation of a pilot. This city hall has always, we set a pilot, we live in the pilot, we see exactly what's happened through that pilot, and that's how we've made a lot of excellent decisions over this time. But I'm also trying to juxtapose that against the changes in terms of the budget legislation. So is it possible to have that report back by November or December that would align us with the budget discussions that we would need to make around the HSR? Or is that too difficult a thing for the HSR to accomplish?
So through the chair, should council wish, we can work towards getting a report for the final fair assist pilot report by December, November, whichever date works out, council's will.
Yeah, I'm cognizant of, we want the report from the HSR, but we want to ensure that the discussion is valid and authentic by allowing the public to comment on that report. And so we need to give time for the residents to actually reach out either in written form, verbal, or recorded form. So ideally, I think you'd probably be looking at November. Is it possible that you could go back and look to tell us a reasonable timeframe by council so that we could make a final determination?
Through the chair, so I'm sorry, Councillor Clark, I didn't follow that question.
No, so let me rephrase it. You said if council wants to make the decision, then you would live with it by November. I'm cognizant that a lot of work needs to go into the creation of a report at the conclusion of a pilot. And so I want to ensure that the HSR is comfortable with that before council changes any dates.
So through the chair, we can make it work. We have been working really hard on outreach and gathering more information. So we should not have any issues meeting a November deadline.
Thank you. And finally, I know I've only have a minute left, and you've given me lots of latitude today. Thank you, Chair. Deputy Mayor, sorry. You're getting ongoing feedback from customers. Is that not correct?
Through the chair, yes, we are. We've also reached out to all of our social agencies. We've just received a bunch of information back from them that we will be actioning through the summer.
Okay, so that makes me very happy because I didn't want the impression that, you know, $600,000 in savings is the only reason why we're making a decision on the final outcome of this pilot. So you're reaching out to agencies, you're reaching out and hearing from and receiving information, and your final determination will be made on the pilot and all of that information that you have received. Is that a fair statement?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct. And we will do additional, we can do additional outreach with the organizations that we're delegating today.
Okay, Chair, I'm kind of leaning towards that type of decision, but I'll hear from my colleagues.
Thank you. I see Councillor Kassar and Councillor Taddison. Councillor Kassar.
Yeah, thank you. At a high level, I'm very sympathetic and supportive of what we heard from delegates today. I made similar comments last time the HSR was presenting that the pilot didn't seem to be achieving all the objectives we wanted. So I think we should take heed of the feedback. I'm also very conscious of and supportive of the comments Councillor Wilson made about let's complete a pilot, and others have commented too. So if I understand the answers to Councillor Clark's questions, which were basically similar to what I was going to ask, if we can finish or bring back the report that was already intended earlier in November, as I heard, and also incorporate the request in this motion for November, if that is what you said, Acting Director Purser, then I'm very supportive. If we need to take more time to figure out the language, whether that's council next week or the next cycle, then we should do that if that is necessary. If not, and we're all comfortable, then I would support today. So maybe to Acting Director Purser, through you, Chair, is what I have characterized doable, and is that what she had indicated to Councillor Clark?
Through the chair, I don't think we can run two separate programs and come back with a result of two separate programs, but we definitely can incorporate more outreach from the groups that delegated today into our final report on the Fair Assist program.
Thanks. Just to clarify, because I think it's important, I think a number of people are asking the same question, and maybe it's not coming through in the way that it's being intended. I think what's being asked for, and I could be wrong, what's being asked for here in this recommendation is to work with folks to develop something, not to implement it. And so could not the engagement, the whatever that might be, the process by which people talk about the gaps, however in form, be presented as in November as well, or not, is the question that's being asked. If I understand that's the question you're asking. Yes, it's the question that's being asked. I'm just rephrasing the question. So just try and find out if that's what's being asked, and that is what's being asked. Do you understand that question?
So through the chair, again, the work that's required for the Fair Assist and to make sure we get good, valid information takes a lot of dedicated people. And so to have them also try and develop another program at the same time and report together, I just don't have enough resources to do both.
Thank you. No, but previously you'd said the word run the program, so that's why I was clarifying. So you're saying also to develop the program would require similar resources, and you don't have the resources to do so. Thank you for clarifying the answer to the question. I'll leave it into people's hands to carry on further. I see Councillor Taddison is on the floor for a second time, unless you had more questions, Councillor Kazar.
Just a comment, then I would say respectfully to pause on incorporating the direction in the report to figure out exactly what staff can do, because we just heard that it would not be possible to give this direction and come back and fulfill this motion and the actual work that's underway for Fair Assist. So I don't think it's reasonable to overburden staff with something that they're saying upfront they can't do, even though maybe the majority of us agree on the objective, but we also have to be realistic. So that's my thought.
It seems, before I go to Councillor Taddison, it seems the prudent thing to do would be to refer this to council and then have a discussion with staff in between to find out what a timeline would be. The missing portion here appears to be the timing. Am I understanding that correctly? So if staff are saying they could do it by X, Y, and Z date, no, I'm not. I'm missing people shaking their heads that this is not the confusing part. Okay. I'm just going to turn to one of the shaking heads people and ask them if they can clarify. Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Well, respectfully, I think you are directing action that is separate and apart from the pilot, which we asked staff, can you do both? And they said, we don't have the resources. And if we did try to do both, it would compromise the integrity of the actual pilot, which would upend a year's worth of work. So.
Right, so I was saying the same thing you were saying, actually. I'm just saying that I'm saying the same thing you're saying differently, which is, and I'm not trying to do anything for the record. I'm just trying to clarify what's happening here. I haven't spoken on the issue and don't intend to. What I'm trying to say is that during the period when they're evaluating the pilot, staff are saying they can't also take on this work. So if council still wanted them to take on this work, they couldn't do it in the context of the timeline the pilot is going. It would have to happen after. So it appears, if that's what people want to do, the missing piece of information is when could this work be taken on? And that was what I was trying to clarify. If there was the will of council to proceed with this, when could the work be taken on?
But the second part of your sentence is premised on an assumption embedded in the first part of the sentence, which is we don't know what kind of work would be generated because we don't have the results of the pilot. And the pilot will inform the scope, the intent, the nature of any further work that will come from the recommendations. One does not necessarily follow from the other, respectfully.
Oh, thank you for clarifying your position. Again, I'm just trying to, figure out what's going on here because everyone's saying overlapping things. So in terms of moving forward, Councillor Tattison, second time speaker.
I'm just going to read from the motion. It says that the Accessibility Committee for People with Disabilities requests that council direct staff to investigate and report back to the Public Works Committee by Q4 2025 on the feasibility of the development of a new HSR fare program to assist disabled riders that would complement the existing Fare Assist program as recommended by the Disability Justice Network of Ontario, the Accessibility Hamilton Alliance, and the Accessibility Committee for People with Disabilities. That's item 1. Item 2, that the report back include consideration of the following recommendations from the Disability Justice Network of Ontario and Accessibility Hamilton Alliance respecting their proposed complementary reduced fare program. And section 3, access for persons with disabilities who live at or below the current low income measure, determining the needs of persons with disabilities through broad consultation with persons of disabilities, including those living in residential institutions and secondary and post-secondary students, as well as organizations serving persons with disabilities, such as the ACPD, and offering a pilot program with specific start and end dates similar to the way in which the Fare Assist program was introduced. We're talking about preparing to look at this, and we're seeking inclusion and engagement from peoples and members of the disabled community. This is asking staff to coordinate with people that represent that community, to do it broadly. I think that should have been done in the first place with Fare Assist. Fare Assist has already had a report, a preliminary report that was, from what I understand, was lacking in its substance for members of ACPD. That's why we referred it back to ACPD. This is basically saying that if we don't support this, we are dismissing this community. That's how I feel. I sit with this committee every month, sometimes 2 times a month, and I hear the difficulties and the issues with the Fare Assist program and how it's isolating members from that community that can't afford to take the bus now. I don't see an issue. I see this as a job that staff should be doing continuously. The community that I'd engage with tells me they have not. This is asking that they do that and in terms deal with an issue that they've been talking about since day one. I'll leave it at that and let committee decide if there's another direction.
Thank you. So I think I lost the plot at some point here, but I'm trying to regain the plot now and get onto the right chapter and page. We have a straight up or down vote on this. If anybody would like to bring an amendment forward, a referral amendment, deferral motion, whatever it might be, they can speak to it now. Yeah, I'm just creating a space. Councillor Clark, please fill the space.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. My thoughts were that we have a pilot. The pilot is ongoing. We're receiving additional information, including what is in this report. We heard from the HSR staff indicating that that's what they're doing. And I suggested, in keeping with what Councillor Tattison's motion of that committee is that we we accelerate the report back to November, thereby getting that information from staff, same time frame, and then we can have them respond to what the committee has asked, because they've been responding and providing that information over time, as well as what they responded today. What I heard very clearly is that the HSR staff does not have the resources to look at two different programs at the same time. So they have to finish the pilot. The information that's going to be provided, that has been provided today, will be included to staff, and staff will need to respond and make suggestions on how we proceed from that point forward. That's what I heard from the HSR staff. They simply don't have the resources to create a new program and then come back in December. So I'm trying to find the pragmatic middle ground. Let's work together, refer the information, have it back by November, which is in keeping with the time frame of the committee, and resolve it at that time. That was my suggestion.
Okay, so I'm just going to tell you what I heard. You used the word refer, and so I want to make sure that I understand what we're trying to do here is we're trying to refer this to November of 2025, or refer it back to staff now. Okay. Because you've already spoken on the item, you can't refer it, is my understanding. I'm just going to take a breath pause here while I look to the city clerk folks to see what they think procedurally we should do here.
So through the deputy mayor, we can lift the motion from the minutes and vote on it accordingly, vote against it or vote in favor of it. But Councillor Clark, you want to refer the motion to staff for their information?
Yes, the suggestion that I made is that the recommendations, all of the recommendations in the committee report be received and forwarded to HSR staff to be included in their report back on the pilot, and that is all to be concluded by November of this year.
So sorry, I apologize. I think I'm following now through the deputy mayor. So instead of approving the minutes, you're receiving and referring the minutes to staff to include in their report back, correct?
That's my suggestion, but I believe Councillor Taddison put his motion on the floor, which...
No, I don't believe he had a...
Hang on, sorry.
I think I understand now. So it would be a motion to receive, lift, as you said before, right?
Through the deputy mayor, I believe Councillor Clark's suggestion is to refer the entire set of minutes so that the ACPD minutes of May 13th be received and referred to HSR staff for consideration and including in their report back.
Great. And so procedurally, how should we deal with that? Can Councillor Clark do that, as he's already spoken to the item?
So through the deputy mayor, because it's just being received by committee, I believe we can, because it's just to receive it with additional direction.
Okay, I'm with you on this, whatever you want to do. So, Councillor Clark, do you want to put that on the floor at this time?
So I would move that we receive the committee's report and refer it to consideration by staff at the HSR as part of their pilot report, which has to happen by November.
Okay, I think it's clear what you're proposing here. We'll need someone to second that. Okay, Councillor Chaddison's going to second that. Everyone here understand what's happening? I'd like a couple of nods from the virtual audience, even just to, great, everyone gets it? Groovy, we're going to vote. And the vote shall appear soon, and I'll announce when it has appeared. And the vote is up. And that carries 14-0. We're at a bit of a point now where we have a couple of decisions to make based on the agenda and the time of the day. So I've already conferred with staff about things that may need to be moved. But before we do that, we have to do something else, I think.
Sorry, to the Deputy Mayor, just do we want to receive the correspondence on that matter?
8.5A, sure. So
you.
receiving correspondence of mover and seconder to receive the correspondence moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Tattison. This is a show of hands. All in favor of receiving the correspondence? Thank you. So at this point, I'm going to just look around as I say this. On 8.6, I don't think we're going to have a lengthy debate. However, I do feel there'll be questions on 8.7. 8.7 must be approved by council. The date must be approved by council. My suggestion is someone here move that we refer this to council. Again, in the interest of time for today, there's some questions I've seen from people about this. Someone move that we would refer that. 8.7. And then also to defer 11.4 to the next GIC. So I've chatted with the city clerk about this. He's chatted with everybody else about this. Seems like a reasonable plan to try and contract a bit of the agenda discussion today. So I'll repeat that again. 8.7 will get referred to the next week's council meeting, and 11.4 will be deferred to the July GIC cycle. Before we get into that, since I'm just talking at this point and we haven't put anything on the floor, any questions about what I'm saying? Councillor Maureen Wilson, you have a question, I sense.
I'll need some guidance because my question is kind of rooted in what the information in the report is saying. If I'm understanding your action, you're wanting to put 8.7 forward to council. Okay. Because that's where it would be ratified anyways, right? Okay. I guess my concern was if I read the report right, this decision has to be made in advance of July 1st. And my only expressed concern, and I'll save it for council, is that if we had said no, we would have really been in a pickle. So thank you.
Yeah, I understand your concern. Thank you. So will somebody move firstly to refer 8.7? So Councillor Pauls, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson, and we'll vote on that right now to refer 8.7 to council next week. You want to do this two separate? Yeah, two separate things. So the vote is up at this time. Okay, that carries 14-0, and then someone to defer 11.4 to the GIC in July, moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Huang. And then we'll have a vote on that. Thank you all. Well, I'll wait. I think it carries. Trying to predict the future, which is dangerous. And that carries 14-0. Thank you. We're now on to 8.6. Commemorating September 30th National Day of Truth and Reconciliation citywide. Can I have a mover and seconder to put this on the floor? Moved by Councillor Kassar. Seconded by myself.
I'm sorry, what are we talking about?
8.6, right? So moved by Councillor Kassar, seconded by myself. Is there any discussion on this item? Not seeing any discussion, we'll go to the vote. Councillor Huang is in favor. And that carries 14-0. And we're on to 8.8, which are amendments to the outstanding business list. Can I have a mover and seconder to put the amendments to the OBL on the floor? Moved by Councillor Paul, seconded by Councillor Kassar. Any discussion on the OBL, as it's so kindly known? Not seeing any. We will go to the electronic vote to approve the amendments. And it's up at this time. And Councillor Huang is in favor. And that carries 14-0. Before we get into motions, just going to put it out there. If there's anyone who has a motion on the table today who feels they could withdraw their motion and have it come to another meeting, I'm just putting the option out there for you if you wish to do so. I'll pause in case anyone doesn't think what they're putting forward is urgent or could wait. Not seeing any takers, we'll carry on with the agenda. We're on to 9 motions. 9.1 is the 2026 budget full-time equivalent FTE cap and optimization strategy. I just need at this point, it's Councillor Spatafora, who Councillor Spatafora's seconder will be.
Chair is Councillor Matt Francis.
Okay, Councillor Francis. No need to introduce your motion since it's already on the agenda, but if you'd like to speak to it, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and keep it brief. I know you're trying to move this meeting along, so I'll try my best, but I do need to provide some comment. I understand there'll be people around the Horseshoe staff and public that may view this motion as something we can't or shouldn't do. But I believe strongly that this motion's an absolute must. The emergency service sectors and long-term care homes have been exempt for good reason. We definitely don't want to hinder public safety around paramedics, fire, police, and obviously the care that we provide at our 2 long-term care facilities. But we cannot continue to have add FTEs in the current environment. We have hired just under 800 people in 3 years. We have been spending taxpayer money at unsustainable rates for the last 3 years, and we have continued to spend on the backs of taxpayers. We need to show restraint. It has to be done on behalf of our taxpayers. We have homeowners that are struggling to make ends meet and are making hard decisions in their household. We should do the same. We have small businesses that are struggling to keep doors open or making hard decisions to lay staff off or expand their hours. We should do the same. We have a steel industry that's facing 50% tariffs and are trying to manage how to not lay off their employees or, worst case, close their doors. We should do the same. We also have a construction industry that has basically collapsed. Layoffs have happened. Shortage of work for skilled trades is already here, which means incredibly hard decisions for many self-employed tradesmen and women. We need to do the same. So in closing, we need to do this. And we should ask staff to make hard decisions. We have extremely capable staff. And I believe we need to join our taxpayers, small business community, our steel industry, and our construction industry, who are having to make difficult decisions during these unprecedented times. So I'm hoping for support. And again, I believe we have very capable staff to make the hard decisions that other businesses and taxpayers are doing. And I'm looking for support today to signal to our taxpayers that we're going to try to do whatever we can and make the hard decisions just like they are. Thank you.
On the speakers list, thank you, Councillor Spatafora, Councillor Cassar, and then myself.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, overall, at a high level, very supportive of spending money wisely and making sure that it has an impact. I do have some questions, though, about first the previous motion. I think it was just after we concluded the 2025 budget, Councillor Clark put forth a motion, which I supported, I think we all did, to report back with what it would take to maintain a budget at inflation level, and I think the number in there was 2.6. So just if staff can confirm that, and if that would include staff having a hard look at staffing levels through you.
Through the Deputy Mayor, our forecast for 2026 as presented through the 2025 multi-year budget was 8.7%. To arrive at a 2.6%, we would have to review employee-related costs, including FTEs and staffing. So that would form part of the report back.
Okay. Thank you for that. Seeing the motion on the agenda, I went back and looked at the history over the last 3 years of FTEs, and a lot of them were for emergency services, long-term care. other Ontario Works, other things that are important, some of them funded by the province, some of them funded by the tax levy. One of the significant ones, and it ties back to our conversation earlier today, was about capital and the need to manage our asset management plan and to improve the condition of capital in the city. And one of the significant headcounts additions has been operating impacts on capital. So with that in mind, and with anything else around building back better, stronger, and any other things that would be frustrated if we put a hard cap on FTEs, as opposed to looking very carefully at our budget and where we need FTEs, where we don't, and finding savings. So I'm specifically wanting to understand the impact to capital projects, building back better, stronger, if we were to pass this motion today. Through you, Deputy Mayor.
Through the chair, maybe I'll start with respect to the operating impacts of capital. The last 3 years, we've averaged about 25 FTEs with respect to operating impacts of capital. And these are projects that are coming online or projects that require additional staffing to support, as an example would be a city facility. So that would form part of our report back, with respect to the previous budget direction, but as well, if we were constrained in terms of FTEs, we would have to look at options either to realign staffing or potentially reviewing the service levels of those operating projects to see whether or not the complement could be reduced. So short answer is yes, it would be potentially impacted. With respect to the cyber resiliency, senior leadership team did commit to approximately 31 positions to be found through reviewing vacancies and finding positions that can be realigned. That was recommended and approved through the 2025 budget process. We're in the midst of that process, not only for 2025, it's a 2-year effort initiative. So as it relates to cyber resiliency, we are already in the midst of keeping in spirit of the motion that's before you. Senior leadership team have embarked on doing exactly that, is finding those 31 FTEs from existing complement.
Okay, thank you for that. Another question, just a little bit of preface to it. I've been part of many restructuring, many years of restraining or limiting FTEs, and specifically to the statement in the motion that existing FTEs be repurposed and reprioritized to align and support with Council's 2026 strategic direction and priorities. I think that is, at a high level, a valiant statement to make and an aspiration to have. From my experience, it's very difficult to take individuals that have been hired with one skill set and experience and move them to another area if this direction were to pass. So I'd just like staff to weigh in on any constraints that would be experienced if that specific direction were to be directed by council.
Through the chair, Laura Fontana, Executive Director of Human Resources. I'll start, Councillor. I think there might be a few challenges in determining which positions need to be repurposed or reallocated. We'd have to look at the FTEs, we'd have to look at the qualifications and the skills in the incumbents. There's also challenges, I would say, in our collective agreement. So very specific language in terms of positions in various classifications. So this would require also discussion with our union partners in terms of repurposing some of the positions. So we likely would be looking at it on a case-by-case basis, looking at the individual positions, again, depending on their role and responsibility, what qualifications, what skill levels we have, whether or not we're able to reallocate individuals into other roles. And also having a conversation with the unions, because there are specific provisions in the respective collective agreements and limits as to what we can do when repurposing FTEs. So those are the types of things that we would be looking at and certainly embark in some discussions with the union leaders as appropriate.
And through the deputy mayor, I'd like to add a further factor that would have to be considered, and that is the funding for staff. We have a number of staff who are cost shared funded with the provincial government that are required to support a specific program or initiative that cannot be restated to support some other program or initiative. There's also positions that are funded from fees and charges, and those fees and charges are prescribed under legislation that they are to be applied towards a particular program or service, and therefore those positions and associated funding as well cannot be restated or appropriated towards another program or service. So those are some factors that would have to be considered.
Yeah, through you, Deputy Mayor, I really appreciate the answers. And, thanks to Councillor Spatafor for bringing this forward for discussion. But, given the fact that we have the direction of staff already working on what would it take to be have a 2.6% budget and some of the complications and challenges, I'm going to stick with the direction we've already given to staff and wait for that to come back because, we do need to look hard, look under every rock to find savings and be efficient. I just don't think that this is the right way to do it because of the operational impacts and the other things that have been discussed. So I won't support this motion, but really looking forward to the previous direction coming back. Thanks.
On that point, we now have Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Clark, and then myself. Before Councillor Spatafor for a second time, Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, just trying to get an understanding what additional staff means. Does that mean the complement we started with in 2025, or is that, so for example, renovictions, bylaw, a couple of these other programs, multi-year staffing plans. So is this, I'm just trying to understand what is and is not in the context of the motion, how staff are understanding that. And so I think from the introduction, I anticipate it's the global staff ask. And so I'll just echo the previous comments that I think we've made some investments over the multi-year term. We lose out on the value of those investments if we spend money building a bylaw, hiring managers for the team, and then when it comes time to actually do the enforcement, we just say, we're not going to hire anyone else because we've done a hiring freeze. Well, then we've lost all the funding for that program. That just went to nothing, and nothing was accomplished with that investment. So I think that this is a particularly blunt tool, not one with bad aims by any means, but just I think the potential for unintended consequences through this is far greater financially than a more targeted approach. And as we've said, we already have ongoing reviews to look at where those savings can be found and put us on long-term financial sustainability. Thank you.
That seemed like a question to me, was it not? Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought it was a question. I apologize. Thanks for your statement. On to Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick questions of, I think it would be Laura Fontana, but I'm not sure. Do we have any idea how many vacant FTEs we currently have in the city of Hamilton?
Through the chair, we're currently undergoing a review within HR and finance partners. So we're in the middle of finalizing those vacancies and providing a number to the senior leadership team. We're hoping to have that report back to SLT within a month.
Thank you. And can I ask Ms. Fontana, how do we assess the workloads of individual employees in the city of Hamilton? How do we know the amount of work that they're doing? We get reports, for example, from bylaw enforcement, but we never know exactly how much work the individual officers are undertaking in a day. We don't know what the managers are doing. We're trusting staff to provide and make sure that you're operating everything prudently. So do you do that on a regular basis?
So through the chair, maybe I'll start, and perhaps my colleagues can also provide some insights. I would say, Councillor, that assessment is left up to the leaders in terms of assessing the workload of their respective teams. They probably have KPIs that they refer to depending on the workload and the responsibilities that they're accountable for. Every so often, we will do surveys. I think you're aware in the fall, we're also doing our people survey, and we ask specific questions about workload and getting opinions from our employees in terms of their assessment of their workload. Periodically, we'll reach out to the employee population to give us some indication of their opinion of the workload. But generally speaking, in terms of what their roles and responsibilities are and achieving those roles and responsibilities and doing what's expected of them, that's primarily left with the leaders to do that assessment.
So if it's left with the leaders, then how do we assess the leaders that they are, in fact, doing the appropriate follow-up?
So through the chair, we have annual performance appraisals. So there's very specific goals and objectives, competencies that we evaluate. There's checkpoints at least twice a year, if not more often. And then they're assessed at the end of the year in terms of whether or not they've achieved the goals and objectives, and they're evaluated accordingly. And then the respective leaders need also to review and provide assessment on those performance appraisals. So that assessment is reviewed ultimately by the respective general managers.
And I guess the prudent question would be now, how does the general manager assess the leader who's assessing the worker? I mean, they're not sitting there watching the workers doing the job. They're basically rely on the leader to use their manpower, person power appropriately, but we don't know. So we trust the leader, we trust the general manager, but how does the general manager, I guess, verify? The old expression, trust but verify.
So through the chair, I would suggest that the general manager and directors and so forth have an understanding of what the expectations are for their respective areas, and they would rely to some extent on the leaders that have that expertise, and those leaders would be quantifying the expectations primarily through the performance appraisal process. And having those checks and balances. And then if there's performance issues, then they have those conversations, they'll engage human resources, and we'll do performance improvement plans and things of that nature. But I would say as we go down the organization, that technical knowledge or expertise is more apparent, and those expectations can be more quantified because that leader will have a better idea of what the expectations should be and the production should be with that respective position.
Thank you. That's my time, so if you can put me on for a second time.
Sure. And now to Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have a question. I have just a comment on the motion before us, if that's appropriate to bring forward at this time. I'll look for maybe a nodding of your head.
Yeah, go ahead.
Perfect, thank you. I want to thank Councillor Spatafor for bringing this forward. I have calls from the business community almost every day since the beginning of the tensions and the trade war and the tariff talk from our neighbor to the south. I spoke with a high-tech manufacturer in Stony Creek yesterday. They're laying people off. Their neighbors are laying people off. Up and down Arvin Avenue, up and down Seaman Street, up and down the South Service Road. And the question that business community is asking is, what is the city doing to mirror the reality that they're experiencing? And with respect to the concerns raised by my colleagues with reservations about this direction, this motion doesn't speak to layoffs. It simply speaks to rationalization. and possibly repurposing an existing complement, if and only if we get to that stage. I believe that this is the exact direction that is required to maintain confidence in us as a city leadership, that we see what's happening in the community and we're preparing to follow suit. That is my comment on this, and I'm supportive of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's myself for a first time, then it's going to be Councillor Spatafor for a second time and Councillor Clark for a second time, and I will pass this on to chair on to, well, one moment, sorry, there could be someone else for a first time before me. Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I'm just going to the wording of the motion. This is, if I'm understanding the intent of A in the motion, it's not a request to come back with information on how, and it's not a request to come back with information on consequences of how that would or would not affect our capacity to fulfill our asset management requirements and the like. So I guess if I could ask through you, I heard from Executive Director Fontana that there would have to be some sit-down. I would imagine it would be a serious series of sit-downs with our union partners as a consequence of our obligations to collective agreements. Could you apprise me of how many, my recollection is this council started off with the ATU collective agreement and quickly cascaded with many more. Can you just remind me of what collective agreements are outstanding to be secured and within this term of council? What new agreements, if you will, new?
Through the chair, HAWIA is outstanding. As you know, we're in a labor disruption. I believe ONA, Public Health, and OPSU, which is our union with our paramedics. We're currently at the table with them. So eight out of the 11 have been negotiated so far.
Thank you. If you're able to answer this, could you offer an opinion on what the implications of this might be in coloring those future discussions? Would it make it more challenging or not?
So through the chair, I do think, when we start to repurpose positions, it becomes problematic for the organization, perhaps for the culture within the organization, depending on the individuals. If we are repurposing positions that may result in redundancies, then I would say that that's going to have an adverse effect throughout the organization. We will be embarking on collective bargaining in January of 2027. So that will have an impact in terms of expectations from the unions, what language they'll be looking for in the collective agreements, as an example, to protect themselves against this sort of thing. But having said that, there's also the balance that we have to be fiscally responsible. We have challenges that we need to deal with, and if we don't deal with them, then there's other issues eventually that we need to deal with. So, will it make it easy? No. There'll be certainly issues that we'll have to deal with. But there's also the fiscal responsibilities that we're aware of, and we'll have to manage that accordingly. So we'll have to have conversations. I'm hopeful that the union partners will understand our financial situation, work with us, and we would work with them in terms of minimizing any impacts it would have on their membership, and then as well on the non-union staff. But that's just one of the realities that we would have to deal with, and certainly we would turn our minds to it and put our best efforts forward.
Thank you. I'm just trying to understand the macro scope of this. What percentage of our workforce is unionized as an estimate? And then secondly, what percentage of our workforce is outside the complements to be excluded, namely fire, paramedics, Macassa, and Whitworth?
So through the chair, we are approximately 75% unionized. And I would say fire, paramedics, and the lodges, generally speaking, about perhaps the general manager, Mader, can respond to that.
Through the chair, there's approximately about 800 in fire, there's about 600 in paramedics, and I think there's about 1,000 at under long-term care. Those are very rough estimates. Thanks.
So just so to clarify, if I could, through the chair, those are the employee count and/or those are the employee counts that are unionized?
Those are the total count for those three areas.
And a rough estimate, what percentage of those would be unionized?
A large percentage of them, 75–80% of those numbers would be.
Yeah, thank you. So the challenge I'm having is I do believe that we should be injecting tension into these deliberations for the very reasons articulated by my colleagues. My challenge is, as a governor, I would prefer, and I don't know if the mover would see it as a friendly, that we have a report back with those, what are the consequences, right? Before we actually have a directive. We just had a lengthy discussion, as my colleague said, about our asset management, that we've been falling behind, and then we could be setting ourselves up for failure in our inability to reach those KPIs if we don't have the workforce. We may have the workforce due to the capacity to, what's the word that's used here, repurpose. I just would like to have more information. So I guess my question would be to the mover, if he would modify the A to see if we could come back with a report on things we would have to, that would inform this decision, and then the consequences thereof. So we can have that at budget time, through the chair.
Go for it, Councillor Spadafora. Sorry, I just let you jump in. Yeah, so to you, Councillor Spadafora, do you consider that a friendly amendment or not? It's up to you.
My issue, Chair, is when the report's going to come, and I have a really hard time trying to. We have a workforce of, I think, close to 8,000 people. We are in these. This is not a regular time. This is not a time where you're going to invest and dump money. We don't have the ability to continue doing this way. We just heard 8.7% is the current outlook on property taxes.
Respectfully, Chair, I'm not arguing about the merits of the motion.
Okay, then no, it's not a friendly amendment. No.
Thank you, Councillor Spadafora. Councillor Maureen Wilson, if you wish to be added as the second time to bring an amendment forward, you can do so. At this point, I'm going to return to the speakers list I have in front of me, which now has on it Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Crutch. Strongly supportive of Councillor Spadafora's cap and optimization strategy. It seems like this term of council with the majority, it's been like a charging horse that's been on the racetrack, just out of control. And I've heard again today from a couple of my colleagues about falling behind, past sins of councils, not doing enough. And you know, we're not a wealthy community like Oakville and Grimsby and those to the east and west of us.
Point of order.
I haven't mentioned anyone. I've just
It's
tried
okay.
to.
Councillor Jackson, just a moment. We're going to address the point of order.
All right.
Thank you. Is it a point of order for me to say, the suggestion is being made by the present speaker that I'm seeking to politicize the status of our infrastructure report because those things have been factually set out in reports, that I'm using it for political purposes?
I'm not saying that at all,
I don't
Deputy
think,
Mayor
Councillor
Cretch.
Jackson, give me a second here,
I'm
Councillor
sorry,
Jackson.
my apologies.
Okay, no problem. So I didn't hear that coming to be targeted at you specifically. I would say, though, that like statements like the majority of people voting in favor of the budget are out of control might be a little bit much. So I'm just cautioning you, Councillor Jackson, to just be conscious of that, please.
Fair enough, Deputy Mayor Cretch. No personal direction at all to the Ward 1 councillor, but comments when they're made, and they were made earlier today, and they have intermittently during this term of council about past council decisions and why we're playing catch up. I'm just putting that as part of my support for Councillor Spatafora's motion today.
Yeah, I understand, Councillor Jackson, just to be clear.
Okay.
Totally fine to make factual statements about these kinds of things. I think the point that was being referenced was just like talking about it from this out of control, strongly galloping horses going forward. And I see lots of chirping and mouth moving online. If you have something to say, join the speakers list.
I can say whatever
Jackson,
I want.
I'm just making it, join the speakers list if you have something to say, Councillor Francis, or keep it to
I
yourself.
can say whatever I want. What are you going to tell me I can't? I have my
Yes, I
my
can tell you you're out of
muted.
order. Right now, you're out of order. Please be quiet.
So are you for saying what you're saying.
I'm the chair of this meeting, and I'm trying to maintain order. If you can't stop chirping,
You're reading my lips?
then you
You're
can
reading
leave.
my lips right now?
I'm hearing your
Tell me what I
statements
can
now.
and can't do.
Either stop or leave.
I didn't do anything. My microphone was off.
You're doing it now. I'm going to ask you one last time. Stop interrupting. You're not,
I will do what
you're
I
not on the
was
list to
doing
speak.
before my microphone was on. It's going off again? That's it.
Great. It's gone off. Thank you. Councillor Jackson, back to you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cretch. I'll try not in the future to use a horse analogy. Okay, so wherever I go in my ward this term of council, when the number of new hires have come up between 700 and 800, it's been well publicized through the media and of course through my newsletter, et cetera, all factual. People have said to me, Tom, where have they gone and what do they do? And I've gone, great question. In fact, I'm pursuing that through the leadership team to see if I can get a breakdown of X number have gone to Public Works, X number have gone to Finance, X number have gone to Planning, Public Health, whatever. So I'm trying to X number to Legal Services. So that's a legitimate question that people are asking me in light of taxes that have been higher since amalgamation and new taxes introduced this term of council. And as far as to Councillor Spatafora's excellent request of redeployment, my goodness, last term of council, senior leadership team did an outstanding job during our worst healthcare crisis in our generation of redeploying hundreds of our staff to help out during the pandemic, doing jobs that they normally didn't do or that they didn't have their degrees for, but were able to be deployed to help out. It's just seeing if there's opportunities for multitasking. I think the messaging to our constituents, at least to mine, of this motion is prudent and timely. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cretch.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. I think I'm the last first-time speaker. So I'm going to turn the chair over to future Deputy Mayor, Councillor McMeekin, for July, if that's okay.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thanks. So I really support what Councillor Cassar was saying earlier. Councillor Cassar's points were really well made. We've already asked staff to do some of this work, and I've objected to motions in the past where we're kind of asking staff to do some of this work and then bringing forward an accelerated version of the same motion to do it in a different way. So I'm not going to support it on that principle, but a couple things to say. I asked staff in anticipation of this coming to GIC if they could break down for me or all these FTEs. And I want to say before I carry on that FTEs are not some weird abbreviation. They're people that we hire at the city to do work. And I want to make sure we center those people because we depend on them as governors to do the work of the city. And sometimes I think it gets lost when we keep using the word FTE. So I just want to say that. But they are doing work specifically on our roads, specifically on the value for money audit results, our Indigenous strategy. Additional staff in our customer service department to be more responsive to concerns from residents. Resources for corporate security, which secures all of our city facilities. Embarking on an asset management plan, which we saw earlier today. Coordination and support around encampments. Waterfall and other special enforcement area compliance. Implementing our cycling master plan. And frankly, for a third of all residents who are renters in our city, implementing protections for renters, especially those in vulnerable situations through our safe apartments and rent evictions bylaws, including a landlord registry pilot and the tenant support program. Litter collection improvements in our BIAs in downtown. Reorganization and procurement of the procurement division to make it function better, which we've heard tons about from people around the Horseshoe lately. And Hamilton's Biodiversity Action Plan, and more staff in ward offices, which I think every one of us has benefited from this term of council, despite people's objections early on. So those are all the things that we are spending money on, and they're all about delivering services to residents. Residents say to me, and have come here and said to us many times, we'd like to see improvements to the level of service. Those things don't happen overnight. There was a comment made earlier today about taxes raising, and when we raise taxes, what will happen is if we had enough money to raise taxes to fix all of our infrastructure, what will we be able to do? And the answer is no. Raising the money for fixing our infrastructure is only part of the problem. There have to be people to fix it. There have to be people to manage those projects, people to report back on them, and we ask for a lot of reports for that work to be done here. So all of those things require individual people to be part of what we're doing here. Freezing FTEs in the future doesn't make sense to me. And honestly, this isn't a new motion that's coming forward. This is a motion I've seen many times, looking back at motions in previous terms of council, that we bring forward in an attempt to freeze this or freeze that. And honestly, I think right now, we're paying for all the freezing. We're paying for that happening. I think we are. I think based on those motions that we saw in the past, we are now trying to play catch up. And I don't think putting more of those motions on the table now is going to help us. I think it's going to hurt us. I think our staff also, to Councillor Spatafor's point from earlier, some people might say that this isn't our work to be doing. I agree, I'm one of those people. I think that our staff are able to determine this. They bring these things forward. If there are specific positions that anyone in council thinks, you know, this specific position here, I don't think we need it. Well, when the budget process comes around, you identify that specific position and you can vote against it. You can bring a motion forward to strike it from the budget and you can have it voted against. But a blanket call on all FTEs with an arbitrary decision that, okay, there's a couple groups that don't apply, I don't think makes sense. I think we have to look at what our workforce requirements are. I think what I'm hearing from a lot of people is we're asking for a modern city. We're asking for things like a 311 service. We're asking for things like Councillor Jackson asks for, like more speed cameras, all kinds of things. We can't have these things if we don't have people to manage these projects, manage these programs, and deliver services to our residents. So for me, I'm not interested in trying to say there's a complete freeze. Absolutely appreciate the fact that we want to look where there are efficiencies and savings that can be made. And as a person who's put on the table the most dollar value of efficiencies during the budget process, I can say I deeply care about that. But I don't think this is the way to do it. Thank you. On that, I'll take the chair back. And thank you, Councillor McMeekin, for keeping it warm. I now see that we have a first-time speaker in Councillor Huang, and then we're going to go to second-time speakers of Councillor Spatafora, Councillor Clark, and Councillor Kassar. And I'm just going to send a hopeful message out that we might conclude our debate at that time. Councillor Huang.
Thank you for this. I've been listening very intently to all sides of the argument, and so perhaps I'd like to ask staff, as we have heard that there was already an original motion of a 2.6% sort of like threshold, how would you interpret this, and what kind of work would you potentially do to satisfy this motion should this motion pass? So how do the two motions work together is what I'm trying to get at.
Through the Deputy Mayor, I would say in a very broad sense, in that about 50% of our operating expenditures are employee-related costs, and we would identify then some measures in order to constrain growth in those costs. So whether it is deferring operating impacts by deferring the implementation of some projects, whether it is reducing a level of service, closing a facility, in a broad sense. I don't know that we would be granular in terms of what services and programs. And in fact, I'm quite confident we wouldn't have the time to get into that level of granularity as to what specifically might be contemplated in order to achieve
But that would,
those reductions.
so ultimately, that would get all presented to us at budget time. Should both of these motions still flow forward together, then, is that correct?
Through the chair, I think that's reasonable. If I just reflect on 2025 and the 254 FTEs, a number of those FTEs were aligned to council priorities, whether it was transit, whether it was our recreation program, biodiversity. We heard some of those examples. We as staff haven't the authority to reduce services or service levels. Those would come forward to council for deliberation.
Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Huang. And now on to second-time speakers, Councillor Spatafor, Councillor Clark, Councillor Cassar. Councillor Spatafor, take it away.
Thank you, Chair. Couple questions and a closing comment for me. My first comment is, I think there was a mention, and this is more of a concern for me than anything. There was a mention that you were able to gather some information from staff in regards to where some FTEs came from and that. And I know during the budget process, when asked questions, everything gets shared. So just again, it would have been nice, I think, for everybody around the table to have that information. But yeah, I'll just leave that there because that information you speak of, I don't have. But that's fine. Next thing I want to talk about is, I don't know why we're mixing two motions together. Councillor Clark's motion speaks to a residential taxpayer cap of 2.6%. This motion speaks to not hiring any FTEs in the 2026 budget. To me, they're completely different. And at the end of the day, sitting here saying that we'd be closing possibly rec centers or having to cut all our service or some of our service levels when we've hired 700 plus people in 3 years. And this is saying it's not saying get rid of the FTEs we hired for the last 3 years. It's not saying to lay anybody off. This is saying for 2026, 1 out of 4 years of this council to not hire 200 to 300 people again. That's what the question is. It has nothing to do with Councillor Clark's 2.6. Zero. Has to do with not hiring FTEs in an environment where, I don't know if anybody's seen the news today, but DeFasco laid off 153 people today. And Hamilton. And our GM of Finance told us that we have an 8.7% current outlook for property taxes. So don't mix this motion with other motions. This is not asking staff to do the same work of another motion. This motion asks for one thing. It asks for people around this horseshoe to not hire any more full-time employees for 1 year during this unprecedented time where we have businesses that are most likely going to have to lay off or close their doors.
Thanks. You said you had a couple questions and then a comment. Did you have anything else, Councillor Spatafor, or is that all?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. And now I look at our speakers list and I see that it has changed slightly. So before we get to Councillor Clark for a second time and then Councillor Cassar for a second time, we're first going to hear from first-time speakers, Councillor Francis and Councillor Nan. Councillor Francis.
Thank you. I know you wanted me to speak on the speakers list, so here we are, and hopefully I'm not called out for speaking the truth. You want to talk about satisfaction? Who's satisfied that we're raising taxes by 8.7% in 2026, over 6% over the last 3 years, each year, because of the nonsense that goes on here at this council? And who's satisfied that we blame councils of the past decisions, but we're unable to point to bad decisions made right here by this council, such as $60 million expedited bike lanes? Ask people if they're satisfied with what we've been doing. You'll find out what the answer is pretty quickly.
Thanks for your comments, Councillor Francis. We're now on to Councillor Nan. Councillor Nan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a couple of questions to staff. So just thinking through the implications of this direction and also previous directions where we have asked staff to prepare this corporation in this city to be grant ready for any federal funding programs that might be coming down the pipe. And having the privilege of serving on FCM and now being reelected to the board. At the annual conference, the Prime Minister indicated there would be 3 primary programs that the federal government will be rolling out over the course of this summer and fall. One of them is around Building Canada, literally around houses. The second is around infrastructure. And the third is around public safety. And when I think about the 3 priority areas, not only this term of council, but in terms of a confluence of issues that our community is reconciling with, it speaks to those 3 program areas really specifically and from an investment perspective. My understanding also coming from FCM is municipalities' success right now lies in our ability to partner with the federal government and be ready to come to the table with grant-ready projects for the federal government to consider. This is a really important strategic time for our municipality, and there's been a lot of good work done over the last few years by our staff team to get those projects kind of ready and lined up. So if I could, through you, get some clarity from staff, if we were to engage in a hiring freeze, what would that do for our grant-ready cycle in terms of projects that we might put on the table with the federal government related to affordable housing, as it's related to infrastructure, and as it's related to public safety?
Through the Deputy Mayor, maybe I'll start with respect to infrastructure. One of the main projects that we put forward is our Woodward wastewater treatment plant, which is an expansion to the facility, and it would necessitate additional staff in order to support that expansion. So that may have to be a carve out or something that we identify to council around the risks if we were not to support that, recognizing if the direction was to find within first, pursue that. If that's not a possibility, then coming to council with the need for additional staffing to support that particular project. As it relates to other growth enabling, some potential impacts. In 2025, we had a few positions, I think 1.7 positions that supported planning requirements, studies in order to support growth. That could represent a challenge, again, exclusive of finding positions from within to support that, but recognizing you can't take a finance person and put them into a planning role, is it? You'd have to find the right individuals who have the right skill sets. So those are examples where it may not align with respect to some requirements around infrastructure and leveraging funding from senior levels of government.
Thank you. And I also understand from the public safety perspective, we have an unfunded mandate, I will say, as a council to support our community safety and well-being plan. And I say unfunded in so much that we don't have allocated funding to implement the recommendations that we've submitted to the province that we're going to be carrying out when it comes to our community safety and well-being plan. It's also my understanding from early indications from the federal government, as well as the advocacy from AMO, as well as from FCM, that we are really lobbying the federal government to get some funding for those really critical programs. So would it be safe to say that if this motion were to go forward and the direction were to be approved, we wouldn't be able to pursue those kinds of opportunities with the federal government to get more FTEs to carry out the work that is currently unfunded, and there's no ability for us as a municipality to demonstrate any outcomes? Would we be pretty much status quo? No further movement on our community safety and well-being plan?
Through the chair to the councillor, it would compromise our ability to be responsive to those opportunities as they come along, for sure.
Yeah, thank you, I appreciate it. And, you know, I really don't like putting staff in the position to respond quickly to direction, but I do appreciate your first level of thinking on it. And I do appreciate the motion that my colleagues are bringing forward to be fiscally responsible and responsive to what our residents have seriously told all of council, and not just this term, but previous terms as well, that they expect us to do a really good job of balancing affordability as well as meeting the historic needs in our community, while also addressing the crises level emergencies that our community is confounded with that isn't unique to Hamilton. So from my perspective, I think it's a little bit, I would prefer this motion to come after the report back, coming back from council, previous council approved direction, looking at savings for our next 2026 budget. But again, appreciate the movement, but I really want to land some of those federal dollars, and I think that we're going to be put in a hard place as a municipality with a hiring freeze and our ability to leverage those funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. We're now on to remaining second-time speakers. Those would be Councillor Clark, Councillor Cassar, Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I've listened to the discussion around the table and the questions and some of the answers, and they've been very intriguing to me. The community safety grant, I thought we already had that program and we're prepared to submit for the grant, because we had that big celebration at ECS about it. So I'm confused. Why would we have to hire more people to present that grant or to write up that grant? We've already got that work done very clearly.
Through the chair, that's correct. That the current grant goes until March of 2026.
Thank you. And the capacity for the Woodward Water Treatment Plant, I was under the impression that we had already started that process. We have Mr. Winters and his team already looking at how much the costing is going to be and all that kind of work that we need to do in order to secure what hopefully will be an offset on exemption of development charges. Because what Prime Minister Carney did say publicly is he wants development charges to be cut to 50%. Well, if you're going to do that, you're going to have to give us some funds to do that. So I'm struggling here. Why do we have to hire more people to do what Mr. Winters and his team is already doing?
Through the Deputy Mayor, and sorry if my response was confusing between the application versus the actual project. What I was alluding to is when that project comes in service, we will require additional staff to support an expanded facility. And so that's what, in terms of a freeze, if there was a freeze on staffing, looking first from within, but if there isn't complement in order to support those additional staff to support an expanded facility, then I expect we would come to council and seek authority for additional FTE.
I understand that confusion, because in asking for a grant, it's no need for the additional. It's here's our plans, here's all the work we've done, here's the design. We need some assistance to offset the DCs that you want us to cut by 50%. So all of that's going to happen. I listened to all of the conversation, and it kind of reminds me of a courtroom. You're the judge, and we've got prosecution, and we've got the defense, and they keep coming up with different ideas as to how to put their best face forward. And that's never a good thing to do in terms of good public policy. I'm not lost on the fact that if there was a freeze on FTEs, every year we have a number of roles that through attrition become empty and vacant. And it's been my experience in my time on council that departments move those FTEs around. Oh, well, you've got an FTE available and you don't really need to fill. Well, can I use it over here? And then there's a motion to move them back and forth. Those things happen. It happens in every organization, but it happens here at the City of Hamilton. We don't even know what the number of FTEs staff are looking at increasing. But what we do know is we have a number of vacancies and we have a number of attritions coming online. And I've never been on a council yet that has said, lay off 150 people because we want a cap on FTEs. But that's the implication of some of the comments that I've heard today. And that was not what Councillor Spatafora was asking. I'd like to see a report back like we used to get, the number of managers, the number of supervisors, superintendents, directors, and all of the staff that work underneath them. Because I keep hearing from union members, employees at the city of Hamilton, who are saying, wow, we've got a lot of managers, but I don't have any manpower. I don't know what's true anymore, because you hear these things coming from our own staff. And so when we're sitting here as governors, we want to ensure that we are being very careful with every penny. The councillors are correct. We are sitting in a recession. And the reason Prime Minister Carney is looking at all of these investments is the hope and the prayer that he can offset the loss of the revenue that's been caused by these new tariffs and the recession, and get more people working, because people are being laid off right across the country. And we will look pretty silly if in the city of Hamilton, thousands of people have been laid off and we're going to hire another 250. The taxpayers are saying, be careful with our dollars. We're hearing it about polling where they're saying they don't trust us anymore. We need to be careful. I don't see anything wrong with the motion here provided, and I'm glad he carved it out, the non-legislative positions, ambulance, fire, police, all of those things, which we really don't have a lot of control of. We've already signed off on a 10-year fire department. We've already signed off on the police department 10-year. We've already signed off on the ambulance 10-year. We have to honor those commitments to ensure that we're getting the funds from the feds and the province to help us in that area. But everything else, we should be able to cap the number of FTEs. Thank you. I saw you leaning over there.
Thank you for seeing me leaning. It was the lean of the time has expired, so I appreciate you seeing it. And before we go to our two second-time speakers, we have, in addition to the speakers list at this time, of Councillor Taddison. Councillor Taddison, take it away.
I'll weigh in for the first time. I will be supporting the motion because I'd like to see our staff rise to the challenge, as I believe they can. One of the unintended consequences that I do see from this is possibly the use of more consultants, which I too am against. So, and I will be asking at a further time for an update on the motion that I put forth a couple years back. We've been waiting for that, and I expect it should have come already. One question I do have for staff, and maybe someone could answer: does the mayor have veto power over this as a super mayor? I just don't know that.
Sorry, in the context of this motion, I just think maybe it might save us a bit of time. In the context of the motion, this is being referred to the mayor. So the mayor is being referred to the mayor for her budget to do this. So that's how I understand Councillor Spatafor's motion. So that may answer your question in and of itself.
Okay, thank you.
At this point, not that I'm suggesting it, but someone will need to ask that we extend the time anyways, as we're approaching 5:30. And so rather than wait till it's 5:28 and a half, if somebody wants to put a motion forward now with an end time for the meeting, Councillor Taddison, what is your suggested end time for the meeting at this time?
6 o'clock, because I have to be at Theatre Aquarius.
Suggesting 6 p.m. That may unfortunately mean that we'd have to extend it again. So would somebody else like to offer a different time from Councillor Taddison? I hear from Councillor Paul, 6:30. I'm happy to treat this like an auction, folks. Anybody else? 6:30 going once? 6:30 going twice? Okay, a seconder for 6:30. Councillor Pauls, thank you. So 6:30, and we'll have a show of hands to extend the meeting, I think. Oh, pardon me, I lied. This will be brought to you by the electronic vote system. One moment, as the electronic vote system loads. And the vote is up. And that carries 12-2. On that note, we'll now return to our speakers list, where there are two speakers remaining, or one speaker remaining at this time. Final speaker, I'm just going to say that it's the final speaker, Councillor Cassar.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to be brief. I just want to put on the public record what the 2025 increase was and what the major components are, because my colleagues have shared comments about, certain adjectives about spending. It was a 5.6% increase. 1.9% of that was for city services, not out of line with historical increases. We had a long talk about asset management today, and GM Zagarek talked about the very large investment we've made to catch up. 1.5% of the increase was for that, which was 25% of the overall budget. Another 1.5% was for the police budget and the 911 modernization. That is just, I think it was last week that was implemented. Important spending. 0.5% was provincial impact and legislated services out of our control, and a small 0.2% was other boards and agencies. So the city services being 1.9%, which is what we, as running the city, have control over, is not wild and crazy spending. The capital investment is very important. You add those two together, still not a significant increase. So just think that needs to be on the record when there's comments saying that we're spending wildly, regardless of the FTE impact. I'll just reiterate again, we already have the direction to find ways to get to a 2.6 increase. Our job, I believe as governors, is the what we want staff to do, not the how. That 2.6 motion was the what. I supported that when Councillor Clark put it forward. This one is the how, and I don't think we fully appreciate the impacts to operating impacts to capital, to the cyber resilience recovery, everything else. I think it's a dangerous road to go down. I am not against looking hard to not hire people to save money. That's not what this debate is about. This, in my opinion, in my perspective, this is about how we enable staff to get to the outcome that we want, which is the lowest increase possible. And I truly believe having leadership, operational leadership experience and the governing experience here, we are muddying those waters and we're reaching down into telling them how to do something when our job is the what. So I encourage you to consider that, not against any of the comments that have been made about wanting to have fiscal responsibility. Totally agree with that. We have other motions coming today about that. We already have the 2.6% motion. So as you're voting, I encourage you to think about that, focus on what we want to achieve, and let staff figure out the how, because I think we're stepping in it here.
On that note, there are no further speakers, and we will have the motion vote up at this time. Electronic system will provide. One moment. It's up. Cast your vote accordingly. I think we're waiting on, oh, there we are. That carries 9-5. Now we're on to 9.2, which for something altogether different, the feasibility of regulating the sale of deterrent sprays. There's no need to introduce the motion since it's on the agenda, but if you'd like to speak to it, Councillor Pauls, go right ahead.
I'm going to take my time, and I'm going to, first of all, I want to apologize to Superintendent.
Hold on 1 second, sorry. Are you just speaking to the motion, right?
I'm speaking to the motion.
Oh,
and
wonderful.
I'd like
Thank
to,
you.
yeah.
Thank you.
I wanted to read it, but, I'll speak to the motion. Okay, I know it's getting late. I didn't talk the last time because I want to tell you, I respect Superintendent Dave Hennick. He's been here since 3 o'clock. I told him around 3 o'clock, I think, I was right off. And I want to apologize. I really do. I'm sorry. The motion, okay, I'll speak to the motion. First of all, thank you, Superintendent Dave Hennick and his team for obtaining the bear spray occurrence report, bringing to the concern forward. I also want to thank Solicitor Shield for her expertise in weighing this matter. Why do we need a bylaw for bear spray? We have a problem as younger people, especially in the age of 10 to 19, are using bear spray with increasing incidence. Year over year, it has more than doubled from 68, 2020, to 138 in 2024. I have the the first, you can't see it, but it is gone from 2020, 138 to 2024. Youth crime is increasing. The province is bringing in, is increasing. In the last few weeks, we have the following headlines. Hamilton police arrest teen after 9-month-old baby bear spray during home invasion. The boy, or call him a man, he was 15 years old. Men 20 accused of possessing bear spray after arrest near Sir Allan McNabb Secondary School. And just on Tuesday, I got a call from my friend on Mountain Brow. At home on Mountain Brow at 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 young men invaded her house. They all had masks. They smashed the door, and they had bear spray, and they had a crowbar. That just happened Tuesday morning. And they stole her car. And I'm wondering, why is this crime increasing? I have superintendent here, if you guys want to ask any question, he's there to answer, but I want to show you something. Even yesterday's paper, OPP announced historic fentanyl seizure. I want to read this one thing. It says, of the 15 people charged in Project Golden, 10 are from Hamilton. 10 are from Hamilton. And he's facing drug trafficking charges. And I want to say that Hamilton is experiencing a record high 60 shootings last year. And they were most of it drug related. I'm just wondering what's going on with our youth. We need to have this bylaw and have the feasibility of regulating the sale of this deterrent spray. I was going to read the whole invasion, so I'm just going to go, therefore be resolved, the staff be directed to investigate the feasibility of developing a municipal bylaw to regulate the sale of deterrent sprays within the city of Hamilton, with the aim of enhancing public safety and reducing their misuse, and report back to the General Issue Committee. I just want to say I heard good news. I was out with Monica Sorella, the MP, for Hamilton Mountain, and the police was there, and they were talking about all kinds of crimes, you know. And I was, somebody asked, what's happening to our young people? And did you know about 6 years ago, they took police out of schools where police would educate the student, young, and they would educate on things like danger of guns, drugs, speeding, drinking and driving, all those. We have taken them out of school, but I have some good news. Bill 33 was introduced and it was passed. So it was passed, and it's the Supporting Children and Student Act. It will require the Hamilton Westwood District School Board to permit Hamilton Police School Resource Officers to engage in crime prevention and other programs. I think this is great. I was, a year ago, I put it on the board for our police board, and I'm so glad that it passed.
So are you wrapping up, Councillor Pauls?
So
We're getting
I'm
off
wrapping
topic.
up, and I want to say, every time I put something, I always get cut off. I wanted to read the whole motion, you said because of time. I didn't speak the last time because
Sorry, you're going on about things that aren't related to deterrent sprays. That's why I was asking.
Well,
So
I'm just
we're on
saying.
deterrent sprays.
Yeah, we are.
Okay,
but
great.
Why are young people using it? Why are they using it? There's no education left.
Yeah.
We need education. So I just want to put that on, and if you have any question, please, our superintendent is here.
Yeah, just to clarify, it was just that we were getting close to the 5-minute marker. That's why I stopped you. I understood that it was related to youth crime. Okay, on this point, we have Councillor Clark, I believe, who wishes to speak. You're next on the speakers list.
Thank you. I need to move a motion so that we can hear from the superintendent. I can't ask him questions until we approve that, can we?
I mean, go ahead.
You okay with that? Okay. You're the boss. I'll accept it. So I'm trying to understand now, the criminal code, how does it treat bear spray? Is it illegal to walk around with bear spray?
Thank you for the question, Councillor, and through you, Chair. So currently, it's not illegal to walk around with bear spray at this time. It's nuanced in the sense that your intent behind the reasonings for why you're carrying the bear spray is what will determine whether or not you being in possession of that bear spray at the time is criminal or not.
So it might be different way up in the Arctic than it is down in Windsor.
Agree.
Agreed, okay.
But you could equally be carrying it up in the Arctic for a criminal purpose with the intent to either protect yourself or hurt somebody else, and then it would be criminal up there as well.
So if the bear spray is used as an assault, then it becomes a criminal matter, correct?
Yes, if it's used in the commission of an offense, it could be, the appropriate charge would be assault with a weapon.
Okay.
And if it's a standalone offense, or in addition to another offense, we could also lay the charge of weapons dangerous to the public.
Thank you. So if the city were to bring in a prohibition in a bylaw, municipal bylaw, for carrying of bear spray, would that be something that the police then could lay a provincial offense on, or would it still fall to bylaw enforcement to deal with that?
So I'll answer it in a couple of ways. So first of all, what's being proposed, the motion, the bear spray, if the feasibility demonstrates that this would be an avenue, a road that we want to go down, it would limit the access and sale. So, for example, in the city of Vancouver, as part of their bylaw, a person carrying on a business that sells or offers to sell bear spray must not sell bear spray to a person under 19 years of age, for example. Secondly, not sell it to someone under 19 years of age who does not provide authorized identification verifying that they are 19 years of age or older. So the bylaw really helps in the sense that we are going to limit access to people who can purchase bear spray. So what's being proposed through the motion, we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves after.
No, but I'm trying to understand what the implications are.
Is that we would limit the sale to people under 19 years of age. And really that's about following the data, and the data is showing that people between the ages of 10 to 19 are the ones that we're interacting with in this city. And so we've seen, my stats are correct, almost 103% increase from 68 to 138 occurrences from 2020 to 2024. So again, that's 103% increase in possession. Offenders during that bracket make up 55% occurrence, and equally as troubling is that it's the youth that are being victimized by the bear spray as well in those occurrences.
Yeah, I can see.
And I think just to address the second part is we recognize the limitations of what the municipal bylaw can achieve on its own. That's why it's an important local measure, but it's only one piece of a larger puzzle. And that's why as part of the review during the feasibility study, it would be my recommendation that the issues brought forward to the Attorney General and the Solicitor General of Ontario and seeking their assistance to consider province-wide regulations and enforcement mechanisms in addition to what we would try to do here locally.
Thank you for that, and I was going to ask that a little bit later on, but that's okay, I agree with that. So to bylaw enforcement then, we, the city of Hamilton, if this were to pass in a basic format to the way it is presented here today, if bylaw finds a store selling bear spray to someone under 19 years of age, then they would lay a provincial offense ticket, and they could bring them before the tribunal for license issue.
Maybe Dan can,
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, through the chair. So if a bylaw was passed that restricted the sale to an individual under 19 years of age, if we were able to prove that that had taken place, yes, there would be mechanisms within the bylaw, either through administrative penalties or provincial offense notice for a charge, depending on where the bylaw sits, whether it's a standalone bylaw or if it fits within a licensing schedule. The opportunity from the licensing tribunal end would be utilized if it was part of the licensing bylaw.
Thank you. Those are all my questions. I'll support the motion.
Thank you. On to Councillor McMeekin, please.
So, thanks, Chair. I'm a girl dad. I got 3 daughters. So mine's just a question. I appreciate the 19, you can't buy cigarettes or alcohol or apparently bear spray if you're under 19. But a 20-year-old, I'm looking at this through a gender lens. 20-year-old female student leaves McMaster campus, walking back to her residence, and is sexually assaulted. And she carries bear spray and fends off the attack with bear spray. Would she be charged with a criminal offense?
Superintendent, please.
Sorry, Councillor, or Chair, can you just restate the question for me, please?
Yes, sir, I can. A 20-year-old female student, McMaster student, leaves campus, heading back to her residence, and is accosted by someone intent on sexual assault. And she responds by fending off the attacker with bear spray. Would she be committing a criminal offense?
Okay, so the way the law currently reads is that if she was walking through the trail and happened to have bear spray on her person to repel bears, and she was attacked by somebody, and that was a weapon, the only weapon of opportunity that she had on her person to defend herself, then we would evaluate that as during our investigation of whether or not the force that she used to protect herself was reasonable in those circumstances. And so if during the investigation that use of force was appropriate and it repelled the attacker, then I can't speak for every certain circumstance, but technically carrying it for your protection, the way the law is written in Canada today, in of itself is a criminal offense. But there's allowances built into the law that allows you to protect yourself in the criminal code. And so it would be no different if you substituted what you're proposing as an example to having a stick on your person or any other object that you use to repel an attacker. You would be justified, depending on the amount of force that you use to defend yourself, with whatever object that you have. And if you further remove that object altogether and it was just a matter of you physically defending yourself and you used too much force against somebody, you could equally be held accountable for that. So these are the sorts of reviews that the officer would go through and as part of their criminal investigation when they do it. So it's not a clear answer, but anyone who carries any weapon for the purpose of defending themselves solely technically is committing a criminal offense under the offense of weapons dangerous.
So many women would carry a Fox 40 whistle, but that would be a form of potential defense. Yeah, but I'll leave it there. I'm worried about a victim being victim.
Thanks, Councillor McMeekin. Appreciate that. I think this is just on the municipal bylaw at this point anyways, right, about deterring sprays being sold. So the other part of it is really up to the police. Okay, I don't see any speakers on the list right now, and if there are, I didn't see them. And we'll go to the vote at this time. Oh, you'd like to go on a second time, Councillor Pauls? Okay.
I just felt like I was rushed. I wanted to read the motion, but I wanted to thank Superintendent Dave and his team. and Solicitor Shields, because they actually help put the motion together. So I wanted to respect them and read it. But anyways, saying that, I want to say thank you to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls. We're on to the vote. The vote is up. That carries 13-0.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson.
We're now at 9.3, ensuring proactive decision-making and strengthened project oversight. Councillor Francis, who's your seconder? Because we don't have one in the notes, which is why I didn't call on Councillor Jackson previously, because we had him in the notes.
My seconder is Councillor Spatafora.
Okay, take it away. You've got your 5 minutes to speak to the motion.
Sounds good. I'll just speak to it. It's on this agenda. It's been on previous agendas. We're trying to get out of here in a timely manner. It's been a long day. And as you know, I voted against the implementation of the tiny homes, the way it was done because of how rapidly it was approved. We saw costs exceed the original projection by millions of dollars, over $5 million. There's absolutely no warning from staff that expenses would exceed what was originally projected by such a large amount. And as usual, taxpayers were the ones footing the bill on this. And that's why I brought this motion forward. Taxpayers are not a blank check for costly experiments. We need to have greater oversight in these costly projects, especially when they exceed original projections. I hope I can get the support so that in the future this doesn't happen again, and the council and the public can be alerted on these issues in a timely manner. I hope that summarizes it. I think it's pretty self-explanatory otherwise, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Kassar is the only member on our speakers list at this time. Hopefully, Councillor Kassar.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, certainly up for accountability. Just would like to ask staff how this would be operationalized. I mean, it just says to update existing policies for council's consideration, respecting timely disclosure when projects may be at risk of being exceeded. And so it's the updating policies, I think it's pretty straightforward. But when projects may be at risk of being exceeded, I'd just like to understand how staff interpret that, because generally council is not involved in the project execution, notwithstanding I understand Councillor Francis' example that he raised, but if staff could help us understand this, please.
I presume that would be General Manager Zakaric who would be able to offer insights under the financing bit.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, we'll be reviewing our existing policies. There are some delegated authority policies as well as some capital project policies to review whether or not those could be amended in keeping with the spirit of the motion. We'll work with senior leadership team if we are proposing any changes to processes to ensure that we don't create any risks to projects or to the organization or to the public through the process, and ultimately bring those forward to council as policies. They would require council approval. So that would be the body of work. We would work across the departments to ensure that any changes in processes, again, do not create any risk to the community or the organization.
Great, that was a really helpful answer. Happy to support.
I see no further speakers. I lied, pardon me. Councillor Clark, you're there.
I was just going to suggest a friendly amendment instead of to draft and update existing policies, that staff be directed to report on and back on existing policies. Let's start with an understanding of what the policies are as it relates to procurement and projects that are going over. And then we can go from there. So just a suggestion. I'll leave it to Councillor Francis.
Councillor Francis gave a thumbs up while you were speaking, Councillor Clark, so I presume that to be a friendly amendment, and I have complete confidence our clerks have captured that. So that's a friendly amendment to removing the word draft and just say report back on our review and report back on our existing policies. Right, so we get a sense of where we're at before we go to the draft and update stage? Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing any further speakers at this time, and as it's a friendly amendment that the original mover and seconder are on the floor, that would mean we can go to the vote. That carries 13-0. And now we're on to a motion from Councillor Spatafora, seconded by Councillor Beattie, the review and rationalization of unfilled council-approved positions. Councillor Spatafora, take it away.
Chair, not going to read out the motion. I think it was on the agenda for a decent amount of time. I think this, again, goes in line with the world we're living in right now and the need. And I know some people around the table don't believe that this is our job as governors to get into the weeds. I'll humbly disagree. I think we need to. I think it should be all hands on deck. I think that's what my residents in Ward 14 expect. I think that's what the majority of Hamilton residents expect. So again, we have capable staff. I think the city manager and senior leadership team will be able to provide us with this report that allow us to make, I'm sure they'll come back with their recommendations. And again, it gives council some really good information. And again, I think we can also talk to what we think would be best for the organization. Because this isn't just, staff does the work and we sit here and govern. This is one city. This is one council. We work together with senior leadership. I'm not in for you guys stay over there and we stay over here. To me, this is a team approach. And I think this information will be best for SLT and council to make the best decision for our residents. So looking for everyone's support, or at least enough support to get it through. Thank you.
Thanks. So before I turn to the speakers list, just a small housekeeping item on bullet C there. Just again, trying to anticipate something so we can move forward. It doesn't suggest where that would be reported to. So reports of that nature are usually reported to the Audit, Finance, and Administration Committee. I just saw that and thought maybe I would ask you if that's what you were intending.
AFNA is fine. Staff can make that decision, or GIC, whatever they feel is best, but AFNA works for me as well.
Right, because A is asking for a report back to GIC specifically on things that have happened since 2022, and C is asking for an ongoing reporting. So that ongoing reporting would go to AFNA. Thank you for clarifying, and we'll capture that. And I'll turn to the speakers list. Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. Following the movers' spirit of collaboration there, just wanted to suggest that it would be helpful in A to have a sixth clause or recommendation for hopefully a friendly amendment, just given the title of the motion's review and rationalization of unfilled positions. I do think what's missing is an explanation of why the position's vacant. Just in that list, I agree with everything else in that category, but just we tried to hire, it didn't happen, X, Y, Z. So if that could just be added to the list as number 6, an explanation, justification, rationale, the why piece.
I see a thumbs up from Councillor Spatafora, who considers that to be friendly. So I'll just repeat what I think I heard you say, which was a rationalization or explanation about related to why the position has remained unfilled. I think, I through V does capture some of that, but this just sort of catches everything, right? According to why, or a rationalization for why it remains unfilled. I think generally speaking, we understand the vibe. If we do a little housekeeping, that's why we have our clerks, but Councillor Spatafora is happy with what we're trying to do here. I think everyone understands the spirit of where we're at. And on that note, I see no further speakers on the list. So we're going to go, I'll pause for a moment though, just to make sure the clerks are cool with where we're at.
Sorry, there's just a bit going on. I have your friendly amendment, Councillor Wilson, but the report back piece, I'm missing where you're seeing that. I see in subsection A that they're reporting back to GIC, but the additional report back, what subsection is that?
C, so automatically flagged for council would mean a report back. So it's just worded in that way, but it does mean reporting back, because it says that unfilled for continuous 12-month period are automatically flagged for council review and potential removal from the budget. So I wondered where that would come, and the answer was AFNA.
So would you like that added?
Yeah, that's in Councillor Spatafora is fine with that.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Okay. Whenever clerks are ready, we'll have the vote. And the vote is up. That carries 13-0. Now we're on to item 9.5, and before we get there, we're also having 9.6, 10.1 will remain in notice, and then we have 11.1 and 11.5, which are remaining for today. I'm hopeful we'll be able to make it by 6:30. On to 9.5, councillor travel to the 2025 International Children's Games in Tallinn, Estonia. This is moved by Councillor Pauls. Oh, no, hold on. Yes, it is. Councillor, one moment. It's seconded by Councillor Francis, pardon me. It's moved by Councillor Pauls, seconded by Councillor Francis. Did you want to speak to it, Councillor Pauls?
Of course. Thank you. And this is for the International Children's Game. I'm on the board, and I want to tell you that when I see children ages 12 to 15 get excited about sports, about friendship, about healthy living, and the culture exchange through sports. And when I see those type of children, that we have to raise the importance of being occupied with all those cultural things in their life. And then I looked about the motion that I put about the other one, of kids 10 to 19 having bear spray. There's an importance of culture. There's an importance to teach our kids about living healthy. And this is what ICG does. And I'm so excited by going there. And last year I went, and I want to tell you, I was with every game. I cheered them on. And these are kids from Hamilton. These are kids from Hamilton that go. So I'm all excited again to go, support them, and to promote healthy living and also leadership and great fostering pride for them to get to know other places beside Hamilton. And I want to tell you, I represent Hamilton. When I go there, I talk about Hamilton all the time. So I hope you could support me. It's coming up. I'll just read the therefore. And it says that the international travel for myself be approved and up to $3,000 be allocated from Ward 7 office budget to cover the cost of airfare and incidental for myself and to attend the 2025 International Children's Game in Tallinn, Estonia as a city representative, and that the mayor and the city clerk be authorized and directed to execute any requirement agreements and accessory documents with such terms and condition in the form of satisfactory to the city solicitor. So I hope you could support that. I'm looking forward. The kids are looking forward to it. I met them, and actually we're doing a little fundraiser for them so that they can enjoy their time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls. On the speakers list at this time, Councillor Maureen Wilson, followed by Councillor Clark. Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you. I think Councillor Paul's dedication to and enthusiasm about children in sport is unmatched around this table. That's my opinion. I am wondering, however, what is the city's official role, if any, with the ICG? The reason I'm asking is I don't understand why the money for this travel has to come out of a councillor's budget. We don't ask members to pay for their FCM travel out of their personal budget. So I don't know why we're asking Councillor Pauls to do so. Just trying to understand.
We've been doing this. Can I reply? I think we've been doing this since, oh, okay.
So does the city, what is the city's relationship with the ICG? Through the chair. Anybody?
Or are we looking also for a funding, are you looking for a funding source alternately as well? Is that a piggyback question?
I'm trying to understand if Councillor Pauls is representing the city in an official capacity, why is the funding having to come out of a ward budget?
Okay.
Through the deputy mayor, one option is the legislative budget, which is used for similar participation, whether it's FCM, AMO, and other organizations. So that is a pooled funding source that all councillors share.
Thank you. And unfair question, but my recollection was last year there was a surplus in that legislative budget, correct or not?
To the Deputy Mayor, I apologize, I don't recall.
Thank you. I would just like my colleagues to consider someone who's representing the city, that we be consistent in our funding practice. Thank you.
Okay, so did you want to put an amendment forward to do that?
Well, I mean, I would like to, but
Okay.
I appreciate that. I
Okay.
just thought.
Okay, so if you want to put a motion forward to do that, it'll come out of the legislative account. And I'm just going to take some moment here to make sure the clerks are able to do so. So it'll be moved by Councillor Maureen Wilson, seconded by Councillor Clark. And Councillor Maureen Wilson, if you wouldn't mind just sort of saying it again into the microphone to make sure we can get it down.
Yep, thank you. I think it would just be in reference to A, in the identification of the funding source, instead of from the Ward 7 office budget, and then there's an account number, that it come from the legislative budget.
And we can grab the number for that later, but the one that General Manager Zagarek was referring to. Legislative Services. And just a moment here, sorry, and then we have Councillor Clark on this. We're going to vote on this amendment, and then we're going to have Councillor Clark after that, if that's okay with you, Councillor Clark.
I won't belabor it, Deputy Mayor. Both Councillor Maureen Wilson and I were thinking the same thing, and then we were kind of chatted. It was like, whoa, why is that? Why is FCM going or AMO going out to a specific account, but now it's got to come out of what is ostensibly an account for you to provide services to your constituents. So that's why we moved the motion.
Okay, we're going to vote on the amendment and then vote on the motion as amended. This is on the amendment at this time, and the vote is up. I can't advise you on conflicts of interest at this time, but. So that carries 13-0, and now the motion is amended. And that vote is also up. And that also carries 13-0. And
Can I just say thank you?
thank you. And your welcome has been provided. At this time, we're at 9.6, the review of open capital projects and works in progress balances for potential 2026 net levy savings. This is moved by Councillor Spatafora and seconded by Councillor Beattie. Councillor Spatafora, if you'd like to speak to your motion, this is your moment.
Thank you, Chair. I won't read out the motion, but you'll see in there, it's a report back. It's not to cancel projects. The report back's going to bring all the information that everyone around the table can review, discuss, and debate. This isn't a motion that's looking to stop capital works. You'll see in there, there's also a line about significant risk. So the report back will provide all the information that I think everybody around the table would like. But there's also, projects that have been completed that could have balances left over on that project ID. They can be shifted. So I think it's good information for everybody around the table to have, and we can debate and make decisions accordingly once we have that leading into the 2026 budget. Thank you.
Thank you. And on the speakers list, Councillor Kassar.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I recall a conversation during the 2025 budget about work in progress capital projects. And I guess what I recall is that staff explained that they have a process today that will look at those funds and find the best way to optimize them, I guess. So my question through you to staff is what happens today, and then how would this motion complement or otherwise affect the work that's being done today by staff?
I'll look to staff. General Manager Zagarek.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Through the Deputy Mayor, the process with respect to rate-supported and tax-supported works in progress is that leadership departmental leadership, along with their departmental leadership, review capital projects, the status of capital projects in the context of our capital closing policy. If a project is substantially complete, that project is to be closed and any surplus applied to the original funding source, either to reduce debt, if it's debt funded, back to the reserve, if it's reserve funded, or to the tax stabilization reserve, if it is funded from the levy. And likewise with rate supported to their reserves or to our water or wastewater reserve. That's part of the process leading up to the development of the preliminary budgets. This year, you may recall, there was a report that came forward in that because of the cyber incident, we didn't have the access to information and we had to do it in a manual way. But we did identify a series of projects to be closed, principally because of a realignment of work plans because of the cyber incident. So we brought that report forward outside of the budget process. We identified because of cyber incident, there was a realignment of work plans and some projects weren't to proceed. With respect to the motion that's before, I expect we would report back in terms of the information I've just shared in greater detail, what our current processes are, the timing for those processes, and then with respect to projects that have not been initiated, we would identify why they aren't initiated, and staff would make a recommendation if there's an opportunity to close those projects because it's no longer a priority, no longer a necessity. We would identify that as we would in a typical year in preparation of budget documents.
Okay, so it sounds like this isn't a lot of additional work. It's part of a process already. It's just about bringing it forward for council to review, sort of at a high level. Is that accurate?
Through the chair, I would say the difference with respect to our current process versus what is the motion as I'm interpreting it is there are some additional parameters in the motion than are current. So with respect to projects where there's less than 10% commitment or expenditure on a project. We aren't that restrictive. It could be a multi-year project or a project that's been delayed. We don't close a project just because it's been delayed. But my interpretation of this policy is we would bring that forward for consideration. If a project is less than 10% committed or spent, we would bring that forward with the possibility of canceling that project and if necessary, resubmitting that project in future years.
I'm hoping we can leave this topic around 6 p.m. Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Taddison, Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Asked and answered and deleted my request.
Okay. Councillor Taddison, then Councillor Maureen Wilson.
I think this is similar to a motion that I brought forward in 2025 on the capital for budget on the capital projects and just asked for more information about where things stand from 2023 to 2024. At that time, it was voted down. Some councillors told me I was disparaging staff. I was only looking for accountability and trying to ascertain where we were so that we could make these decisions. I fully support this, so thank you, Councillor Spatafor, for bringing it forward.
Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Sorry, it was asked and answered. We already exercised point near the end of the motion, so thank you.
Okay, there are no further people on the speakers list, so we will go to the vote. And the vote is up. And that carries 13-0. Item 10.1 is a notice of motion and will remain as such as a notice of motion, if I understand it correctly. Councillor McMeekin? Okay, thank you very much. I think that's all we need to do. It's on the agenda unless you want to read the title out or something. Yeah. Okay. It's protecting Hamilton's farmlands on the agenda. It'll be there at our next General Issues Committee in July. And Councillor McMeekin has asked everyone to please read it in advance. Private and confidential 11.1, closed session minutes from May 21st, 2025 is our next item. Can I have a mover and seconder to adopt the confidential minutes and they remain confidential? Moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Huang. All in favor by a show of hands, please. That is almost everybody. That is everybody. Okay, thank you so much. That carries. At this point, we're going to need a motion to go into closed session to discuss item 11.5. Can I please have a mover and seconder? I'll take that now and then I'll read the rest out. Moved by Councillor Taddison, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. Pursuant to section 9.3 subsection D of the city's procedural bylaw 21021 is amended, and section 239 subsection D of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 is amended, as the subject matter relates to labor relations or employee negotiations. We will require an electronic vote to go into a closed session. The vote is up. Movers were Councillor Taddison and Councillor Alex Wilson.
Councillor Francis, are you able to vote?
I think we're just waiting on a vote from one member. Oh, there we are. Carried 13-0. We will go into a closed session, that does mean. And so I shall read the obligatory words. Members of the public are advised that during the closed session portion of the meeting, the live stream will broadcast a closed session in progress screen. The broadcast will resume when the closed session portion of the meeting is complete. As we are now moving into the closed session, I would ask all members of the public, delegates, and external participants to please now exit the WebEx meeting or the live meeting room, should you be in it. As well, any staff that are not directly related to the in-camera items are now also asked to please exit the WebEx meeting or exit council chambers. I'd like to remind members of council that as per section 8.7 of the procedural bylaw, the use of personal electronic devices during closed meetings is strictly prohibited. However, the use of city electronic devices during closed meetings are limited to text communications only, with the city's electronic devices not being used as a telephone, recording device, or camera. Staff from the Office of the City Clerk are exempted from section 8.7C when using electronic devices for record-keeping purposes. That's the end of the obligatory words. There shall be further obligatory words in the closed session, and we'll wait until the chamber is cleared and resume back here at latest at 6:05.
Just a note to clerks that I'm back in the meeting.
And we're back. Still June 11th, 2025. It's still the General Issues Committee. And I'm still chairing as Ward 2 City Councillor Cameron Kretsch. Before we get to our final motion, just want to let people know, to be transparent, that we had to approve 2 motions to extend the time during our closed session, or maybe 1 motion, pardon me, to extend the time during our closed session. And so just reporting that we did that in closed session, so people know. On to 11.5, the labor disruption update for Hamilton, Ontario Water Employees Association, otherwise known as HOWEA. May I please have a mover and seconder on the following, that the confidential presentation respecting labor disruption update be received and remain confidential. So mover, Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Huang. This will be an electronic vote. Okay, there's a thumbs up from Councillor McMeekin, Councillor Maureen Wilson, Councillor Clark, Councillor Esther Pauls. Councillor Nan is in favor. And that is carried. And on that, today's meeting is adjourned at 7:03 p.m. Thank you. Have a good day, everyone.